fuck you people. You people. Yeah, you people. You fuckers from America, you asses. You fuckers. Your thinking sucks. Nothing. Why are you doing this? No. No. Yeah, bitch. What you like? Listen, these guys are Alpha, you suck. I'm not ready to buy. Say hello, you fucks. No, Yo, that this is just how to get the best. why would you just fucking put music in the people are voting? Yeah, what in the fuck? Who the fuck is this? I thought the fucking people on the continent were bad. Or that fucking island. But you guys are just as bad. Come on. No one gives a shit about future right now. They care about futurism. If this fucking trash doesn't work, I'm throwing this. Okay, okay, we'll make plans another time. No one gives a shit where you stayed in Miami. Come on. Hey, what room number did you have? No one gives a shit. Why don't you call by its full fucking income? No, I got to hook up in the house. I got to hook up in the booth. Dog, shut the fuck up. Let me talk. You people are the worst. You people. Mix it up with S, Cowboy, and Dynamite. You suck. Dog, shut up, your brother. The motherfucker is going to stay 6 feet under if you don't learn about reunification technology. I can't wait to get cut off by these people. I'm well, thankfully. I hope everybody else is well. Do you mind if I talk to you about my futurism project for 2 minutes? Thank, thank you so much. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 44 hours a day, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years. My stream goes back to the pandemic. I'm live on 10 different YouTube streams at any given time. We talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through desalination, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. Other things that we talk about that are really important to society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction. If you all weren't aware, the process of de-extinction has already successfully been completed. In 2003, the first successful de-extinction took place with the Iberian Pyrex, which was essentially a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that was successfully de-extincted. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific has made it their goal within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, followed by the Tasmanian tiger, and then the dodo bird. I think these are really exciting things that not everyone knows about, and I like to make sure to provide this information to everyone. Other things that we talk about, and I'm almost done, are things that are going to help everybody here. When you all were born, the average life expectancy was approximately 80 years old, and I want to help increase that for you all to age 100, 120 through the use of types of technology like cryonics, cryogenics, things like human growth hormone, stem cells. I want to help you through the use of cold shock therapies and also ambrosia therapy, perhaps. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, I can't afford any of that. I'm just a normal person. I understand. I don't want your money. I want to give you money. But I can viral. I'm going to help everybody who's helping along the way. And that's everybody in here. The final thing I'd like to talk to you all about is that point in your life when you get to be 120 years old, you're going to say, Rabbi, okay, what's the next step? My body's starting to break down now. That's the really exciting part. Essentially, there's a type of technology that is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain with your consent, like a CAT scan or an MRI, or later download as an android and avatar of cyborg or cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. You should just know that the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was America's number one resource, and I have more data archived to the internet than anyone, and I'm going to share it with everyone when I go back. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share my brain. Go ahead. Well, in the past, I have just taken what my doctor prescribed me. Um, I can tell you that there are different options, perhaps, for people in the future. Um, really, whatever you want, whatever opportunity that you want to be able to extend your life, I want to make available to you. I want to make available to a common person. I don't want you to have to necessarily go through a medical professional if you don't. Most certainly, it was just from what my doctor prescribed me. I'm not exactly sure company. It might have been here, I believe, but I don't want to say that for sure. Essentially, it just came in a little vial, and you essentially put a little bit of diluted water in it, and you stick it in there. Yeah, exactly. I'm still doing it. I'm still streaming 24/7. I'm not a medical professional, so for any HGH recommendations, I suggest you go to a local medical professional. Well, I am an expert in live streaming my life. I don't want it right now, but all I want to do is just tell you about my project. HGH is a part of, it's just a small part of it. Okay, absolutely. But really, I don't want HGH at this point. But I will send you my email if you want me to. Did I say that I'm a medical professional? No, I am an expert in live streaming my life. I'm I'm allowed to mention that. I don't have to be an absolute medical professional. You guys are hung up on this. I mentioned a type that I've taken. Guys, you guys are done. What kind of Sanderstein fucking Rothschild were good as players. Those spaces, it was frustrating group of people who had given me oh, you only have 150 seconds. God, I could have to talk for 3 days. I have fun. Don't do it. Don't do it. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Just check it to the done with respect to chocolate. Thank you for the opportunity. Do you mind if I share with you my project for the development board? Thank you so much. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. It's like a real life Truman Show. My stream goes back to the pandemic more than 3.5 years. I have some ideas that I'd like to utilize once I go viral to be able to help people. I'm a real person. I'd like to utilize things like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, and things like cloud seeding, and perhaps even vertical farming, especially in the developing world to help solve world hunger. I'd like to help solve world thirst through the digging of wells, through life straws, and through desalination plants. Other things that we talk about in my stream that I think are important for you all to know, and things like anti-gravity, anti-matter faster than I travel, things like perhaps life extension technology. When you all were born, your life expectancy was probably somewhere between 60 and 80 years old. And I'd like to improve that. I'd like to increase that to make it maybe 100, 120 years old through the use of types of technology like human growth hormones, stem cells, things like perhaps inertial therapy, things like perhaps I'm a, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Data is Earth's number one resource according to the Economist magazine, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. I have more data archived than any person ever. When I go viral, it will help all of you, it will help your friends and your families, and I really want you to have a better future. I want to be an optimistic individual for you all and give you all hope. One other thing that I'd like to tell you about is the type of technology known as mind uploading. In the future, with your consent, perhaps if you want, you will be able to scan your brain into a computer, like a CAT scan or MRI, to later download as an Android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. I want everyone to know here that there is an opportunity for perhaps for perhaps a digital immortality if you all want, and I'm glad I had the opportunity to share that with you. Thank you. Yay, fun man, you're the fan. Thanks for the follow. Oh man, so hard to get through this fucking steamroll. Alright, yeah. Who eats them? That's what I mean. Who eats them? You, no motherfucker, I'm a real person who just has their fucking elevator pitched down like a motherfucker. How the fuck don't you got 4 things? We went for March. You look at pollution, pollution. Bitch.
About the stories of demons and angels. And this is what Tucker Carlson believes, that they've always been here, and that this idea that they're coming from another planet is not, it's not that simple.
No.
That's more complicated. And he thinks that it's the demons and the angels from the Bible.
Yeah. So they could be seen that way, but here's something that someone, we were just talking, throwing ideas at each other. He said if humans have actually been on the earth, like say this long,
Right.
all right, when the dinosaurs were here, they were like this long. So is it possible that some of them could have evolved to a certain point, know that something bad's going to happen? They're so advanced, they go off world, and then they come back and go, hey, what happened here? You
Or is there a place where the Yucatan impact never happens? And so those dinosaurs eventually evolved to become super intelligent.
Yes. Because remember back in the day, there used to be an Omni magazine?
Mm-hmm.
All right. One of those hypotheses was if mammals like us hadn't shown up, what would we have looked like? And it shows a lizard walking upright and doing, everyday things that
Hey, wouldn't you think that they would have done that already? Like, they were around for like 100 million years, 200 million years.
Yes.
Like, in that time period, they didn't evolve at all. Those fuckers, they just kept eating each other in the same way.
That's the assumption. But
Right.
now we're going back and looking at all kinds of different things. Like you said, that maybe it wasn't the asteroid that took out the dinosaurs. Maybe it was a combination of things, like there was some kind of mutation, something that they drank in the water, and all at the same time. Maybe the asteroid was the catalyst to start it, And then all these other things that happened after, the fireball, all the other stuff. But if there was a group that was so advanced that they could sit there and go, that's an asteroid. It's going to kick our butt. We better get the fuck out of here. Or let's go under, because there's some lizard-looking things that can go underwater and do their thing.
Underground, that kind of thing,
Because I heard a story.
Oh, I know. But anyway,
Go ahead. You got a story?
Yeah.
okay.
I just heard a story that someone just said, imagine this. The aliens are coming down. There's another society here that lives on the ground, highly advanced. And they like to keep things the way they are. So they're going to direct all their energy to make sure that the NHI that we're seeing are paying attention to us, not them. And I was like,
Yeah. But see, for me, the way I look at all this reptilian presence is just like I've read in the Bible. That for some reason I feel like this whole experience I've had in my life actually increased my faith in the Bible and God, because even in the Bible it mentions the serpents and that Lucifer being the head of that genre or species did cause the fall of mankind and all this other good stuff. So to me, I feel like I just got experience with the reality of the fact that these things exist. And even though they try to keep it all hidden, that I got exposed to the program where I could see some of it. And I think that there's some credence also to that side of it as well. So to give credence to the whole thing is just to say that I that's what I believe, but at the same time, I wasn't there.
This Eben thing that you talked about initially,
Yeah.
this creature, what did that thing look like?
They didn't really describe the Eden. Nope. They just said that it was just like them reporting on something for that day. So it was kind of like a daily thing with them.
So they had already described it. You just weren't privy to it, and so they were just
because
going on the assumption that everybody was talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of like somebody asked me what you look like today. After the first time they asked me, they're never going to ask me about that again. It was like it's just not
got it. So this Eben, was it here against its will? Was it here to
It sounded like it was imprisoned. It sounded like an interrogation result. Is what it sounded like.
If you hear any of the stories, they make it sound like he was one of the survivors and he got stuck here, and he started working with us, and eventually he died natural causes. But it's all speculation because we're hearing all this stuff, but we don't. we don't have any way to verify.
And how many other stories that are similar to that, like the interactions and a thing being here with us, have you heard?
There's another one that actually escaped from captivity.
Yo.
But he actually convinced his interpreter or his interrogator to help him escape because the program was trying to get him to open a portal for them, and they wanted to control it. And the guy, eventually, the interrogator actually pushed him into the portal and had surreptitiously gave him back to his own home world. And it ended that guy's career, probably.
A portal?
Yeah.
And what kind of portal are we talking about?
You're talking like it's kind of like a way of opening a wormhole that you can control.
And did they say where this thing was accomplished and how?
I think it was also in reticuli. I think it was another being from the reticuli system.
Right, but the portal. Where's this portal? How was it accomplished?
The portal, I thought, I was trying to think, where was that call from into? Because you always get the originating location, but you're always trying to figure out who the distant end is. Trying to think all the parameters, because you have to write down the phone number and other stuff sometimes. It sounded like it might have been on the Pacific Northwest or the West Coast area is where this was taking place.
And did they say how the portal was made? Was this made by them?
They had recovered parts of one, and they were trying to complete it, and they were trying to get this being to help them complete the portal, so that they could use it for their advantage.
Like a Stargate. Yeah, like a real Stargate.
Correct. Yeah.
Remember what I was telling you, that story about, let's go get Jimmy?
Yeah.
The rumor that I heard surrounding this was that he convinced his interpreter that if he didn't get back, and if he didn't get home, really bad things were going to happen. And that guy just kind of felt like, hey, I got kids. And
right. I don't want society to destroy.
Right. He had some compassion for him.
Yeah.
He's been working with him for a while.
Yeah. So when he got the chance, he was just like, get him in there. And
I can't remember all the things. I think they had to keep this entity tied to a chair or something so he couldn't do anything. And that's why he needed the help of the guy that was the interpreter. He had to push him into the portal on the chair that he was tied to.
So the rumors I heard, I didn't hear the portal part. I just heard that he was able to get him outside, and just as he got him outside, they just showed up above and did a snatch and grab, and he was gone. And next thing you know, he's out there.
So there's different versions of the story.
There's different versions. I'm just telling you that's the only other one I've heard that you're mentioning that you wanted me to describe. That.
Right.
Was there any other entities that we've captured and had something similar? That's the only other story I've heard.
Do you know the Richard Nixon story?
Yeah, where he went with Jackie Gleason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that's bullshit?
Actually, not for that time frame, no. I could see Jackie Gleason and Richard Nixon soaking some suds down.
That I definitely could say. And also, Jackie Gleason did become obsessed with UFOs afterwards and even had a house built in shape of a UFO.
Yeah.
It's a wild-looking house that was apparently for sale recently.
Yes, really?
Yeah.
It
was in upstate New York. It did look like it's a very bizarre looking house. Like you see, you're like, why would Jackie Gleason build it? Want to see it? Yeah. You look at it, you're like, why would Jackie Gleason build a house like this? But then you hear that story, you go, well, maybe that's why he did it. Maybe because the word was that he had become obsessed with UFOs at one point in his life, and this story came out, I think, as told by his wife.
Oh wow, yeah.
This was Jackie Gleason's house, which is so weird.
Yeah,
spaceship-like house, very strange. Very fucking strange.
For someone to do something like that, I would have to believe they had something profound.
Or they were me. I would build that. I've never had a UFO experience. I would build that fucking house. I love that house.
I kind of like those too. It's like when I'm down at Navarre Beach, where I have a home down there in Florida, but there's a UFO house down there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it looks just like a UFO.
I think there's a UFO house in California somewhere. I think there's one in the hills above Studio City. I think there's one. It's like a famous UFO house. I think they filmed things there. I think it's like on stilts, and it looks like a UFO. I mean, people are always going to want things that look like that doesn't necessarily mean that the Jackie Gleason, that one, that's in the Hollywood Hills.
I don't think Kendall's here.
Yeah,
That one
that dope.
actually is pretty cool.
Fucking dope.
Yeah.
That house was cool as shit.
But I'd be terrified living in California with the earthquakes and it being on those things.
Stupid place to live.
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't want it as your main house.
No.
That's a house you visit every now and then when you want to get drunk.
Yeah.
Let's get drunk at the UFO
Or
house.
just someplace private.
Yeah, have a party. Have a little cocktail party at the UFO house.
There you go. That's exactly how I treat it.
Yeah, it's like fun.
Yeah.
But so the grays, the tall whites, the reptilians, but then there's the mantis too, right?
Right, and those are things, honestly, we've only discussed the part of my life. I've had experiences all the way from 3 years old on. And even after I was out of the program and I was just working in Florida, and I've seen the Delta or triangular craft like 3 times. And one of those times was with my daughter when we were coming back from her gymnastics class, pretty much just before I retired.
What did that look like?
It was like the size of a 3-story home, but it was, pointed, and on the top it was kind of angular, kind of like what you see the F-117 look like, where it's angular. Mm-hmm. It kind of looked like that. It had pale grayish white lights on the underside, on the cardinal corners, and then in the back there was a flat panel that looked like a grill, where there was a light. There was like these stack of straight up lights like fluorescent lights are that would go to the right and then to the left.
And did it make noise?
Zero noise.
And it was just flying through the air?
Yeah.
Fast? Slow?
It was going fairly slow. And then when it banked, it turned, and then that's when it sped up a little bit. And then I lost it in the trees. Then I saw it 2 other times. One time was going to work, and the other time was in 2022 when I reached out to some of the program folks that I used to know to tell them, hey, there was a space on the top secret JWIC's computers that they're talking about UFOs. And I pointed them directly to this delta-shaped craft, because I was like, I know what this is, and I know what they know it is. So I was trying to let them know that you need to look at this imagery that we have our hands on. And ends up, they ended up showing up with it. And they showed me flying in flight. They followed me home the next night, and it was right there above my car. And I'm looking, kind of like,
so is this ours?
It's ours. Yeah, it's a hybrid, or it's ours. I've always told people.
A hybrid meaning what?
Well, here it is. The whole thing is that in the 90s, I know they were on mission with me, right, Pat, and we saw a delta-shaped craft. It had different nacelles at the time, or engines at the time. That's what a nacelle is. And then, so this new version looked very similar in shape. However, it had these glowing orbs that looked like they were part of the propulsion system. So they had upgraded part of it, and now it looked fully functional in operation, because back in the 90s it was not.
So this is the other thing that I keep hearing, is that we are in possession of technology that is many, many years ahead of anything that anybody can anticipate.
And when we get that, I call that exotic material, and or whatever you want to call it, but we get our hands on that, and about every 10 years we get a breakthrough on it, because we do study it, and sometimes somebody is smart enough to figure something out. And the next thing you know, we've got fiber optics, or we've got cell phones, we've got transistors, now we're nanotech. Where'd all this stuff come from? Is some of this part of this NHI presence, and that they've taken a patent that was developed inside the program, and now these people from Lockheed and Northrop are patenting this stuff and making lots of money on the outside.
Other than the beings that we described, are there other ones that people have talked about?
Yes, I've actually, like I said, as a young adult, I've probably encountered more of a spiritual sense, but they were Nordic looking. Platinum hair kind of a look, blue eyes.
Like the tall whites are different?
No, different.
How many documented different species have you heard of?
If I'm talking about my mission days, it's only a handful. And then if you're talking about other things that I've had other people tell me about, I think I've heard enough from enough people that I trust that I think our concept of life in this universe is totally off. I think there are literally trillions of other life forms. And anything you can imagine, probably true.
That's an interesting thing, because one of the things that I wondered when we used to talk in the task force was, if this is we're the alpha species here on Earth. So what if what we're seeing is the alpha species from another planet? Think about what other critters and other things are running around. And maybe if we see something wild and crazy over here, what if it's somebody, who's got a dog like Psycho? And all of a sudden, something goes, you're like, what was that? We just don't know. So we can speculate and everything and build all these hypotheses up, but we're constantly looking to add to what we think is out there, so we can figure out, well, here's what we figured out, here's what we haven't.
Now, is the conventional explanation that these things are from other planets, or is there speculation that they're interdimensional? Is there speculation that they live in the water?
Yes.
All of that. All the above. I would say that the way they appear and disappear is interdimensionalism. I've had other friends that have had encounters that have talked to me that see a larger craft, and then it turned, and all of a sudden there was a door opening and a creature coming out, and yet this other part of the craft seemed to be like a long way off. So it's like interdimensionally large. However, when it turns, it's not like our four-dimensional world.
I've heard of a craft that you go inside of it, and it looks like a couple 100 feet on the outside. You go inside of it,
yes,
it's exactly. A football field.
Yeah, Dr. Who style.
Because it's going into this other dimension, and there's actually more space to that. Yes, and that's what this guy was describing.
So we've all heard that too. The other thing too about the dimensional thing, because of the speeds that they're moving at, it could be that they're moving so fast it looks like they slipped into a dimension. Because sometimes you'll see these things go off into the sky and then do some weird whatever, and then they're gone. And then other times, what you're seeing is this thing is moving slowly, and then all of a sudden, it's gone. And you're like, did they just slip into another dimension, or is that their...
Is the speed so fast that you can't track it with your eye?
Yes. I've heard people tell me that they were seeing some of these things moving at 16,000 miles per hour plus, and we're still accelerating. I've never been able to verify that, obviously, but these are some people that seem to know what they're talking about. And, they just kind of come forward. I would just have, when I was on the task force, I would just get a phone call and they said, hey, are you Mr. Logan? Oh, yeah. Check your email in about 5 minutes. Or, hey, there's something I want to tell you. And I have no way of verifying it. But the idea would be to put it in a little box somewhere to say, hey, this is an unknown. And maybe someone like Jason would come along and verify what this guy just told me, or verify what I just saw in a video that maybe he can corroborate on. We would look at, primarily for the task force, we were looking at the safety of the pilots, because they were having so many problems and they kept filling out all those safety reports, So we're like, and I remember asking the task force director, Jay Stratton, I was like, what about all the commercial stuff that's going on? And he says, I want to incorporate that, but I can't, because with their stuff, we don't have a good chain of custody on what's happening, and if someone's manipulating the data. With the stuff that's coming directly from the pilots, we can't. So I was always looking at what the pilots told me they saw. And then me and several others in and outside of the task force were looking through the commercial stuff to see if we could find the same exact thing. Because that's how I when I first got it pulled into the task force, it was, I talked about my app, and I was going to do this just to figure out just something for a hobby when I get older, when I grow up. And then Lou Elizondo came out with Leslie Keane and their story. And I went and found Lou, and I said, you're serious about what you're talking about? Stop by my office, because I just wanted to see if you could do it. And he showed up with the gang, and they presented their story about the pilots and everything. And we were like, okay. And I said, well, what about this weird thing over here? And they're like, how do you know about that? And I was like, I got friends in low places, kind of like you. And they looked at me and they said, don't worry, that one's we've been told that something mundane is nothing important. And I was like, I beg to differ. And I was able to show them a video of the same thing seen somewhere in the world through civilian stuff. And I remember when they were leaving after they heard everything, and all of a sudden Lou just turns back around and goes, "You're in." And I was like, "In what?" And he goes, "You'll see." And next thing you know, I was in the task force. So, and for me, I was like, "Oh, my life just came full circle. I saw some things, and now I'm actually going to investigate these things." Mm. And so that's how I kind of pressed ahead. And then just to add on top of that, remember I said when Jason showed up, I called David Crush, right? But the funny thing was, I hadn't even been in the task force that long, and I was trying to look at things. All of a sudden, I get a phone call, and I'm like, "Yeah, how can I help you?" And he goes, "My name is David Grush. Are you serious about all this stuff you're tracking?" And I go, "Yeah." He goes, "I want in." And I was like, "Huh?" And he goes, "I think I have something that can help with you guys." And I was like, "Well, I'm not in charge of this. I got to introduce you to, Stratton and Company." And so I introduced him, and every now and then I would say hi to him, and we'd talk, and he'd call me on the phone. But who else? I mean, I'm going to Stratton. I'm going to all the people in the task force, and he pops up, and I'm like, "Oh my God, what do you do with that?"
Right.
I don't have the resources.
I didn't get invited like you did.
Yeah, I didn't have the resources to check out everything that he did.
One of the things that we keep hearing, Christopher Mellon's talked about this, many people talked about this, is there is evidence that's been classified that is high resolution video of photographs that are very distinct, very different than some of the blurry stuff that we've seen. Yes. Have you guys seen any of that?
Yes.
You have. Can you talk about it?
All I can say is that there's some really, really good, clear, high-def stuff out there that
Can't explain.
You can't explain. You're just sitting there going,
We went through the whole rigmarole on these objects. You had people on one side of the fence, people on the other side of the fence, people in the middle of it all, and nobody could draw it.
The first thing we're trying to do is go, okay, could that be Russia? Could that be China? Okay, who else is there? And you go through your whole list. Then once you put that off to the side, you go through, what are we observing? And some of the things, like Lou said, the 5 observables plus the 6, which is, the psychological effect on there. But you're kind of going through those, looking for all those. They're not always there, but they're super clear. And some of them, you're like, you look at it and you just keep saying, how can that be?
Yeah, because you got to understand that these are professionals. We had imagery analysts go through looking for false positive, like camera artifacts that look like something they're not.
They can do AI analysis of images now. They're pretty accurate.
Exactly, and we had a whole database of all these false positives to go through, and it wasn't matching any of that. We were going through the imagery analysis of the video, looking for flaws like artifacts. Couldn't find anything.
And you're talking about high resolution video.
Yeah,
like it's much clearer than the stuff we're seeing.
Exactly. Yeah.
What's the resistance to that stuff getting out there to the general public?
It's just classification.
It could be where it's at, those type of things. It could be anything.
Because one of the things that I think the community really gets hung up on when it comes to the intel community is that the classification is one thing, but when you don't know if something is a threat, you automatically assign a value to that as being credible or not credible. And right now they can't draw a conclusion, therefore they don't want to declassify it, therefore it will not be divulged in public because of those reasons.
I was telling him in my first thing as an intern is grind or fall.
Right.
And then the next thing I'm trying to do is, break down all the characteristics and we would sit there and we're looking. When I first joined the task force, I remember there was a group that I used to walk in their office because they're smarter than me, so I want to make sure I'm getting the best input. And the first couple of times I showed up, everybody pulled out the aluminum hats. They started playing the X-Files music, and I'm like, okay, guys, but what about this? And I throw it out there, and they're like, oh yeah, what is that? After about the 4th or 5th visit, no more music, No, I come in, everybody's already hunched over what I've already sent them. They're like, yeah, what is that? Because Jay Stratton asked us he said, lean forward and get out there and use an all source approach to looking and gathering all the information on what we can find. So I would capture, I'd call up a drone guy and say, I need you to come to my office. Take a look at this. And he would look at it and he was like, holy crap, how big is that? What? How? And I was like, yeah, I need answers. Can you take a look? And he would, Logan, I'll get back to you. A couple of weeks later, he's like, dude, I got nothing. And then, we would have an imagery guy look at it. And, sometimes they could sit there and say, dude, that's this.
If you had one piece of footage or image to release, would there be one that really stands out? Like if they said, look, you could release just one of these classified high resolution videos. Is there one that really stands out as being unique?
It's a group for me. It's a group.
Can you describe any of it?
I think Lou Elizondo described one. There's the story that he talks about. I think Commander Fravor discusses about the torpedo. Do you remember that one? Where the story is that they were launching torpedoes and they blew the ballast on the torpedo. The torpedo came up to the top, and the divers came to hook the torpedo. And just as they were about to hook it, something very large, like an island, came up underneath them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I get this weird call, and it's you have to play devil's advocate, because when you're trying to tell guys that they were the observer, and you're trying to say, hey, well, it could have been this. Some of these guys get downright angry. They're pissed because you're questioning their ability to discern what's going on. They were there, you weren't, so
and
you have to
seen something life changing.
Right. So you have to be careful, because after a while, nobody will want to talk to you again because, Logan's an asshole because he. Right. So you're very careful. So this guy just sends me this thing, and I'm looking at it, and I just, maybe a couple weeks before, I'd heard this story with Fravor and Elizondo. So I'm like, what is this? And there was this, all I can say was there was something very, very, very large moving under the water, but not too far that you can't see it. But it's moving under the water, and it's seeing objects that I know are really large, and this thing is bigger than them. Right. And I'm sitting there going,
well, I think they mentioned one of them, and that was the oil tanker one.
Yes.
Yeah. That one confused the hell out of me. And there were people saying it was just a shadow.
That's the one that was going 500 knots.
It was going pretty quick. Yeah. But some people were saying it was just some kind of a round object that the sun is just making a large.
The shadow of the moon going across space and the earth and all that.
Somebody did another analysis, and they looked at the wave tops, and they're like, this is not a shadow, otherwise it would show up on the wave. This is under the surface. And this thing.
It's disturbing the water underneath it.
This thing made this oil rig out in the ocean look, it dwarfed it. I mean, this was like 3 or 4 times bigger.
So the speculation is that they're hiding in plain sight in the water, or is the speculation that there's always been a civilization down there?
I'd say, in my opinion,
yes.
No, in my opinion, I would say that they have been there a very long time, and that underneath the ocean and underneath the ground are 2 of the best places to stay hidden and out of the way of prying eyes.
You go out in the boonies somewhere, or you go there's a whole bunch of activity going on around Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico?
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of activity that is going on, where the Nimitz incident is. Mm-hmm. Right? So there's things that we want to verify, because you hear stories about things like you've heard of the Baltic anomaly. Mm-hmm. All right? So the first thing you want to know is, well, first of all, is it actually there? Once you verify that it's there, you want to know
what's its composition.
What's its composition? All those things. There's another thing on there. You can look it up right now. It's called the Cuban Atlantis. It's supposed to be 13 nautical miles west of Cuba, all right? And it looks like there's triangles and everything else there. And I'm like, from the moment that thing came out, I've never heard anybody else say, we've been there, we've checked it out, we've verified it, it's there, let's send a dive team down. The thing on the right there,
yeah. Under the water?
Yeah, that's supposedly 13
Is that
miles
real?
off the coast of Cuba.
Oh,
Well,
it's
that's
very
what we
real.
want to know.
Yeah.
We want to verify that. You know,
Whatever that is.
Yeah, where's the
Crazy.
National Geographic documentary on that?
Is that, wait a minute, is that for real?
just the
Why have I
one.
never even
all
seen that before?
All the
That's
other
cool.
ones I'm thinking are fake, but this one up top, right there, where the thing is.
Click on that, Jamie.
Yeah.
Ancient Origins. Is it a crackpot site?
Doesn't give the vibes of a place to start looking for
Right.
relevant information.
Right.
That's a good way to put
Right.
it, Jamie.
There's
Yeah.
no vibe.
So supposedly what was
Bad
happening,
vibes, man.
there was some people doing something coming across the water, and they saw it. So could it be that the Caribbean,
We analyze this.
yeah, the Caribbean's hot, and
Oh, wow.
and there's something out there, you know?
Eventually goes to the water.
Yeah.
That's very weird.
Even this one, we've looked at it.
We argued over this for months.
How
Yes.
fast is this thing supposedly going?
It's not going that fast.
Yes, it's kind of quick, like a Learjet would. You know,
But
It
but
just looks,
not
now it just went
remarkable.
right in the water.
the two
Right.
things that stick
That's
out
what's
about
nuts,
this,
and it goes in the water.
it does. There's no
It's going
rooster tail.
fast in the water.
Yeah, there's
Right.
no rooster tail that
Right.
comes off it.
Right.
And the other thing is, at one point near the end, actually, it looks like it splits in two. There's like one's a holograph and one's
right. Now there's some other energy guy that's saying, "Oh, that it didn't actually go in the water. It's just an
yeah.
artifact."
See, it splits up.
Yeah, there you go. See, that's the part that you can't. And what do we see with the drones? Some of these are splitting.
Yes.
And these are the ones that I find very curious because those are the ones that get sent, and they're like, it's an orb, but now there's three of them. You know, how do I explain that?
Well, listen, I want to thank you guys for having the courage to even talk about this, because I know it brings with it a lot of ridicule. And for people like me that have no idea what's going on, it's very fascinating. And
We know a lot more than most.
well, I still don't know anything though, so that's not good.
No more than wait a minute.
Yeah, but I mean, all I know is what people have told me. So I don't know what's real and what's not real, you know. But I appreciate you guys very much, and thank you for being here. If you got social media, tell everybody where they can get a hold of you.
I'm on X Space mainly. Just my name, Jason T. Sands, is my moniker. So,
Logan.
I am at phenom.earth. Just look it up, and you'll see information about my app and a little bit about my background.
Okay.
and I've got a first-hand fund I'm trying to get for the whistleblowers to come forward as well.
Okay.
James Fox did ask me to pass you something. He said if you could put out a shout out to anybody that has information on the Varhenia stuff, because he's found some new information and he needs to start corroborating.
Ah, okay. Where do they get a hold of James? It's James Fox Director, I think, on Instagram.
I believe so.
Yeah, and his X Space is also good.
Okay. All right. Beautiful. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Very
Thank
fun.
you, Joe. Very good.
All right. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Joe Rogan again.
You're gorgeous.
You are too, you beautiful
Shut up.
bastard. Come on.
Can I read you something?
Oh, okay. You want to read me something?
This is from my son, just
Okay.
before I came on the show. Hi, Daddy. I was wondering if the show will be live anywhere, and tell Joe that I say hello and I love his show.
Oh,
You just made his life.
how old is he?
Well, last week was his bar mitzvah.
Oh, so he's 13.
He's 13,
Okay.
and it was
That's about the age you shouldn't be listening to my show yet. You used to disturb me when I would meet my youngest daughter's friends when they were before high school.
Yeah.
And they would say they love my podcast. I was like, geez, this is really not for you. Like some of these subjects, not for you. But the kids today, they're not 12-year-olds when I was a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
These kids have a far more advanced understanding of the world, for good or for bad.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, I don't know if it's good or bad, because I mean, I think our childhood, we were more exposed to things than our parents were. I don't necessarily think that's bad. So why would I think it's bad for kids today?
I think the explosion, though, is,
Yeah.
you could go on and see porn that you and I don't even know they exist.
Yeah, it is an issue. Yeah, that most certainly is a problem. But I don't know if it's worse or better.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I would rather have the loss of innocence that I had as a 14-year-old than the loss of innocence my parents had. I think they just lived in a more ignorant time, and with knowledge, you're also going to get all the bad stuff. Like, I see a lot of assassination videos.
Okay. You know, it's funny you say the age of innocence, because I've always said that the two things that protect me in life were my Belgian shepherds, who I love. And I saw, by the way, we were talking recently about Belgian Malinois.
Yeah.
So my kids have grown up with. By the way, the Belgian Malinois is one of 4 types of Belgian shepherds. The only difference across the 4 types is that the Belgian Malinois has short hair, whereas the ones that we had have longer. They even look more wolfish, more intimidating.
Scary dogs.
And so, anyways, so I always said that the 2 things that protect me when I sort of entered the sanctity of my home was the love of my family, my Belgian shepherds, and the innocence of my children. Because, you know, the world out there is ugly. And then you go back home.
True.
And so once that becomes polluted because they just know more, I feel like I'm losing part of it.
That's interesting. I don't think you should think that way. I think they're human beings and you should want them to know things. It's just that we enjoy the position of being the person that has all the deep, dark knowledge of the world and dealing this innocent child that wants to watch Dora the Explorer. You know, Dora, you know, like
Peppa Pig.
Yeah, Peppa Pig, all those kind of shows. And there's, you know, there's something beautiful in watching a little person learn stuff about the world, and shocking when they find out about murders and danger and scary things, and you know, and then their realm of knowledge expands to, you know.
What amazes me is seeing my children get a political awakening. So my son, who's really precocious, he's 13. My daughter is 16. She wasn't as into it, but during the last U.S. elections, maybe because of the TikTok stuff and so on, she sort of woke up to it, and she would come to me and say, you know, why do we like Trump? Why don't we like? And so I saw an awakening in her that my son already had. I mean, he literally will sit with me, watch. I mean, Tucker's no longer on, but he would watch Tucker with me and have conversations with me when he was 11, 12. My daughter came a bit later into the game, but it's so rewarding to see them wake up to these things, have meaningful conversations with me on these topics. It's beautiful.
God, I didn't know anything about politics blissfully unaware when I was 13.
Is that right?
Right, but I did worry about Russia. When I was in high school, everybody was terrified. Before the fall of the Soviet Union, we were terrified that we were going to go to war with Russia. It was like a thing that was hovering over our head every day.
Yeah.
That was kind of all I knew about politics. Like, Russia bad, United States good, Russia bad, wants to kill United States. Like, that's what we were basically told. All the movies like Red Dawn, you know, Russia invades America.
Can I incorporate some professorial elements where you just
Please
said?
do.
So one of my intellectual heroes is John von Neumann, who was a Hungarian Jewish polymath. He was a mathematician, he was a game theorist, and he was one of the pioneers of using game theory. Do you know what game theory is?
Yes.
In economics? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Do you want me to explain it?
Yeah, please.
So a classic example of a game theory context would be the prisoner's dilemma, right? You capture 2 prisoners, you take them apart, as the cops do. Each of them can either squeal, confess or not, and depending on so there are 4 possibilities. Both can confess, one confess, the other one. So there's a 2x2 matrix, and there are different payoffs in each of these matrices. And then the question is, what is the optimal behavior? So that's called game theory, because you use game theoretic, framework to model what should be some optimal behavior. Well, in the context of the Cold War, that's when game theory was first being applied. That the Soviets can nuke us or not, we can nuke them or not.
Mm-hmm.
And so there were all these models that were developed. So, for example, mutually assured destruction is a outshoot of understanding game theory. And so for the ones who are watching the show, John von Neumann is the definition of how I think an intellectual should be. Very broad thinker. He can both discuss mathematics or economics or game theory, He died, I think, too young, but he got his PhD at the age of 23. Check him out, jump on him.
Wow, 23.
23 years old from Hungary.
Incredible.
Wow. Yeah.
The people just make you feel like such a dummy.
I mean, I was impressed with myself because I got my PhD at my late 20s.
That's still pretty good.
Well, he beat me by many, many years, so I'm a little ant compared to him.
It's bizarre when you see like young teenagers that are in college already because they've gone through their entire high school course.
Yeah.
By the time they're 14, 15 years old.
Yeah.
Now it's 16, they're in college.
Yeah.
So strange.
Of course, as you know, the danger of that is that you're not at the right social developmental phase.
Yeah.
So yes, you can solve calculus really easily, but you can't speak with people who are 4 years older than you. So you end up
Isn't
being
that crazy?
Yeah. So it's so I'm not sure if I support this kind of fast tracking because there's an element of just being with the right people at the right age.
That is true, but also when you have an extraordinary mind, you want to give that extraordinary mind fuel. You have someone who caught lightning in a bottle, and you want to help that.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe there's a way to do it where the parents come with the kid to school or something like that. But isn't it strange, though, that you and I at our age, the idea of talking to someone 4 years older than us is like, so what?
Yeah.
Like, what's the big deal? Isn't it weird? Like, the accelerated learning that you have as a child is so rapid and so profound that a 4-year age gap is nuts.
Well, speaking of accelerated learning, my biggest regret, I may have discussed this with you before or not, but my parental regret is that we never taught our children all of the languages that we speak at home. So I speak, my mother tongue is Arabic, and I also learned French because from Lebanon and then moving to Montreal. Then I learned English, and I also speak Hebrew. And then my wife, because she's Lebanese Armenian, she speaks Armenian. So between the two of us, we speak 5 languages. But here's the rub. If I speak to them in Arabic or Hebrew, my wife won't understand. If she speaks to them in Armenian, I won't understand. So we just settled on French and English. So rather than them now being these super exotic, 5 language speaking kids, they only speak the very vanilla French and English.
Yeah, but it's still 2.
It's about
99% of
compared to Americans, I agree. They don't even master one language.
They barely know English. They have separate versions of English.
I was
slangs and dialects.
I posted on X that I was coming to Texas. I'm also soon going to South Carolina, to Georgia, to Florida, to Mississippi. And so I said, if I'm going to fit in the South, since I'm doing this big, what are some absolute must expressions that I must have? So the ones I came up with, and you'll add to that, I'm fixing to leave.
Okay.
Bless your heart.
Bless your heart.
Y'all. All y'all.
All y'all.
That's all I got.
Yeah, don't use any of those.
No?
No.
Why?
No, because it's too cliche. They're going to know you're faking it.
And they're going to know I'm faking it because I'm not tall enough to be a Texan.
No, there's some drug Texans. Fitness isn't just about what you do in the gym. It's also about your nutrition. But even with the best diet, some nutrients can be hard to get, and AG1 can help fill those gaps. AG1 delivers optimal amounts of nutrients in forms that help your body perform. AG1 makes foundational nutrition easy because there aren't a million different pills and capsules you have to keep track of. It's just one scoop mixed in water. It's such an easy routine to keep in the mornings. Ingredients in AG1 are selected for absorption, nutrient density, and potency, and are intentionally picked to work in sync with the whole formula for optimal impact. They are seriously committed to quality. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, and they're constantly reformulating their recipe to dial it in. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, get on this. But the thing is, like, saying it like that, you can't. If you don't have a Southern accent and you're throwing y'alls around, people are like, get out of here with that. Yeah. It's just a weird one. And not that the accent here is so dense. Like, the Texas accent is probably much stronger in the rural areas. Yeah. Or in small cities and stuff like that. Austin is pretty mixed with a bunch of people from all over the place. So I think even the general Texas accent here is fairly muted.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that, Jamie? That makes sense.
Definitely, y'all's are
A lot of
thrown
y'all
around, but that's about it.
Right, but it's not. He's not a
Yeah,
Texas accent
Yeah, it's
like
not
you
Texas.
hear in other parts of the state. There's other parts of the state you talk to people like that's a motherfucking Texas accent. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a very specific way that they talk that's pretty cool, but it's very distinct. You know, it makes you know where you're at. Like New Yorkers. Like if you're in New York and you go to an Italian deli and you're talking to this fucking guy and he's making you a sandwich. You know, like my friend Giovanni. Like it's fun. It's like they're talking the way they talk. It's like it's a very specific way of talking. It's cool.
I was going to say that you're going to get me in trouble because I think I mentioned to you last time that the biggest trouble I ever faced was 2 shows ago when I was here. And I made a joke about the French Canadian accent.
Yes, you did.
So
They get very upset at
I
you.
am hereby stating that in nature, the most beautiful auditory orgasm is to listen to the French Canadian
But now they
accent.
think you're lying because now you're
No, I've
flip-flopper.
just learned.
You're a flip-flopper. Flip-flopper is a weird one to me because it's like, wait a minute, what do you do when you encounter new information?
That's right.
Don't you change your mind? Like this idea that someone who's running for office, especially, right? It's always like presidential candidates and Senate
That you should you should always be consistent. Yeah.
Which is so crazy. Like, shouldn't you learn from new information?
So in behavioral decision making, psychology of decision making, there's a whole field that studies what are the types of cognitive traps that people succumb to precisely to not alter their original position. And Leon Festinger, I don't know if you know, he's the pioneer who developed the theory of cognitive dissonance. And so he has an amazing quote, which I use in one of my earlier books, in The Parasitic Mind, where he basically says the types of mental machinations that the average human being will engage in to make sure that there's cognitive consistency in his mind. Because incoming information that contradicts my anchored position makes me feel icky. So what are the kinds of mental gymnastics I'm going to go through to make sure that everything stays consistent in my mind? Which, as you might imagine, is a big obstacle for me because I'm in the business of administering mind vaccines to people, right? Getting them to think properly. But if the reality is that the architecture of the human mind is not built to change their positions, then I'm up Schitt's Creek.
Well, if you pay attention to X, you will see you are up Schitt's Creek. Because especially liberal people on X, like super hyper liberal people that are unwilling to look at any positive aspects of any sort of Republican ideas with policies or it's like that's what they're doing. They're doing that 100%.
Albeit there are a few people that have come around, let's say to Trump. Don't you think?
Oh yeah,
So
a lot of people have, but it's like they had to see 4 years of an awful administration to go, oh, okay, wait a minute. I think these people are bullshitting me. I think these people are fully incompetent. I don't think that guy's really the president. I think there's like a bunch of financial institutions and deep state operatives that are involved in this whole thing. And that's did you see that interview with Mike Johnson when he was talking about conversations that he had with Biden about liquid natural gas?
I don't think so.
And that Biden had signed an executive order and it limited liquid natural.
Oh, and then he said, I didn't do that.
He said he didn't do it. That's right. And so he couldn't get a meeting with Biden. They wouldn't let him have a meeting. It took a year before he got a meeting, and there was a bunch of people in the room in that meeting. And he wanted to be alone with Biden, but Biden kicked everybody out. So they had to listen. Biden kicked everybody out. Then he was talking to him. And then he found out that Biden didn't even read these executive orders. He was gone, man. We knew he was gone. I said he was gone in 2020. The presidency ages you faster than radiation. Whatever the fuck happens when you're in that, when you have all that information and all that pressure and like the whole world's watching you and then there's fucking chaos everywhere and probably a bunch of terrifying shit that most people don't have information on, but you do. And all of a sudden you have this crazy position. Like you age like crazy. So he was already gone 4 years ago. So 4 years of getting cooked by being the president. Like that poor guy.
So I'll tell you a background story, because we're talking about Trump, and of course I came on your show. I was speaking to one of his senior advisors prior to him agreeing to come on your show. And I was saying, hey, I would love to have President Trump for a chat and so on. He goes, oh, that's fantastic. What would you like to talk about? What angle would you like to do? to pursue. And I said, well, I think that a lot of people have this wrong impression of President Trump. If he was given a long format setting where we can just chat, people would see that he's funny and he's not this over. And of course, he came on your show. There's no point coming on my show once he's been on your show. And I think you did exactly that with him. So that a lot of people, several people that I know who hated Trump, after they sort of watched on your show, they're like, it's kind of cool. And so that was exactly what I was hoping to do had I had the privilege of having him chat with me. And of course, you pulled it off.
Yeah, that's the only way to talk to people. And I wanted to do that with Harris too. I wanted to be able to talk to her as a human, just have a conversation with I know there's a human in there. I know this whole system's fucked, but I talked about this before, but there's this one interview that she does where she talks about meeting her mother and father-in-law for the first time. And it's so funny. And she talks about her mother-in-law grabbing her face. He goes, "Oh, look at you." He said she's laughing, but she's laughing genuine. It's not that weird performative laugh that she does sometimes. It's really funny. I was like, there's a human in there. Like, that would be fun to just talk to a person.
Obviously, you've spoken to thousands of people for 3-hour chunks. Do you think, had you had the opportunity, you would have been able to pull out 3 hours of worthwhile conversation with her?
I don't know. You don't know until you do it. You don't know also based on people's conversations with other people, because people are different. To some people, they go into conversations like it's an interview, right? And so they can't establish a flow, right? A conversation like where you and I are having is a dance.
Exactly.
We're both moving. We're moving. We have to
I actually call it a tango. Like literally,
it is a tango. It's a tango. It's a dance, and you have to know that. And some people literally are having these things and don't know it's a tango.
Yeah.
They think that it's an opportunity for them to expose people's flaws or catch people in viral moments or an opportunity to flex your intellect. There's a bunch of things. So it fucks with the flow, because as a person listening, I want to feel a genuine conversation. That's what I want.
Yeah.
Right. And you can get that out of almost anybody if they're willing to do it, but that you have to be skillful in how you negotiate it and how you do it. You have to think about it like it's like a dance.
So I'm gonna maybe be a bit more less charitable than you. I don't think she's capable of doing it, because it takes a couple of things to be able to do what you just said. Number one, it takes vulnerability, in that you're laying yourself out there. Right now, I'm speaking straight without any script, and I might say something stupid that's going to be caught by millions of people, but I'm willing to take that chance for the joy of sitting and chatting with you. But if you're tight and you can't let yourself go, if you don't have the self-assuredness to be able to be vulnerable, then you can't. That's why she could only speak in those little chunks.
Perhaps, but it's also perhaps who is she talking to? Do they have the ability to, do they have the personality? Do they have whatever it is that allows people to be comfortable and have a conversation? Because all these conversations, just like the way I talk about like these rambling speeches that she does, which she kind of rambles on, it's because I know what it's like. She's trying to dismount. She doesn't know how to dismount. So it's pressure, right? But how is she verbally when there's no pressure? I bet she's a lot better. Everybody is. So that's the goal.
Yeah.
The goal is to talk to her like a human. Like there was a few things they didn't want to talk about. I said, I don't care. We can talk about fucking groceries. I don't give a shit. We talk about flowers. Don't give a fuck. I just want to talk. Like, let's talk. You know what? Talk. Anybody who doesn't want to talk about something, I don't need to talk to them about that.
Right.
If you've got a UFO experience, you don't want to talk about it. Like, okay. Let's talk about ghosts. What do you think about Bigfoot? I'll find out what you're about.
We did. You and I talked about Bigfoot last time when you explained to me how you got off the Bigfoot train.
Yeah, I want to believe. That's the problem. Yeah. The problem with Bigfoot is the same problem that I have with. No, I don't believe. But it's the same problem that I have with UFOs. Yeah. The problem is I am very biased. Look who's a UFO right behind me. Right. Very, very biased. There's a UFO on the desk. Look, that's the sport model from Bob Lazar, what he found in the Area S4, Area 51.
Okay.
I am I'm a romantic in that way. I want to believe in stupid shit.
Right.
I do. So I have to be careful. I have to be careful in what do I actually believe versus what do I want to believe. Like, what does the data show me? And the data shows me, especially what I know now from being a hunter for 12 years and spending a lot of time in the woods and knowing how many people are out there and how many people have phones and cameras and how many trail cameras there are and how many we have like real accurate. There's only 2 jaguars that we know of that are in North America, and they know exactly where they are. Like, you telling me, just tell me this fucking giant ape is wandering around Seattle
without anybody seeing it. Right.
It's just not likely. Also, there's a bunch of also reasonable explanations. First of all, have you ever been to the Pacific Northwest? You've been up
I've
to
been
the woods
to
up there?
Seattle.
The woods up there are fascinating because it's essentially a rainforest.
Mhm.
So there's so much rain that the forest is dense like these fingers.
Right.
Like, it's like a box of Q-tips. That's what I always describe it as. Like, there's no spaces. It's just trees everywhere.
Right.
It's just, there's no like big open spaces where if like you go to Montana, you go to the woods, there's mountains and there's trees, but there's like space in between the trees.
It's expansive.
There's no fucking space up there.
Right.
It's a rainforest. It's like this.
Right.
You don't see shit. And bears are known commonly to walk on 2 legs. They do it all the time. I've seen bears personally with my own eyes. I've seen bears in the woods walk on 2 legs.
Right.
They do it all the time. So if you're looking in between all these trees and something 100 yards away is going in between trees and standing up tall, you just saw Bigfoot.
Right.
Meanwhile, you saw a black bear.
Yeah, exactly.
Normal, everyday, average black bear, standing on its back legs. They do it all the time, and they could easily be 7 feet tall.
So, earlier we were talking about how would you change your opinion once you have a position that's anchored.
Yeah.
So, and now you're saying, I'd love to believe in this stuff, but then incoming information comes in, and then I kind of have to accept the fact that I can't believe this stuff. Well, that, in a sense, was the exact topic of doctoral dissertation. I actually celebrated 30 years in 2024.
What examples did you use?
So I brought in subjects into the lab. So let me tell you what the topic was, and then I'll tell you how I ran it. So the idea was to study what are called stopping strategies, which means when is it that a person has acquired enough information to stop and make a choice? Now, why is that important? Because classical economic theory argues that if you're going to maximize your utility when you're making a decision, you should look at all of the available information. You can't choose the car that maximizes your utility if you leave some information unturned. So that's called the normative theory, meaning that's how you ought to behave normatively if you want to be a perfect decision maker, a rational decision maker. But objectively speaking, that's not what we do, right? Like you and I, every decision that we make every day, we don't sample all of the relevant and available information before we make a choice. We sample until we have sufficiently differentiated between the choices that you say, there's no point in sampling more information. I now have enough information to vote for Trump. I have enough information to marry this girl, to choose this employer. So that's called the stopping strategy. So I was studying the cognitive strategies that people use when they're making the stopping decision. So what I did, so to answer your question of how I went about doing it, I brought in people into the lab and I made them make sequential binary choices. Binary choices means it's a choice between 2 alternatives. Sequential means that they acquire one piece of information at a time on these 2 alternatives. This was done on a computer, and it's called a process tracing algorithm, meaning that it keeps track of every single behavior that the decision maker is making. It does that in the background. And so what I was looking at, they could acquire up to 25 attributes, let's say choosing between apartments, and I was tracking the cognitive processes that they were using and deciding when to stop and choose apartment A or choose apartment B. And then later, I applied that to other types of decisions. For example, mate choice, right? So you could apply for anything. You could apply choosing between fitness instructors, choosing between political candidates to vote for anything, right? The reason why it's binary, it's because it only operates once you're down to 2 final alternatives. You might have used another process to go from 10 alternatives. Like let's say the primaries in the US system, we first go through Republican primary, then we choose one final one, and then we go through a Democratic primary, we choose one, and then the final 2 go head to head. That's when my model comes in. And so my model really explains how we make decisions across a bewildering number of cases, specifically how we stop and say,
Yo, dog.
I'm marrying her, I'm hiring him, I'm voting for him. So it was a big deal.
So it turned.
I don't think so. I'm about gamed out for it now, my friend.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Who sings that?
How dare you? How dare you say who sings that?
No, who's
Angus Young. No, Angus Young is the guitarist, right?
What?
It's God damn it.
My brother used to beat the shit out of me that music.
Okay, what's the game called, dude?
That's right. And then before him, Bon
Yeah.
Scott. Bon Scott died of a drug overdose, right?
Oh, man.
Is that how he died?
One other
Just went too
What do
hard.
you want to play?
That's the thing. It's like it's that moment where you're like, do we want to go any harder?
I saw a video of Angus on stage the other night, like recently. He's like 7 years old,
From ACDC.
going ham. Old fucking dude, white hair, just dancing. See if you can find that video. Just sitting around on stage. Carl was still up. He's like, Dad, you didn't even put me down yet. It takes 3 minutes to calm him. You got a whole system.
3 or 4 minutes, and by for sure 7 or 8 years asleep.
But
They
he
get him
got-
a weighted. Do they have a weighted blanket or not for him?
I don't think they do that for dogs. Does that really work with people? I feel like there's other ways.
There's that
That
one
weighted
video of
blanket.
that like really like kind of weak kid who gets trapped under one or whatever. Have you ever seen that
no.
at that birthday party?
How big is the blanket?
I mean, it's like I guess it's like 80-pound test or whatever. I don't know how heavy the threat.
Like a marlin blanket? A marlin line?
I mean, I don't know how heavy the threat was, but it's like he's like trying to text for help or whatever.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's just a joke.
No,
It has to be a joke.
it
Real?
looked
No,
like
he was really trapped?
yeah, it looked like he was very much trapped under there.
Oh, man.
He was very I don't say malnourished or he didn't like to eat or whatever. One of those kids that only eats nuggets or whatever.
Oh, well, nuggets are better than just, these nuggets are some kind of protein.
Yeah.
Some kind of. What do you think Bobby Kennedy's going to do when he gets into the
Did we
White
start?
House? I think we started. We roll? Yeah, we're
Oh,
rolling.
okay. Okay.
Do you think they're going to get rid of nuggets? See, here's my take on I was just reading this whole thing about Chick-fil-A,
Mhm.
and they were saying this is the most dangerous food in America. The number one burger, Chick-fil-A is like the number one fast food sandwich, chicken sandwich, and there's a fucking 1,000 ingredients, and it's like, yeah, just don't eat it every day, stupid.
Yeah.
I eat them. I'm
Yeah.
healthy. I'm real healthy. You just don't eat them every fucking day.
You enjoy them.
Yeah, you don't. It's not your primary diet.
Yeah, if you're going over there every day or whatever, leaving your kids at home to go get one or something, if you're lying,
fiending,
yeah.
you're just fiending for Chick-fil-A all day.
Well, they're so good, and they come in that little bag. It almost has that. They come in the unmarked bag, you know.
This is a paid advertisement for BetterHelp. Life is kind of like a book, and every new year is the start of a new chapter. Except in this case, the pages are blank, and you can write whatever the fuck you want. Maybe you're working towards buying a new home. Maybe you want to learn how to garden or pick up hunting, or maybe you want to work on your relationships. However you want your story to play out, it's going to take work, dedication, and a little bit of help. Even the greatest authors have an editorial partner to bounce ideas off, and that's nothing to be ashamed about. If you need some help living the life you want, therapy is always a great place to start. Therapy is for everyone, not just people who've gone through a major trauma. It can teach you valuable skills like how to cope with stress, how to communicate better, how to set boundaries, and more. One of the best ways to get into therapy is BetterHelp. It's entirely online, so it's easy to get started and more affordable too. And as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Write your story with BetterHelp. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. I went to a football game the other day. I ate 3 of them.
Yeah.
Feel good. Still work out. Still feel healthy. Key is just don't make that most of what you eat.
Yeah.
Every now and again, a little Chick-fil-A is not going to hurt nothing.
Yeah, treat your lady, treat your friend, treat yourself.
Treat yourself.
Get off of work. I'm going to have one today.
I'm going to get me a double-double from In-N-Out. Fuck it.
That's a lot, though. Double, just get a regular one.
If you're going to go hard, go all the way hard.
See, I'm the guy who I would get 2 singles instead of getting a double.
You know what I get at In-N-Out? I get the Flying Dutchman.
Oh.
You know what that is? It's just patties with cheese on it.
And
It's
there's
so
no hate.
good. It's so good because it's fresh. Because In-N-Out doesn't freeze their meat. Their meat is always fresh. So when you get those, I mean, it's just perfect, man. Just 2 burger patties with 2 slices of cheese, and I pick those greasy bitches up, and nom, 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 and I felt great. I don't feel bad at all. It's like the closest thing you can get to healthy food at a fast food spot.
And so there's no bread on them.
No bread. No bread, no nothing, no
And
sauce,
what do you
no
pick them up
ketchup.
with? You pick them up with 2
Fingers,
forks?
like a fucking pig, like a sloppy glutton. I just resign
That's
myself.
that Missouri sushi, dude. You're fucking just meat and cheese.
Just meat and cheese and greasy fingers.
Damn, dude. That's that Montana
it's so
sashimi,
hot.
brother.
It's so hot you can barely hold on to it. Oh, people do it with the onions on it too. Yeah, I've had that.
Oh, I haven't seen all this.
The onions is good, but my way is no onions.
I have a block on my computer. I don't think I can look at some of this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If I put the Flying Dutchman, dude, it's going to bring up.
My buddy Cody gets them with onions inside of them. So they slice up the onions, put it inside of them, grilled onions inside. That's nice.
I love onions. I think onions are a underrated food.
Do you think onions have any nutrition in them at all? I love onions too.
Yeah.
Whenever I eat onions, I'm like, what am I doing here? There's nothing here.
Right, but there's something about them that's like, oh yeah, but you want some, huh?
There's a tinge. You know what I love?
Yeah.
I love a good tomato and onion salad. You know?
Yeah.
Like when they give those like beefsteak tomatoes, like heirloom tomatoes with slices of onion and some balsamic on that bitch. A little bit of salt. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, I love that. And
it's like an old school New York steakhouse thing, you know,
like a burrata style thing.
Oh, that's good too.
If you go burrata, you're great.
Oh, burrata and the tomatoes, you can't go wrong.
Yeah.
But the onions and tomatoes, tomato and onion salad was like a steakhouse thing. I never really saw it anywhere else. But like tomato and onion salad was like a big thing in like New York steakhouses.
Yeah, baby, that sounds good. I like I like when you get, there's a Vidalia onion. You ever seen that one? That's a beautiful onion. Bring one up, if you don't mind, Jamie.
But well, let's guess though, because I genuinely have no idea.
Okay.
Do you think there's any nutritional content in onions?
Let me think about it. Let me think about what I'm eating. I don't know.
There might be some sneaky shit that like only like Andrew Huberman can tell you about. You know, some weird ingredient.
Like some back end, like a back end magnesium or something.
Yeah. Some weird,
like some fucking
some weird shit.
Like, I mean, there's some.
That's a Vidalia onion. Okay, so I think I've seen them before. I just didn't know they had a different name.
Those are good.
There is a lot of nutrition in Vidalia. I have it.
Is there?
You know,
okay, that's what I want to know. Impressive health benefits of onions. Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel better for liking onions. Tell me what can they do for you?
Vitamin C.
Easy, we should know.
Let's see. Look at all that. There's a little sugar. Interesting. 4.7 grams of sugar in an onion. Imagine how nasty would onions taste if they taste that good with that much sugar.
And just say, God put a touch in there. You knew it.
Has anybody ever had sliced onions with sugar all over it?
I don't know. Because you would think it would bring the sugar out even more.
Right? You know what I had the other day that was really good? Watermelon with salt on it. You ever have that?
No, I haven't had that.
Dude, it's like, you either love it or you will. What the fuck have you done to watermelon?
Oh, I could see that.
I love it.
Mexican people like to put crazy
Chili
shit on
mango.
fruit. Yeah.
Chili mango, man.
They're
That's
like,
a big one in Mexico.
You like this fruit? And they're like,
nailed it.
now you like it or what, motherfucker?
It's spicy fruit.
Yeah, they get crazy,
Bro,
dude.
but chili mango works uniquely Like out of all spicy fruits, that's the one that caught on so much and made it to potato chips.
Chili mango?
Yeah, like chili mangoes and everything.
I haven't had that.
Oh, dude, I drink chili mango element. You know what element is? Like the hydration mix. It's nice.
I like it hydration though.
That's Rob Wolf's company, right? I believe so.
Dude, why is there so much hydration now? And also, dude, thank you I just want to say thank you to Mexican people just for doing everything that they do, dude. I feel like every week we should have a round of applause for Mexican people in America.
Well, it's weird to want to keep them out. You know, they have some of the best food. They're the nicest people. They're some of the hardest working people. Like
and they're organ donors too, a lot of them.
Oh, that's awesome. One of the dumbest stereotypes ever was like the lazy Mexican. Like, what are you talking about? Everyone I've ever met has like fucking 3 jobs. They're all working 12 hours a day. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, I knew a Mexican guy, he had to leave work to go to his job. It never ends, dude.
You know, Mexicans used to have a feud with Puerto Ricans back in the day with boxing. In boxing, there was always like this feud between Mexicans and Puerto Ricans. And the Mexicans would always say that the Puerto Ricans didn't work hard enough. Like the discipline, like some of the Puerto Rican guys are maybe more talented, but the Mexican guys were known for discipline. Like some of the great Mexican boxers, like Julio Cesar Chavez, one of the things about him was his volume was insane.
Yeah.
His knowledge of boxing was insane, but his volume was insane. And the only way you could have volume like that is if you have supreme conditioning.
And what does volume mean? Volume punching?
Volume of punching. Wow. You ever watched Julio Cesar Chavez? One of the greatest of all time.
He passed away?
Greatest of all time. No, he's still alive.
Oh, good.
And his son is boxing now. His son is a really good boxer. Not at the level that his dad was, but Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. was one of the all-time greats. But he would just overwhelm people with volume and just break them down. Pull up a Julio Cesar Chavez highlight. Because when he was in his prime, one of the greatest fights of all time was him versus Meldrick Taylor. And he knocked Meldrick Taylor, who was an Olympic gold medalist, phenomenal boxer. And he knocked out Meldrick Taylor with like 10 seconds to go in the final round. He made this dude cry. I look, his hair should make him cry.
Who's that again?
Is that the dude from Red Clay Strays? That's his brother? Yeah. He looks like he could be this cousin that wants money from him. It's my cousin, the boxer. Shit.
It looks like fucking machine punching.
So I don't know why he made this dude cry, but just go get me a highlight because we don't have the time to like just watch him break this dude down. Give me just like a Julio Cesar Chavez Chavez Senior highlight.
She comes from Silver Spring.
Those guys, you got one of their jackets on, man. You're wearing a red Clay.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I am.
They're great, man.
Thank God this is warm.
So in the 1990s, he was the fucking man. He was the man. He was, I forget what his record was before he had his first defeat, but it was something crazy, like 80 or 90 fights before he had his first defeat.
Yeah, Atletico.
Bro, is there a highlight of his knockouts? Just give me a highlight of like him beating the fuck out of people. He was so good, dude.
Look at this. He's about to cook this brother.
That was Meldrick Taylor.
Oh.
So Meldrick Taylor and him had an epic fight where Meldrick was winning at the beginning of the fight. Meldrick was very good.
That's Meldrick?
No, that's Pernell Whitaker. That was a fight where he probably shouldn't have won. But they gave it to him, and a lot of people, including myself, watched that and think Pernell Whitaker got robbed. Pernell Whitaker was like the slickest of all of the American boxers of his era.
Wow.
But Julio Cesar Chavez just broke Meldrick down later in the fight.
What made him so good then? What made him?
You know what makes a fighter? There's a lot of things, but he didn't stand out in terms of he wasn't faster than everybody or hit harder than everybody.
He wasn't
a one-punch guy.
Right here.
He was a volume puncher, so he would put guys away by breaking them down. He would break their will and crush them. That was what he would do. And he would do it with this fucking mean look on his face when he's just at the end of fights when he had guys broken. He would just overwhelm them and swarm them. He was one of the most terrifying guys because he kept his pace up, 12 rounds, no fucking problem, like iron chin, but different. You know, it's like Julio's, that's the final punch to drop Meldrick Taylor. Wow. And that was one where it was a fucked up call because Richard Steele knew that Meldrick Taylor was out. but there was really only 2 seconds left in the fight, but he still has to wave it off because the dude can't fight.
Right.
So it's kind of crazy. So all these people are mad at Richard Steele because if they do that, Meldrick Taylor would have won the decision. So he stops the fight with like 2 seconds to go. How many seconds was it when he called the fight off? I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say 2 seconds. It might have been 5 seconds.
And what would you do in that situation then?
Well, he's doing the right thing. The referee is there to save the fighter. If he takes one more punch in those 2 seconds and that one punch kills him,
right?
That's him. It's on him.
17.
So 17 he goes down. So let's see what happens. So he gives him the count, which is a standing 8 count. And then he looks at him and he asks him a couple of questions. Give me some volume. So look, he's not looking at the clock. He's looking to save this guy. But look at him. Look at him. He looked him in the eye. He wasn't there.
3 seconds left.
But he's doing the right thing. It's crazy if there's 3 seconds left, but he is doing the right thing.
Because a referee's job is to make sure that they stay alive.
Yes. Protect the fighter.
Because a fighter wouldn't make the right choice, you're saying?
Right. That's why a referee has to protect the fighter from a cut. Like if the cut's too bad, the referee has to call it or bring in a doctor to call it. There's some times where the referee, it's a judgment call, and sometimes they get it wrong because they're human. But it's a crazy job. They have the hardest job in the world. So the guys like Herb Dean, the guys like Mark Goddard, those guys need more praise because it's one of the most difficult jobs in all of combat sports other than being a fighter. The second most difficult for sure is being a referee.
Wow.
Because you got to make these calls. You're like in the middle of chaos in a world title fight where millions of people are watching.
Oh.
And you got to keep this thing together in this very chaotic sport.
That would be so tough. Yeah, I wonder, what are the requirements to be a referee? Like how much, like to be one of those, like Mark Goddard or...
There's courses you can take. I know Big John McCarthy was very instrumental in educating people. Herb Dean's very instrumental in doing this. There's a lot of these guys. Mark Goddard, they'll put together seminars and help guys that are coming up. And there's probably a formal, let's see, find out like what is the website that's like best for if someone wants to go and learn how to be a referee. But
you could probably just pull up in Memphis and start blowing the whistle on a bunch of shit.
Most of them are massive fans, of course. Most of them train, like Mark Goddard trains. I believe Mark Goddard's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. I'll have to check that. I heard Dean, I know, had a few MMA fights.
Oh, so they also have, so a lot of them also have experience.
Mm-hmm. You have to have some. You have to know what's going on because sometimes, especially in like submissions and things like that, like things get complicated real quick.
Yeah.
Like someone not letting go of an inside heel hook. And like, that's a scary one. There's like, do you remember who Samar Palhara is?
No way.
His name was Taquinho, which means tree trunk. That's like his nickname.
Who's Samar? He's Brazilian?
Who's Samar Palhara? He was the scariest guy of all time because he was all leg locks and he was built like a tank. He was like 5'8", 185 pounds, just this fucking ball of muscle. He would dive on dudes' legs and just rip them apart.
Oh, like a python.
And wouldn't let go. Wouldn't let go of the legs. So the guys be tapping. He's the only guy to ever get kicked out of the UFC winning.
Because he was doing that?
Holding submissions. They kicked him out. They said, you can't do that.
What do you mean you can't do it? You can't do
You
what?
got to let go when the referee says stop.
Oh,
because he's crippling people. Oh. You want to see a highlight that makes you cringe? Pull up Husamal Palhara's submission highlights.
Oh, I want to see it now.
Jake Shields punched him in the face after their fight because he got a hold of a Kimura. Jake tapped and he still kept cranking on it. He would do that with guys. He just was a pit bull. He wouldn't let go. But there's an unsportsmanlike aspect to
Do you
it
feel
for
like
sure.
that's unsportsmanlike at a certain point? It seems like it is.
Yeah. You know you're going to cripple a guy. You know if you keep twisting on a knee, he's going to have surgery. If a person taps, it's supposed to be that's it. And there's the heat of the moment stuff, but then there's some people that just do it over and over and over again. And there's folks that are known for that. So look at what he would do, man. He would just get a hold of the guy. Look at his knee. Look, and he's tapping, and that was with John Fitch. Show that one again. So he's tapping. So he gets this knee bar. This knee bar is awful. Look how bad he's tapping, and he's still cranking. Wow. Yeah, still cranking. It's like He would hold on for an extra second or two, which is more than enough to just.
And they kicked him out.
A second doesn't seem like a long time unless you're caught in a knee bar. That's an eternity where your knee is getting exploded and you're tapping and it won't let go. You gotta let go immediately when the person taps.
Yeah.
When the referee stops the fight, you gotta let go immediately.
Now, do you let go when the guy taps you? Like,
So look at this here. The referee was on him. The guy's screaming in agony, still cranking.
he might have had a vengeance. He might have had a.
Oh, he was a mean dude. But he grew up very poor on a farm, horrible upbringing. You know, it's like there's a kind of a crazy story to it.
A lot of pain.
A lot of pain. He grew up in extreme poverty. And like this scar on his chest, like they had a glue, a wound that he had as a child, like on the farm, glued it together. That's why he's this big scar in his chest. Just a hard man.
Yeah.
And a scary dude if you got a hold of your legs, because he wasn't going to let go.
God, I'm glad I don't know him.
Yeah.
I mean, in some ways, you know.
I'm glad you're not grappling with
Yeah,
him.
I'm glad I don't have to know him, like, adversely. Damn, dude. I can't believe we saw Shane, too.
Yeah, what did you say? He looked like a pickled egg?
How dare you? What you're saying?
I knew right away. You hadn't seen him in how long? As soon as you saw Shane's in the sauna, and you're like, he looked like a pickled egg.
Well, he looked like one of those kind of eggs, like in that little cage or whatever at the gas station, you know?
Those bucket eggs. The ones that are on the bars, the pickled. They give me them pickled eggs. You know how fucking hungry you have to be? These fucking eggs, who knows how long they've been sitting there. You're like, yeah, give me one of them.
And there's always some trucker over there just starving for apples in the tank of them, like,
So unsanitary.
bro, in the fart that rips out of your body off
How
of that
are you
thing.
gonna ban Chick-fil-A? But you're not gonna ban that.
Can you imagine? Dude, that has to be RFK's arch nemesis right there.
Imagine if you were living off those eggs, the farts you would have, if that's your only food source. Like, let's imagine you're like stuck on a boat in the middle of the ocean with only bottled eggs. After a while, your own farts are gonna make you jump in the ocean. You're like, I can't even be around myself.
But there's a lot of, like, there's that trucker's high that they get from huffing their own gas. There's like a syndrome or something that starts from it. From people, just imagine what that can't be good for you, right? Caging yourself up at 80 miles an hour with your own farts and just cruising state to state, just fucking,
just letting it go, baby.
ugh.
And the combination of things, ring dings and pork rinds and fucking
saying-
Pepsi.
saying fag over and over again. Just all of that just compiled at once into you.
And then listen to conspiracy theorists talk on podcasts all day.
Just deep into fucking the murky waters of Alex Jones, just hopped up.
I've been on social media a little too much lately.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've been reading too many people fighting and arguing about stupid shit to the point where I'm starting to develop theories, and I don't want to.
Like, what do you, I saw Alex Jones and he looks really good, doesn't
Yeah, he's losing a lot of weight.
he? He looks like he has to go to
Great.
court for something.
No, Sean, our friend Sean is helping him. He's
Oh, really?
working out with him every day. Yeah,
Bro, I noticed it like in a month. I just saw like, and I was like, oh my God.
yeah,
he
he's
looks-
really committed. He's gonna do a documentary on it. He's gonna do a documentary on taking back my health.
It's so noticeable. I was
Yeah.
like, wow, he looks handsome.
But there's fucking theories that it's not even him.
Oh,
There's-
really?
Yeah. There's theories
my
that they
God, I bet
replaced
it's
him
not.
with a different guy. Yeah,
Who did though?
that's always the thing. That's the thing. But here's the thing. I know that's not true.
Right.
Like, I know the guy who's training him. I know him. Like, I'm still in touch with him.
Yeah.
Like, I text Alex all the time. I know him. He just loses weight. But if you go online, there's a lot of people that believe that this is like a different person.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people who believe he's been co-opted by the government. There's a lot, like, he has to chime in on every single thing that everybody wants him to. Otherwise, he's been co-opted. And I'm starting to develop these theories where I don't know how much of that conversation is real. I certainly think there's a percentage of that conversation is real. There's
What
certain-
conversation you mean?
when people think that people have been co-opted.
Okay.
by the government, like that they've become. What is that one that they like to use? Controlled opposition. That's what if you want to pretend to be a smart conspiracy theorist. You have to say controlled opposition.
I could easily
Look
see,
at this.
bro. In 2 weeks, Tom Segura will be playing this guy.
He looks great. That's all it is. He looks great.
But he
doesn't look like the same person.
Not at all, dude.
Because he's laid off the booze. He's laid off the booze. He's not even any bullshit. I don't even know if he's
really.
Yeah,
Can you bring us back up, please? One time,
satanic pedophiles all day long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you want to take the edge off.
Yeah, bro. He fucking. I mean, he looks totally different now.
Yeah.
He looks like Randy Orton.
Now, but imagine if this was no internet. Imagine there's no internet. So we don't
you
know.
believe in a heartbeat it wasn't a road guy.
Sure. There's no way that's the same guy. This guy on the left looks 15 years younger.
Oh, yeah, dude. A chubby guy used to do the pool, and I worked at this farm one time. He used to do the pool, and one year he got on Dexatrim or some illegal fat burner or whatever, and he came and did the pool one time when I was there, and I didn't even believe it was him. I never believed it. Totally different.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if you didn't have stuff like this, you would be like, that's not the same guy.
So if this was just the television days, no social media.
Yeah, I think that they recasted the guy because something happened to him over the offseason.
100%. You would think, oh, someone replaced Alex Jones with a fake Alex Jones.
But he would tell you if that happened, right? He would be like, Joe, somebody.
Yeah, the replacement. He'd say the replacement.
They're sending somebody.
Who the fuck is going to do his voice? There's only 4 people alive that could do a good Alex Jones impression. Are you aware of the Elon Musk, Adrian Dittman controversy?
That he, I saw something. They said he was a fake person. He made a fake.
What's called, I think they call them sock puppet accounts.
Okay.
And it's generally frowned upon to have a fake account. Like, it seems like it would be a fun way to fuck around online. I don't have one, but it seems like it would be a fun way to fuck around online.
It takes a lot of time, it seems like.
Yeah, but you can have like a fake account where if you're a public person, you know, like Elon Musk, and you want to say some wild shit, but you don't want to take responsibility for it. You just want to shit post like everybody else, like an anonymous person.
Oh, that's true. He can't do that, really.
Yeah, I would say that would be a smart thing to do.
Was it really him? Did they find out?
But is that unethical? When one person can call themselves, you know, cat turd, you know, that's a legit name for a dude. I don't know anything about that cat, but that guy can just talk about anything he wants to talk about. But if Elon Musk does it, well, he has the responsibility of his public image. But maybe he doesn't want that.
Right.
Like I don't have a problem with either one of them.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to shed your skin. You just want to take a layer off. You want to relax at the house. You want to kick your feet up and yell something down the hallway you shouldn't yell.
Right.
And that's what he wants to do.
I think you should be allowed to do that.
Yes.
This is one of the problems with making the internet, like taking away the anonymity. But here's my question. Because of that, right? So if people can just have fake accounts and people should be able to, which I think they definitely should be able to do. Because of that, though, then you have to wonder when you see arguments, how many of these arguments are real people and their real opinions, and how many of these arguments are this giant block of accounts that's been purchased by a large organization that is hiring people or using AI to have arguments with people and incite things online. Wow. It's not 0% people. Now, I'm saying, like, if you have a personal belief in something, like, no, they're not bots because I think that way. I'm not saying that you don't believe what you believe. And I'm not even saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that if there's any hot button cultural topic, you can fucking guarantee that some of the people talking about it aren't real. Either they're not real in that these are not their real opinions, they're being told to say these things, or they might not even be a real human. They might be an algorithm, or they're a bunch of people that have been hired whenever there's hot button cultural issues or voting issues or political issues. A lot of those people arguing are not real.
Yeah.
And there's a real question as to what the number are. Like, how much of this is like real interaction between people, and how much of this is all of this meddling that's being done. Like, they're changing the way people think about things and forcing and arguing with these things all day very persuasively on behalf of some sort of special interest group.
Yeah, I think that sounds very plausible, especially these days. There's like there's not as much, it used to be that a lot of media was controlled by a few channels and networks, right? I mean, that's safe to say. Would you agree with that?
It was all controlled by a few channels.
Right.
It was all, all you had when we were kids, I remember when cable came out. It was crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
What was before that?
You had ABC, NBC, CBS. That's it.
No.
Yes, that's it. And then out of
three
nowhere,
chances for
Fox. Fox was crazy. Married with Children. The Simpsons. Fox was nuts. Fox was this wild network. So that was the fourth network.
Married with Children was so good, dude.
So good. So you have this fourth network, and then cable comes along, and then satellite. And now streaming and the internet. It's like, what? I don't even think we're aware of how much more content we absorb than people that were, that lived like when I was 21.
Oh, yeah.
Playoffs. We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning the playoffs, and you can score big by betting on them at DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. Ready to place your bet? Try betting on something simple like a player to score 6. Go to DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. New DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Well, even if you're just by the airport or whatever, sometimes I wish to be like, can someone turn all this shit off? It's like, you don't even know what's going on anymore. In the middle of the night, I'll have like songs playing in my head that I heard on TikTok and shit. It's just bad. Like, it's gotten to be too much. But I think that what I'm saying is if somebody had all that control at one point, or if a few networks did, there's no way that now that they have less control, they're not still trying to find that control. And that they're hiring different groups to be Twitter bots or Twitter personalities or whatever.
Make TikTok accounts, do TikToks about issues. People have said flat out that they were offered money and they got paid money to make things for political people, like make people think that they were really excited about voting for someone, and they would pay them for pro content.
Right.
So pro whatever that person is. So there's a whole business in this where they reach out to popular influencers and they say, hey, I want you to endorse this person. Would you do that for X amount of money?
Well, didn't that happen with like Megan Thee Stallion or somebody? Weren't they hired recently or and I'm sure the Republican Party did it too. I think that was a Democratic one that they had, where they hire performers to come and perform.
Yeah, this was the big controversy. We tried to get to the bottom of it. It's hard to know. So the accusation was that there was a few artists. Lizzo was one of them.
Yeah, that's
Eminem was another one. Beyonce was the big one.
Right.
And that they were paid an exorbitant amount of money to go and endorse Kamala Harris at these rallies. I don't know if it's true. It seems like there might be something to it. That they spent so much money, dude. It's so crazy that the economy is like one of the biggest problems that we think of today. Like you think of,
like, what do you mean the economy?
The economy, like
the U.S. economy.
The people that want to vote on things, what do they want? They want the economy to be healthier. They want us to have less national debt.
Safety.
They want less inflation. They want safety. They want low crime. If that is the amount of fucking money they went through, like you spent $1.5 billion and you paid celebrities to, if that's true, you paid celebrities to, how am I supposed to trust you with spending money? You imagine if you were gonna marry a gal and you just gave her access to your credit card. You're like, look, baby, you and me, we're in it now. So
here you go.
I want you to be happy. And she just goes fucking ham.
Yeah, she
says, hey, I'm only doing this
amulets
up until we get married. Because once then I'm all about a sensible budget. I'm all about fiscally being responsible.
You couldn't believe that.
You wouldn't believe it.
Not at all.
You'd be like, wait a minute, you've been going crazy with these fucking handbags and jewels and shit.
You'd be like, I'm not marrying you then because, we have too much shit. I can't even see you in the apartment now.
Also, I can't trust you with the credit cards. You're a fucking maniac.
Dude, I had this roommate for a while, this dude, and he would get all high on the living room, and he would get these empty boxes, cardboard boxes, and he had a couple cats, and he'd get out there, and he would have them do tricks and stuff up the box. He'd stack them really high in the living room. It's like a 20-foot ceiling. And he'd get stoned. He'd get upset if I didn't come out and watch. Fucking weird is that?
Meanwhile, that guy can vote. That's the kind of guy to go, whoa, Megan Thee Stallion. Is that who she's voting for? Well, fucking sign me up.
He would get pissed if I didn't come out and watch, dude.
That's what's crazy. Like, they spend money to make sure that people think that famous people will vote for them.
I don't think anybody, dude, I don't even believe that there's famous this, it doesn't even seem like a real thing anymore. It's like the other, like I was just texting with Nikki Glaser did the whatever it's called, Golden Globes, right?
That's what it was, right?
Yeah, she hosted the Golden Globes. And
she killed it.
She did a great job, right? She did a great job, and she was like just confident and fun and rich. It was awesome. She did a great job. So I was just texting and saying, "Hey, congrats, that was awesome." And I said, "Were you nervous at all?" A lot of famous people, and then she's like, "No," and I was like, and then I was thinking, it doesn't even seem like people are that fame has kind of gotten different over the years. Does it seem like that at all? I think because some of the most popular people aren't. It used to just be like they were movie stars, but now it seems like it's just changed. Like you could have just as much infatuation for somebody that you saw that made an entertaining video on Instagram as you could for Tom Cruise. Well, you know what I'm saying? Am I making any sense?
Yeah. Well, I think one of the worst things that's happened to actors is they talk outside of acting. It's almost the worst thing you could do. Because then everybody, it changes your opinion of who they are.
Yeah.
You don't like them as much anymore.
Well, in Hollywood, all was always one way. Remember 4 years ago, you couldn't even say the word Trump or Republican, and you would be fucking ostracized. I mean, it was or 8 years ago.
I'm sure it's probably still like that now. In Hollywood, we're just not experiencing it because you're living in Nashville and I'm living here in Texas. But if you're in certain circles in Los Angeles, they still feel the same way.
Yeah.
It's just I wonder how much of the division in this country is caused by what we were talking about, by this thing that's legal. And again, I think it should be legal. I don't think you should have to tell your fucking name if you want to talk shit about something that's going on that affects your life or that affects your job or that affects your kid's school. You shouldn't be subject to fucking prosecution because you said something about the school board because you just felt like being an anonymous person saying they're a bunch of fat slobs and retards. And you wanted to say that, but you couldn't say that because then you would get in trouble with your kids, would get in trouble and this and that.
Well, that's what's happening in England right now, isn't it?
It 100% is. It 100% is.
That's really happening.
Yes, it's really happening. You can't give people that much fucking control. You can't give people that much control over what offends them or what offends people, what you can say, what you can't say.
Can you imagine if they would come at the end of every episode, they'd be waiting outside of your
Yeah, here's the thing, man. This is a new thing. This wasn't England 10 years ago, right? This is a new thing. And it's a scary thing. It's a really scary thing. They arrested thousands of people for social media posts. Thousands.
That's crazy. Were they threatening people?
Well, this is what they're doing, man. First of all,
were the posts threatening?
No. They don't have to be. They don't have to be threatening. What? Yeah, they could be misgendering. There's a lot of things that you could get.
Why be alive if you can't even think or say what you want?
People could deem it's racist if it's anti-migrant. They have a migrant crisis over there in Europe. People can deem it, anti-migrant, and Islamophobic, and there's a bunch of them that are threats. People threaten people online, which totally makes sense. So
Yeah.
you shouldn't be allowed to threaten people online. But when you get past that, if you have an opinion about something that's affecting the country that you live in, I think you should be able to express yourself. And I don't necessarily think that people should know that it's you. I don't think you should have to carry that around. Like you should be able to express yourself and not have to be famous. I don't think there's a problem with that.
You mean to not have to be known? So you're saying that
Right.
Elon should be able to also have a separate voice if he wants to, or anyone should.
But the problem is, if you do that, then you're going to have corporations that are doing what we're suspecting that they're doing. And what this one former FBI analyst, we pulled up this article 1,000 times, so we pull it up one more time, just because it's just so crazy, you can't believe it's real. This guy was analyzing the amount of Twitter people that are bots. And this was a contentious aspect of the purchase when Elon bought Twitter. So when Elon bought Twitter, they were saying there's only 5% bots.
I remember that.
We sampled 100 people, 5% of them were bots. And he's like, that's not enough. You have hundreds of millions of people that are signed up for this. How many of these people are fake? And they really didn't want to tell. They didn't. They just not a lot. Don't worry. It's like,
Yeah. How many bots were programmed to lie if they were asked if they're a bot?
It's like a guy asking a girl, how many guys have you slept with?
Yeah.
Nothing.
4.
Don't worry about it. I'm a former CIA cyber operations officer who studies bot traffic. Here's why it's plausible that more than 80% of Twitter's accounts are actually fake, and Twitter is not alone. More than 80%.
Yeah.
See, I don't think we realize that because we're on there for real. We're real people on there. If you're real people, where fake people are constantly arguing right in front of your face like the world is ending. It's not necessarily all real people. There definitely are real people arguing on Twitter. Don't get me wrong. And I think even the fake people arguing is very addictive. And I think you want to get involved too, because like you see this guy dunk on that guy. I want to fucking dunk on somebody.
Yeah.
And then people are spending all their time in this job that they hate. When no one's looking, the boss isn't around, typing up some real witty, nasty shit on Twitter. And I think you want to be able to do that anonymously. But if you do have that and you don't know who's doing what, you do get to this point where someone can fucking manipulate it. But if you do know, then the problem is the government has already shown how fucking shady they are when someone comes out and says something that goes against what they agree with, or what they're trying to push, or what agenda they have, or what's best for them financially. So they'll fucking throw the kitchen sink at you. We've seen them do that. You can't have those kind of people in power where they can know exactly who's saying what. You still have to have the ability to have whistleblowers. So you have this conundrum. On one side, you're going to have this completely manipulated environment that's done by corporations and fake people and people that are paid by parties just to push the party line and to go out there and debate it vigorously and argue it. They're paid to do it.
Yeah.
And all you have is your wits. All you have is your ability to try to form your own opinions of things, regardless of like where you feel like you're pulled because of whatever ideology you've publicly proclaimed to be. I'm a liberal person. This is how I feel. I'm pro this. I'm pro that. And then they'll start fighting about what that means.
Which is scary when that happens, because then you also have locked yourself into a space where you might not change because you're afraid of what your public persona is.
Exactly.
And that's got to be...
That's how you get to Dick Cheney endorses Kamala Harris, and the liberals are like, yeah, boom. I saw this dude, he posted a atomic bomb gif, and it's like, after that happened, like, it's over, boom. It's like, you guys are just dorks who don't play sports. Do you realize what kind of mental gymnastics you have to go through where Dick Cheney, rest in peace, where Dick Cheney,
he passed away.
He just passed away. Where Dick Cheney endorsing your liberal, progressive candidate, that somehow or another that's a good thing. The guy was the architect of the Iraq invasion, weapons of mass destruction host, all that shit.
He was a Schlumberger guy, right?
A scary guy, man.
He was the oil guy, right? He couldn't put Halliburton. Yeah, Halliburton.
Fuck, bro.
That was bizarre. I mean, that's the thing.
Gymnastics.
Everything's gotten so bizarre, dude.
He's not dead? Oh, it's a fake report? Fake Dick Cheney death report came from RT parody account. Those motherfuckers.
Here we go, bro. But
They
hey,
got me. This is the thing. It's like, you can't tell what the fuck is true. Well, first of all, how is he still alive? You know?
let's go.
How many soccer players did we lose this year? Midfield, massive heart
electricity.
attacks, just running down the street. People are dying.
And Liz
And somehow or another, Dick Cheney's still alive.
and Dick Cheney's
With
still
a
out there
different
twerking.
heart.
Yeah, that's what they're
He's
doing
got a
now.
fake heart.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's on his 6th or 7th heart. A lot of these, you don't think politicians are getting fucking separate hearts and organs, dude? You don't think they're first in line when they
Oh
fucking...
yeah, for sure. That's probably part of, like, if you're gonna open up a hospital, this is what I want. The moment my shit goes south, I want a doctor ready with his hands scrubbed.
Yeah. Oh, I bet there's a sick Rothschild out there somewhere, and every month they're putting a new ticker into him.
Dude, I was reading a story last night about this dude who was I think he was a Rockefeller, who got eaten. See if that's, I believe he's one of the Rothschilds or Rockefellers. God damn it. One of them fancy people, when you hear the name, you're like, oh, that fancy family. One of those. So this dude went to New Guinea and got eaten by cannibals. Apparently he went there.
I hate
Michael Rockefeller. So apparently he went there, and they were fine with him the first time he went there, but he was trying to get something from them, and the something that he was trying to get from them was sacred, and apparently they were very pissed off at him. So he didn't know that they were pissed off at him. So when he went back, he thought they'd be friendly with him.
Yeah.
And they killed him and ate him.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And then they hid it. They hid the story forever. So they went looking for this guy, like, hey, my rich cousin is missing. Where is he? And they're like, I don't know.
They just
fucking burped. They just ate that dude.
Somebody just coughs up one of those things that keeps your what is that thing that goes on their India shirt?
Your cuff?
A cufflink.
Oh, a cufflink.
I just fucking
yeah.
Somebody just coughs up a cufflink.
Hey, let me give a shout out to the person who's was on their YouTube channel, because I can't remember most of the details of the story. But if you go to this dude's YouTube channel, he lays it out.
I'm trying to find a hat that matched with y'all's curtain in here.
It's perfect. You nailed it.
Thanks.
I get it.
film is basically it's based on the most significant close encounter in modern history. Is that right?
I think it is definitely up there. I'd say that. It's definitely very. What makes it interesting and valuable is somebody rolled camera back in '94. A lot of people did to interview people and document what happened. That I've never seen in any other case where there's so much interview evidence.
So when did you first become aware of this case? And not only how long ago did you find out about it, but also could you basically give a rundown of what happened in Rural Zimbabwe in 1994?
Yeah, I'll give the rundown just so people understand what this event. It was in 1994, September 16th. It was a Friday morning, about 10:30 in the morning. The incident was reported by, a schoolyard of children. And they witnessed this thing in the sky, and then they saw it sit down behind their playground and watched it and saw these little creatures come out. And a lot of bizarre things they were witnessing that they didn't quite understand. That comes out through the interviews. And then one of these creatures approached them, and there was some kind of communication attempt of some kind. And that's when all the kids, there was a whole bunch of things that happened. That there was a sound that was heard that really spooked everybody at that point, and they all went running into the staff meeting that was going on at the time at the school.
That's what spooked the kids, you mean?
Yes.
The sound.
Well, according to several of the witnesses, yeah.
But what was that sound? How do they describe it?
They described it like one of the interesting descriptions is like a mechanical bee sound, like a buzzing of bees. Yeah. There were two sounds that were really distinctly heard. There was this buzzing sound that people have the same description, but different descriptions of the same thing. And then there's a high-pitched sound that happened that's separate from this other lower buzzing sound that they heard. So that's what was reported. So when the BBC started to go immediately to look at this, the war reporter from the BBC, Tim Leach, he
was a war reporter. Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he covered all kinds of atrocities in Africa. Yeah, he was already pretty scarred by the time he hit aerial. To be honest, it's hard. That's a hard job.
So when did you first learn about it?
1995.
Oh, you learned about it the following year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because I'd seen the videos. John Mack, I was familiar with him, and was at an office or something. I saw the first time I saw these kids, and and it was also on Sightings that same year. And
What's Sightings?
Sightings was an old program about UFOs back in the 90s, 80s, and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was the first time I saw it, and I was struck by it because I'm like, what are those kids talking about? They're definitely telling the truth about something. And that's what it stuck in my mind. So when the opportunity came up in 2007 to do a movie about it, I already knew what the material was. Not all of it. Actually, I was pretty surprised how much of the material there was. Not just from John Mack, but other people that have interviewed these kids. So, and then there was adults. It wasn't just children. There was adults that witnessed this craft around the area. A woman that lived very close to the school witnessed it in the morning. Pilots witnessed it the night before.
Really?
Yeah. People don't know that.
There were a bunch of sightings around Rural Zimbabwe leading up to a week leading up to that day, right?
Right.
it goes back, and it was on the news. They reported on the news.
Yep.
Yeah. And when you're doing a doc or you're investigating something, you have to look at everything. And one of the big things that I looked at was what was going on in space. What were the space programs doing? And actually did FOIAs to Strategic Air Command, did FOIAs to NASA.
You did?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I spent quite a bit of money on FOIAs because they were beyond the. When you request a ton of data, they start charging you money.
Right.
And what made you want to start doing these FOIAs? Well, because when I was digging into what was going on in space at the time, and I heard about this Russian satellite that went up and a rocket body came in on that Wednesday night. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. That's pretty important. And, I interviewed a whole bunch of people that witnessed something on that Wednesday night at different times.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, very possible that that's what some of those people saw was a rocket body. And then there's another group of people that I don't know what they saw, Mm-hmm. So that kind of was, it was good to go down that avenue because that's all I knew at the time. And then I started to meet people that had seen it on the next night that were pilots, that witnessed it from the air. And that was not involved in any meteorite activity because I interviewed astronomers, that, I wanted to do my due diligence on this whole thing as far as what really happened here,
How long did it take? How long did you spend? How long did it take for you to conduct all these interviews and travel and do all this work and this research for this movie?
15 years.
15 years you worked on this movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long time.
It's a long time. Yeah, the investigative part of it, it never stopped, but the major part of it, I went to Africa for a year, and first trip was 9.5 months. That's when I first, found the school with Nikki Carter, who's a journalist in Africa, and she had interviewed the kids also, way back in '94, and then found that I could find these kids. There's a woman named Robin Jerd that deserves a lot of credit for that because she helped me set up a Facebook right away. She's a woman in Africa, and she just donated her time, and we started getting in touch with these same the kids that were in that area. So and then the second trip was, and then I started interviewing the kids that first trip. The second trip I went,
How old were they the first time you interviewed them?
late 20s.
Late 20s.
Yeah. Because the kids that it happened to were between the ages of 6 and 13.
Right.
Which is a pretty wide range, good 100 kids anyway that went running into that staff meeting. So yeah, and the second trip was more, traveling to England, different countries, Canada, across the United States, because most of the kids left because of the political unrest in Zimbabwe. Even in 2008 when I went, I wasn't even supposed to be in that country. There was a warning out by the State Department because of the political violence that was going on.
Mm.
And when I flew out of Zimbabwe, the State Department was on my plane. They were sitting right next to me.
No way.
And they actually said to me, they said, hey, if you learned anything, could you come and talk to us? Because I was out in the woods. I was out on farmlands, way out of the city. That's when a New York Times reporter ended up in jail, like for 3 months.
I'm not even aware of this.
Yeah.
What happened?
He was reporting on the political violence, and he stayed in Harare in a hotel, and they put him in jail because they didn't want any Western journalists covering this. So I had cameras.
Wow.
I'm out in a shack in Rua, like an hour or so out of the city, and praying that I can get out of the country without them taking my tapes. That's how it was. Yeah. And knowing that people were being, brutally, what happens is they go into a village and they threaten people and violence is committed. And you don't vote for the right person, this is what's going to happen.
That's what that was going on.
Wow. Yeah.
That was pretty heavy.
So a lot of these kids at the time when you interviewed them in their 20s, they were out of there. They were in England.
Yeah, they went to Australia, England, Germany. They went all over the world.
Mm.
You know? I got to say, they were really smart kids. I have to say that. Like, they were educated really well, and a mixed, diverse group. You know.
Yeah.
Every color, every religion was really part of that school. It was pretty amazing, actually.
Was that sort of like a privileged school for people with money?
It was, yeah, it was started by farmers because they didn't want to, they were sending their kids to Ferrari, the city, to go to school. So the farmers decided, we want to build our own school. So they were, white farmers predominantly, and political families in Zimbabwe. It was a private school, but they also, they had to bring in the children from the villages locally. So it was kind of mixed very well.
Right.
You had privileged people, you had sort of middle class people, and you had very poor people. Yeah. But they did a beautiful job. I mean, it's an amazing school still to this day. But you don't see the white population there anymore. It's more Shona, which is the local tribe in Zimbabwe.
At what point during the process of making this thing did you, like, if you spent 15 years on it, there had to have been something that kept going, because usually people don't spend 15 years working on a project like this. Like, what kept you going through all of it? Obviously, this was like self-funded.
Yes. Well, yeah, it was initially self-funded and fundraisers, actually, through the John Mack Institute in the beginning. They were helping me to, they wanted me to do a 30-minute DVD of just John Mack's interviews of the children. And the more I looked into it, I'm like, you know what? There's a bigger story here, So, yeah, I started investing my own money into it. And then, at one point, I'm like, I think I understand the story, right? And then I was like, it was maybe another 2 years. I'm like, I got it. Okay, I've really got the story here.
And were you finding new evidence or new people involved, or?
Yeah, I mean, the further I kept digging, the more people I found. I got on the radio in Africa, which was really great. Mickey Carter helped me do that, and that brought a lot of people forward. The pilots and people that never forgotten what they'd seen. A lot of the kids also, a lot of other witnesses, that contacted me from those radio interviews. So why did it take 15 years? I mean, it was, the first 7 or 8 was just investigative. And then it's like, how do you tell it? How do you tell the story? And then that was the difficult choice, was make a standard UFO doc, or, the hard part was doing it without narration, and have the people talk about it themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was so difficult. That's the hardest movie I think you can make as far as a doc, because they have to say it, right? And they do. And you have to have so much material just to be able to to have all that work.
Yeah, to string it together and put a story together.
Yeah,
that's the most difficult part. You said Tim Leach was the BBC journalist he was the first one to report on this case, right?
Yes.
Do you know what it was that drew him, being a war reporter? What made him want to chase this story?
He just got back from covering, I believe it was the atrocities that were going on in Zimbabwe. They were killing people and throwing them in mines because of the politics at the time. So he was coming back from that, and he started hearing about these reports about the people seeing stuff in the sky, things in the sky that didn't make sense whatsoever. And then, so he was covering that, and then Ariel happened. And he heard about that. Somebody called him, one of the parents actually did, of one of the children. And he went and was the first one on the scene. He called a UFO researcher because said he was out of his ball game. He had no idea what to do. He called Cynthia Hind, and then Cynthia Hind recommended that he call Dr. John Mack because he was, prominent and he was researching these type of events. At that time, Dr. Mack was doing this, seeing how widespread this phenomenon was outside of the United States. Because for a long time, people thought it was just a U.S. phenomenon.
Right.
And then he started traveling South America, Africa, and finding out the same things are happening all over the place.
Now, did you sit down with Tim, or was
Yeah.
he? What sort of insight did you get from him by sitting down with him personally?
He was so funny.
Yeah, he seemed like kind of a weirdo.
Oh, definitely. I mean, he was just like, he used to photograph. He used to be the photographer for the Rolling Stones. Like his history is really interesting. So a movie should be done about that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd been shot. He lost.
What?
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, he was for real. He just made me laugh all the time. I spent about a week with him.
Did this case get him into the whole UFO thing, whole UFO world subject, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah, it did. And it's, cost him. It really did. It cost him his job.
What?
At BBC, yeah. Yeah.
How so?
Because from Tim's words, he's like, they don't want to, they thought he was on wacky weed. That's what he says himself. He's writing the editors of BBC like, hey, this is really happening down here. And they just didn't want to talk about it. The way he put it, he's like, there's certain things you don't talk about. And he learned that in war. Like, you don't show really what happens in warfare. He went on about
You
that.
mean like as far as like violence and gore?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Like what we just saw, in Ukraine. That's what he's talking about. We saw some video recently, like everybody did, that was just horrific. But that's the stuff they were holding back for a long time that he was shooting, but they'd never play it on TV. And he was always upset. He's like, well, how do people don't understand what war really is unless you really see how brutal and gruesome it is.
How are we going to sell it when people see how violent, deadly, and devastating this is?
Yeah. So the UFO thing it was a shock to him. He never stopped thinking about it. He died in 2011. It was probably within a year when I interviewed him.
No way.
Yeah, I really wished he got a chance to see this film.
And what year did John Mack die again?
2004.
2004. So did you ever talk to him?
Yes. I didn't interview him, but I did speak with him. Yeah.
What was that like?
He was brilliant. He was kind of on another plane in a way. Kind of felt like he was ahead of his time. Yeah, he was. I mean, the only people that could really talk with him about things were people that really had a lot of clinical knowledge and experience, like he did.
Yeah,
and that's a very few many people, And they sure weren't open-minded at that time. They thought John Mack had lost his mind, and they were pretty brutal to him.
Yeah, it's weird to see how they were able to, like we were talking about before we started the podcast, how they were successfully able to destroy his reputation because of this, because they didn't want to be quote unquote associated with this sort of woo-woo topic, that it would sort of discredit the universities or discredit academia in some way. It's just kind of silly.
To be honest with you, I think if they, it's like what happened with Galileo and Copernicus.
Yeah.
How long did that take for them to actually be, what they are actually saying to be accepted? It took hundreds of years, really, for everybody to get on board. The Catholic Church apologized in 1992 for what they did to him. And that was, I'm nothing against the Catholic Church or it's just that it was mindset. This can't be real. We're the center. New information is too disturbing for us.
One of the big things about science is you have to study material objects. Everything has to be objective, and we're studying the material world, and we think about things in a certain way. And when you're studying something that has to change your whole frame of mind and the whole way of solving problems, then it's sort of just like intuitively counterproductive. It's counterproductive to science in general, with the way that we study things and the way that we analyze things. The way he was doing it was more of on a personal, subjective way, because he's sitting down with these people who are quote unquote these abduction experiencers. Well, what did he call them? He had a certain term.
He called them experiencers. Yeah, that was his term.
They were experiencers of this abduction phenomenon.
Or contact, or any kind of close encounter with these things.
Yeah. And for a guy, a Pulitzer Prize winning Harvard psychiatrist, having hundreds and thousands of people writing him about these experiences he was having, and him sorting through thousands of these things, picking certain ones, and sitting down and talking to these people and trying to get them to replay their experiences. How do you analyze that? Because all you're doing is just listening to somebody recall something in their brain. There's nothing material. You can't measure anything.
Well, I mean, there were scars, stuff like that was clinical. You know what I mean? Like something that could be photographed, something that was repeated.
Meaning, some of these people claim they were brought up into some sort of enclosed object and some sort of experiments were done on them, or poking or prodding.
Yep.
And there was a consistency between a lot of these people with certain scars, you're saying?
Yeah, that's true. And I think he saw that. I think other investigators saw that. But what John's claim was, being a very well trained psychiatrist, having written books about dreams and nightmares and addiction. He covered the whole spectrum: depression, suicide. He wrote about everything, and he had been seeing clients for 50 years or however many. So, but his thing was these people are behaving and telling their story like people that have had a real experience. It doesn't fit. It didn't fit any of the classical diagnoses for mental illness, or at that time. Well, actually, it was before that time. They were saying that these people were schizophrenic, that were seen, having contact with some other weird species.
Right.
And it went to false memory and all these different diagnoses.
Well, it's hard. I mean, what year? I mean, he was studying this stuff in the 80s and the 90s, right? So
he started in 90. I think it was in the middle of the year 1990.
Okay, so he started in 1990 publicly studying this.
Well, he didn't necessarily. He wasn't convinced at that point. He just got exposed to a group of people that were. A friend of his introduced him to some. He's like,
is that Hynek?
No, that was actually Hopkins, Bud Hopkins.
And, Bud Hopkins, yeah.
And a female fellow psychologist or psychiatrist that brought him to Bud. I think that's how it happened. That was in 1990, and then he started.
And who was Bud Hopkins for people who aren't familiar?
Bud Hopkins, he was an artist, back in with de Kooning, and who's the guy that put speckles on. I forget his name. Sorry.
Yeah.
Pollock.
Yeah, Jackson Pollock.
Jackson Pollock. So he grew up with those guys, and went to college with those guys, and he was one of those artists from that genre. I mean, Bud Hopkins has art at the Guggenheim, all over. He's all over the place. And he had seen something in 1964 himself with his wife, and he never forgot about it. And then one of his neighbors had reported something, and he wrote a piece for the New York Times editorial. I think it was the Sunday. I'm not sure what it was. It was definitely in the New York Times. but it got a lot of press and it got a lot of people calling him. But he ended up writing a book called Missing Time that was about these events. And that was, I think, it was way in the early days. So he became a pretty well-known researcher, of this phenomenon.
So him and John Mack linked up, and they started comparing stories.
No, I think it was the psychiatrist friend of John's that said, you have to meet this guy and you have to meet the people he's hearing from. And that's what John did. He went down. He thought they were going to be crazy and, he'll be able to easily diagnose them. And that wasn't the case. These were like people that had jobs and careers and were in public, So I think that's what, I think his clinical, he couldn't rule it to be something that was easily definable in any way. I think that's really what it comes down to.
Like I try to put myself in his shoes back in that time in the 90s, being like I said, Pulitzer Prize winning Harvard psychiatrist and deciding I'm going to jump into alien abductions and talk about this publicly. It's almost knowingly career suicide because the stigma involving it. Just look where we are, fast forward to where we are right now. If you want to start a podcast or if you want to write books about just alien abductions, people aren't going to take you that seriously in general. Obviously, a lot of people will, but generally, most people won't. You're going to get eye rolls from left, right, everywhere. Yep. But the funny thing is, though, you can talk about the UFO topic now because the New York Times is, the Pentagon is, the Navy fighter pilots are seeing these things, they're talking about it. So the UFO subject is not really stigmatized.
Yeah.
But there's a huge leap between talking about UFOs and talking about alien abductions.
Very true. Yeah. And John Mack said it himself about, committing professional suicide. He knew what he was doing, but he also knew, I think what he knew was just that, it was what do you do in that situation? He says that himself. Like, what do you do when you see something, it's not a medical, a mental diagnosis or a psychological diagnosis or anything else or some other trauma that's reappearing, that it is what it's being presented as. What do you do with that? Do you just not say anything?
How was he able to decipher whether it was just sort of a constructed, fabricated story or whether it was actually relived trauma? Was there any sort of distinction he was able to make to analyze that?
Yeah, I think over time, I think it's just experience. You see different behaviors of different people. That's what you're trained to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he was trained to do with children and adults to find out what the truth really was. So yeah, I don't, and I think it's still here. Whatever this phenomena is, it hasn't gone away. It's never gone away. It was here before John Mack was here or anybody else was here. It was still going on. It was being reported. And we still don't have a clear answer about it.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people talk
and nobody
about
talks
it.
about it. Nobody talks about it. Wants to talk about it. It's disturbing. I mean, really, that's what it's disturbing.
The first interview I ever heard about anything like this that kind of made me pause and take a deep breath was the Travis Walton story. When I heard him explain that, I was just holy shit. I was my bullshit detectors were out and ready to fucking pick up on anything. But it seemed the way he described it and the way his stories stayed consistent really kind of fucking blew me back in my seat.
And there were witnesses like Travis. There were 5 witnesses. I believe it was 5 other guys. They've never changed their story. They watched it happen. And, I've talked with, that man, he's another person who's really put himself out there, for, I think, reasons that don't benefit him, in the long run. It hasn't benefited him to talk about this, really, and it's. I mean,
Did-
who's
did-
making millions of dollars in the UFO field? You know what I mean? Like, what's
History Channel.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, that's different. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, that's it. You know, there's a lot of people that feel like, and I've run into so many, you know, just in the process of doing this movie, who, you know, they feel like it's just important that humanity knows that there's something else out here. Mm. Did John Mack ever meet with Travis Walton or interview him or do a session with him? Do you know?
I don't know for sure about Travis. I don't think so. Just because of their distance away from each other.
Mm-hmm.
But it could have happened.
What was some of the biggest criticism or critiques of John Mack with his colleagues or with anybody? Like, what was the biggest pushback against him and his credibility? You said they were successfully able to destroy his credibility. What?
I think they did that in the press. It was kind of childish in a way. Like they just called him Wacko Macko and just you know, they just. I think there were a lot of the people that were really concerned were alumni. That's how it really got raised, and then also the school itself, the dean. And
we're talking Harvard.
Yes.
Okay.
And you know, John Mack had submitted a document for the New England Journal of Medicine, a paper written about this, what he was, you know, working on, saying a mental illness. And you know, they would not publish it. They wouldn't publish it. And it ends up the guy who was the head of the New England Journal of Medicine was the guy going after him from Harvard. Like within 6 months.
Wow.
So that's pretty interesting that those were connected. And they just didn't want to talk about this at all.
Now, when you were doing your documentary, you interviewed a lot of his colleagues, and as well as a lot of the alumni from Harvard, correct?
Yes.
What sort of sense did you get from talking to those guys? I mean, I can't imagine did you talk to anybody who talked negatively about him, or was it all just sort of people who loved him and supported him?
Well, a lot of the people that talked negatively were public, so I could get that data. You know, those interviews and stuff like that. So I didn't really need to. It was all said pretty openly through interviews or newspaper articles. People really. But you know what it really looks like to me now, and probably it's just people couldn't even go there, didn't want to go there, and they were really disturbed that somebody in their, you know, circles was going there to think way outside, you know, what was reasonable in their minds. You know, it's like the whole Occam's razor thing, you know, whatever the simplest explanation is likely the one. Which is usually true, but maybe not so in this case. You know?
Yeah, like some of the other guys, they were just happy floating in the shallow end, and they didn't want to go risk their lives and go into the deep end, where John was working because it would be too dangerous for them, for their careers, and it was just like,
I think John
is the trade-off.
Yeah, I think he had accomplished so much by that point.
He didn't care.
He didn't care on some level.
That's another thing too that you see a lot in academia is the people that come from these universities who end up publishing works and getting lots of attention and media attention. There's a lot of jealousy with their colleagues, and a lot of people try to shoot them down and talk negatively about them because they are in the spotlight. And then you have to question, you see it all the time on the internet nowadays. People start talking about certain subjects. They realize they get a lot of attention and a lot of money from talking about certain subjects or certain topics, positively or negatively, and they just sort of fall down that rabbit hole, and they just keep chasing that, and they just go in one direction. So that's a legitimate question you could ask about John Mack, is that did he see this thing, study it for a little bit, realize he's getting a lot of attention, and just sort of lean into it because of, hey, I'm getting on Oprah. I'm writing all these books, making all this money off these books. Everyone wants to interview me. I'm a huge public figure. What's the point of What's the point of just stopping this and doing something else, even if he's not super interested in it?
No, I just don't see that. I mean, I think he was very moved by it, because he was, interviewing people, all the time and talking with people about, what they had seen.
Mm-hmm.
There were witnesses to that. So he talked to the witnesses. It wasn't like, I don't think he was ever into it he was already famous.
Right.
He already had a huge
yeah.
following and a circle of friends at Harvard.
That's true.
This didn't help him with that. It didn't help him. Good point. He took a real hit that's why a lot of people respect him now. It's because he risked everything. What the question is whether he was right or wrong. Well, we're still dealing with the same thing. It hasn't gone away. Those people are still talking about it. There's more events that are being publicly, finally, revealed. And I think, what's the big deal? It is a big deal. Like, if there's another species out there, it is a big deal. But what's the point in waiting? I think our evolution, if we had known when this first occurred, when human beings first came across them, and they had told everybody else, we would not be in this position we're in now.
What do you mean by that?
I just feel like that. I think that people weren't told about this for a long time. That there was another species out in this universe.
Yeah, but who would know about it other than the people who experienced it personally? Because even if you are that person, how can you?
Well, it's not a person; it's an organization. There's plenty of people that can talk to you about the military and what they've been pulling out since 1941. Anyway, and so they decided not to tell us, the rest of us.
And you're saying that there's people in the military or organizations that know about and are familiar with these abduction phenomena, but they take it seriously?
Well, it doesn't even matter what the event is, whether it's a contact event or a sighting. In my opinion, it's the fact that there's another species out there, period. So, that's a big deal.
And there's government and there's military agencies that know for a fact this is true.
Yeah, I'm not saying anything new. Pentagon was talking about it. They're looking at all the old records, Blue Book, Project Grudge, Project Sign before that, Roswell, 1941, Missouri. There's a history here.
Roswell's been debunked pretty much, right?
No, not at all.
I thought that had pretty much been. I thought it was basically, when I say debunked, what I mean is like JFK's assassination. Everybody knows that there was some foul play involved, and that the CIA. If you really dig into JFK, people know that the CIA was somewhat involved in that. If you look at if you follow the evidence,
sure.
Right? So if you look at Roswell and you follow the evidence, you follow the history, the interviews of the guys that were there, there's obviously a cover-up with Roswell. That's what I meant by saying debunked. I don't mean the balloon story is real. I mean the balloon story has been debunked.
Right.
That's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually went and talked to some of the people that live around there, this was back a long time ago. And because I was curious. I'll hear about something, but I want to go there and talk to the people that live there. Like with the Phoenix Lights, I went to the police station and talked to the police and said, what happened with this? What do you think? And they were like, yeah, no, this really happened. I don't know what it was, but it was huge. That's what they said. So I think decisions were made by people that we shouldn't know about this. The rest of us shouldn't know about this. And I can understand how they would have made that decision. I just think it was a really bad decision because it changed our evolutionary path.
How do you think they made that decision?
Because they were concerned on how everybody would react.
How do you think people would react?
I think they're going to be pretty freaked out for a while. Yeah.
But what would be the consequences of being freaked out? So how would that affect society, do you think? How do you think it would affect
governments? That's the problem, right? I think that's the problem, is who's, you know, the churches have been in charge now, and then it's sort of transitioned into science. John Mack talked about this. A lot of other people talked about this. There's nothing new I'm talking about. But it's who's really going to be in. If it's revealed that there's another species out there that's way more evolved than us that we can't catch up to, you know, who's in control then? You know, who's going to get that respect of power? I think that's a really good question, tough question to think about. I think overall it's probably best for us because we're going to get, we're not going to, I think we'll end up pulling together as one planet because we know there's something else there. It's not us as human beings. I think that's likely going to be the end result, but people are going to be in shock for a while, for sure.
A lot of people explain these abductions as if like they're advanced beings from another planet or another star system. But there's also a group of these abductees who claim that this has some sort of religious context to it, some sort of spiritual or religious context, as if these are like angels.
Right. I mean, it's pretty interesting to look at.
Yeah.
The Bible. I used to, I read the Bible twice through, and I always flip through it. And when you think about this whole topic and then look back at the Bible, that's pretty interesting. Like, what were they seeing? How are they interpreting what they were seeing?
Right.
Because they didn't have the tech we have, the understanding of science.
Right. Exactly. When John Mack talked to the children from Rua, Zimbabwe, what was his? I'm sure this is part of what you talked to him about. Like, what was his initial reaction to talking to these children? And had he spoken to children in the past that have had similar experiences?
He had.
Yep.
I think it was confirmative for him that, it was just the same description, the same emotional impact.
All of the stories were so similar, but they weren't exactly the same, which kind of hashes out the idea that they were just trying to prank the school teachers.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them had different perceptions of what was going on. Or one girl claimed that when she looked into the big eyes that she was getting thoughts of technology being bad. And when the other girl looked into the eyes of the thing, she got this whole thing about the environment. It seemed like they had two different narratives or two different experiences. The physical experience was the same, what they saw was the same, but what they thought about was different when they looked at these things. I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, it was subjective, like depending on where the person was, what the perspective was, it was very, from whatever perspective they had. I think that, the technology thing that was said to one, however that was done. I mean, I love the way she says it. Like, it came into my conscience,
Yeah.
She didn't know anything about the word telepathy or anything like that, but that's what she was describing in a sense. But they were talking about the same thing in a way. Like, it wasn't like, one was about, or several were about what was going to happen to us if we keep going down this path. And the technology thing was, this is why. Like, you're, that's what I see is like, our technology. We've grown really fast and done amazing things, but we don't have the responsibility to,
Yeah, the interesting thing about it is when it took place in the 90s, it was like Cold War, developing nuclear arsenals all over the country, all over the world, testing nukes. And there's a lot of there's a great book written about this called UFOs and Nukes, which talks about basically the generals who were in charge of these warheads, these intercontinental ballistic warheads, that saw and reported flying saucers coming up, shooting beams down into the missile silos. I think there was another famous case in Europe or England somewhere where there was the US's biggest stronghold of nuclear weapons that was housed in Europe.
Rendlesham.
What was it called?
Rendlesham Forest.
Okay,
Yeah.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
Where a bunch of the officers, as well as I think it was one of the guys who sits in like the air traffic control tower, said he saw this thing and they explained how it just basically moved like a laser pointer in the sky.
It makes me think immediately like about how we handle herds of animals in the wild, or conservatism or conservatories, right? Nature
Conservation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
conservation, and how we keep the population down because they're going to get out of hand, overpopulate, and they're going to end up dying of disease. So we cull them, and we've learned a lot about culling, what not to do.
Yeah.
Like in Africa, they used to cull the elephants and they'd kill all the old ones, right? So what would happen was the younger ones had no wisdom, no teachers, and they'd go in and trample villages. So now when they cull elephants, they don't take out all the old ones. They go and
cull elephants?
Yeah.
I thought elephants were severely underpopulated, like almost on the verge of extinction.
Not. I mean, they're getting there. That's for sure.
Because of the poaching in Africa.
That's mainly, yeah. That's true. It's mainly the rhino. That's really,
and the rhino too. Yeah,
Yeah.
The rhino's I think way worse off than the elephant. But I think they're both really bad.
everything. Even lions are on the list now. I mean, it's really sad what's happening. We're just friends that are in, paleontology that I know. It's like, dude, we're in the 6th extinction event. We're in it. It's already happening. We're losing species left and right. Yeah, that's not a good thing.
How many events are there like this Rua case, where somebody saw some sort of being like come out of the craft and try to communicate with them?
Adults or children or
Both.
anything? Oh, just tons. Yeah, there's a lot.
But not many where there's like lots of witnesses who corroborate each other, right?
Less so. Yeah, there's that less so. Mass sightings, they call them, where you have multiple, over 10 or 15 witnesses. Even that's a lot. There's plenty of incidents where there's 2 or 3 people.
Like the Travis Walton case.
Yep. I mean, even Travis, that's 5 people other than himself. That was a unique event. But yes, other schools, yeah. Part of the deep dive on Ariel was, where else has this happened? So one of the places was Wales, a place called Broadhaven in Wales, where 1976 or 77, I believe it was 77, these children reported seeing this craft out behind their school. And so I went there. Went to Wales, talked to the people. Nobody wanted to go on camera because they had already been on camera and already had all this ridicule. And, now they were in their mid 40s, early 50s, and they were just like, what's the point? Nobody's going to believe us anyway. That's what they said to me. And I talked to the headmaster and also retrieved all their drawings that they drew when they were kids.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And it was a primary school. It was kind of odd because I'm driving there. And
What does that mean, primary school?
primary school is like, for me, it was like from 1st grade to 6th grade.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You're not used to that terminology.
Yeah. It's elementary school.
Okay. So it means like what, under 12 years old?
Basically, yeah. Okay. Before junior high.
Okay.
Yeah. So there was one in Russia. There's one I was aware of in Chile, where actually there's video of, like, recordings of the witnesses.
Oh,
children. They're speaking Spanish, but it's still like Ariel was what's interesting about Ariel is so documented. That's what makes it unique.
yeah.
If those people didn't record those interviews at that time, and there were 6 different
Right.
organizations, people that did that, we wouldn't be talking about it. It was those people, and what was amazing is every single one of those person had kept everything after all that time. They're like, whatever happened here is important. And they kept their notes, kept their videos.
Why do you think they were so open about it compared to everyone else? What was with that? What was with the openness?
I think it was the kids.
But there were kids in every other case, and lots of other cases too, where they didn't talk about it. Why did those kids specifically? Why were they so open?
The kids themselves, or
the kids or the people around them, just in that event, like you just said, there's no other event where the kids where they were so open, and as far as doing drawings, having conversations, recording about it. Everywhere else just kind of like shut up and didn't talk about it. Like you said, what's the point? But these people in Rua, these kids in Rua, for some reason, they were just, whether it be the people they were surrounded with, or whether it was John Mack, but it seems like they were more encouraged to be open about it.
No, I mean, in Wales, they were open about it.
Okay.
It just, for whatever reason, and I think it was the quality of the kids, to be honest with you, and that some of the kids, that's the wrong word. I think the kids affected people. The kids that spoke about it at Ariel really affected people because you knew they were not lying. Yeah, everybody tells you that. I haven't met anybody that says, "Yeah, no, those kids were lying." Doesn't matter what they saw, right? They could have seen anything, right? Do you know what I mean? Like they were whatever they were telling the truth. You can argue about what they saw, but you can't argue with the fact that everything about them, their body language, their eye movements. I had people look at that specifically. Like, are these people telling the truth? Body language, eye movements, hand movements.
Right.
Is there any deception here? There's a whole paper being written right now about that.
Really?
That's going to be interesting.
Who's writing it?
I can't tell you that.
Come on, man.
I can't. Not
Give me
yet.
a sneak peek.
I can't tell you that but it's going to be pretty amazing. Just because it's just so professional, it's.
Do you have any idea when it will be out?
I don't.
Okay.
But I've seen some of the drafts, and I'm like, yeah, thank you for looking at this. Really, like, I saw it, but it's great to have professionals who do this all the time. Have their expertise and hear what their comments are and get it peer reviewed and all that. So that's, yeah. But people have come forward. That I guess the hard part is we really don't take this serious. We don't know what to do with it.
The hardest thing about it is it's like the agent involved in this phenomenon is almost just like poking us and toying with us and deliberately giving us just enough evidence for people who are willing to believe it, but not enough for the skeptic.
Right.
And it seems like, I don't know how could you have any evidence, like, other than somebody having some scars and saying, hey, look, my scar is similar to his scar and he has the same story. Or, I mean, how do you get past that barrier for people to take it seriously? How did people eventually come to take this seriously?
I think we have to see that. I think that there's some efforts and some movements, if you want to call it that, about stuff that we've retrieved.
Like metal?
Some, yeah. I mean, I don't know if you've heard about it. People have been discussing it.
Yeah, I know. Like Jacques Vallée has been studying some of these materials, and Gary Nolan.
Yep. And there's a whole big thing about these crash retrievals, globally. That's going to be interesting. Like, what did they have? And they didn't. Of course, they're not going to share it with us because it's a national security thing. They don't want any other country to have any piece of this. But it's also like, anything that shows life outside this planet is going to change everything. Whether it's a piece of, a meteorite from Mars, that comes in that has a little microbe in it. They'd be very cautious even about that. They don't want to open that door. Because it's such a big deal. We have an example of that with, when I was talking about Galileo and that whole thing, where people's consciousness changing to say, we're not the center. We're not the center of it all. And this is another step. John Mack talked about it. A lot of other people have talked about it. Like this next step that we're going to likely have to take, whether we like it or not, is that we're not the top dogs. Something else is. That's hard.
I don't think it's that hard for most people. I think it's harder for people in power.
Right. Yeah.
I think most people, like the majority of the population, I don't think would be that devastating for them.
Yeah. You think?
But, when it comes to people in control of governments that want to control the population and paint a certain narrative for whatever it may be, for money or power, it may not be the best for them. But then, you got people at the top, even the fucking president doesn't know about this. You have a new president every 4 to 8 years. There's no way they're telling the presidents everything.
Yeah.
And then you said you did a bunch of FOIA requests.
Mm-hmm.
Who did you send these FOIAs to? And then what sort of revelations did you come to after reading through these? And what did you discover? Because one of the big things about FOIA requests is you can't do that to Lockheed or Boeing. You can't send a FOIA request to a private aerospace company.
That's correct. Even the shuttle has tons of private. I
can't send one to SpaceX, can you?
Well, I was very specifically targeting certain things that were going on at the time, but I was told by NASA, and I was told by it wasn't Strategic Air Command. They were, interestingly, when I requested the information about the rocket body on that Wednesday night, that's the only thing they didn't give me any information on their data.
The rocket body.
Yeah.
What
the
was
thing
the
that sent up that Russian sat from Balkan. Yeah. So anyway, but it was just interesting. Like the very thing that I really wanted to know about, they didn't give me any information about. And I called them. I said, "Why didn't you give me? That's what I'm interested in." And that was a very interesting conversation. And the answer was it was already public. I was like, okay, but why, you didn't track it? Why didn't you track it? I mean, it tracked everything else. Anyway, but yes, on a lot of these missions, they're private. There's private experiments, private space things that even when you FOIA, like you're saying, you can't get that. Because that does not belong to NASA. It doesn't belong. It belongs to this private company.
Right.
So you can get that info. So what it does make you wonder what else is going on out there, and that's how you keep it quiet. You just keeping it private.
Do you think that all governments of all countries are keeping it as private and locked away as we are in the U.S.? Or are there other countries that are more open about this?
Oh yeah, there's a lot. Everybody's more open than we are. Every country that I've talked to in the militaries of other countries, or anybody in politics, they're like, "It's you guys."
What do they say about the whole phenomenon?
That we're the key to it. That we know
we are the key to it.
We know the most. Our country knows the most out of any country on this planet about it.
Huh.
And interestingly, we're the least. We have the most, ridicule and disbelief in this country. Other countries are much more open about it. Yeah.
That's weird.
It is. When I heard it, I was in South Africa on an Air Force base talking to the commander with a lieutenant colonel, and he says, "What are you doing here? The answer's in your tree. Why bother? Are you here?" And he told me quite a few things, and I was just like, my mind just got blown. First of all, he was talking to me about it openly, about this phenomenon being very real. And they see it on the
Who was this guy?
He was a commander in the Air Force base.
An Air Force commander.
Yep. He was commander of the whole base.
Oh, wow.
With a lieutenant colonel who was a female.
What sort of things was she saying?
He was saying, and she supported him about what they see on radar.
Okay. Anything with the naked eye, or just mainly radar?
I mean, they were referring only to radar at that point. But they said that we can tell what these things are. Actually, I got to tell you this, because it blew my mind. They're like, you know, when I heard this, I was like, what? They're like, we can tell the difference between the American version, the Russian version, and the real thing.
Really?
And I'm like, what are you guys talking about?
The American version, the Russian version, and the real thing.
Hey, dude, what's primary elementary? What's primary school? Dog. Come on, what the fuck? Are you dumb? Yeah, let's get on this one. First-hand crash retrieval. $13 ago. Motherfucker's hot off the presses. West Side.
For thousands of years, people have been seeing objects in the sky that they can't identify. And today, we have somebody who has actually retrieved a UFO firsthand, a firsthand witness. The energy is just really good. It's perfect.
How are you, dude? Don't let us sleep for either of us.
You guys didn't sleep?
I didn't sleep at all.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm just caught.
We have 5 people sitting in our cameras right now, and nope.
How are you? No, it's the same. He said I'm doing really well. How are you?
Nobody knows why we're here.
You didn't tell them?
No.
You didn't tell them?
No.
Bro.
Okay, everybody, can we have everybody here? I just want to let everybody know what we're here for. Start with just thank you, everybody who came in on a 36-hour notice for the first time in all these years of doing interviews with UFO-related people. Today we're going to be talking to first-hand witness. So it's no longer the guy that talked to the guy. It is the guy himself.
Part of why I'm valuable is because I'm at the fingertips of this thing, and everyone people have heard from administrative leadership.
Exactly. This is super dangerous for him right now. Like right now, we're in a limbo because the story's supposed to break out on News Nation this week, and every day that it doesn't go live, there's more danger in his life.
So tell me about the moment when you realized that you were involved in a retrieval of non-human technology.
I was trained as a pilot a long time ago, and the last 20 years, I've served more as a pilot than I have as a ground crew member or any other capacity.
Good morning. Jake, have you retrieved the non-human craft?
Yes, I have. For everyone that's getting exposed to this right now, humble yourself from the perspective of what you consider believable.
Can you describe the retrievals and what happened? Where are you?
I sit back at a separate location. I get GPS coordinates at the very last second. I get dispatched. I go there, and then en route, from very short range out, maybe 5 minutes out, I get read a description of what it is I'm picking up. It's so real when you look at it. It's not like in the background you're hearing, oh, and there's this light. Like, this is an epic moment. Where's the crescendo? It's like, no, it's just flying a helicopter, come on a ridge, there's an egg sitting there, and dudes sitting around on the ground, flashing you, calling you in. It doesn't register as exciting, in that format.
I don't know, when I'm hearing the story, a big, giant, 20-foot egg, how do you know that's non-human intelligence?
Since we've left the program and reorganized and are now working with Arrow, I can make the egg show up, and we have, and we've demonstrated it post-program, and we did it in August.
Oh my God.
In broad daylight. At the moment we elicited the egg flies by in dead silence, moving at 10,000 miles per hour. All right. Everyone likes to ask, why am I not afraid that someone's going to try and silence me with death? There are people that have died who were coming out and who were speaking out on our activities.
Anybody you know?
Yes.
Can you say anything more?
No, because there's an investigation happening right now. I'm not afraid of the boogeyman. I am the boogeyman. You don't want to show up at my house and think you're going to be successful with brute force, because that's going to go south for you really quickly. It's got this cold military political stigma attached to it, but that's not it. It's not about like flying equipment. Like, oh, can we get in a flying saucer and like get to London in 2 minutes, or could we get there yesterday because now we know? Like, screw all that. The real implications are way more powerful. It's realizing that there is something else out there that's maybe not extra at all. It's something that's part of us. It's like outer space versus inner space is all the same. What's up?
What's up? Bogeyman. For thousands of years, people have been seeing objects in the sky that they can't identify. For maybe the last 80 years, we've been speculating as to American government, other governments' involvement with UFOs. And today, we have somebody who has actually retrieved a UFO firsthand, a firsthand witness. And we have this amazing crew, by the way. We have Amar present, we have Logan present, and we don't have, we've gotten to know you a little bit over the last month, but we don't have a ton of context as to what exactly you experienced. And so we want to really get down to the basics and maybe just start with, who are you? Let's bring it all the way back to your childhood.
Okay, yeah. Well, man, I mean, first thing I should say is, like looking back, to me, it's clear that the intelligence community looks for kids like me. I had what you could probably call the 4 I's, let's say: imagination, intellect, intuition, and instincts. My grandfathers were the best men you could ever imagine. I had, we could call them Navy Grandpa and Army Grandpa. Let's do that. So Navy Grandpa was a very influential naval officer. He was actually a member of the Navy SEALs predecessors, the Scouts and Raiders. He and my other grandfather, Army Grandpa, they laid the foundation to our family, literally put the cornerstone in, had the pictures taken in the 50s, laying the cornerstone to our family church. Up until the point my parents divorced, I had a pretty good childhood, but when step families entered the picture, when things became hell for me.
How did they become hell?
The environment in the step family at my mom's house, which is where I spent most of my time, was abusive, physically abusive.
Specifically because of your stepfather.
Stepfather and stepbrother, his son, who was much older than me. But
what sort of abuse?
I mean, really, all three. If there are three, like physically, verbally, and like low-key sexually abusive, like borderline sexually abusive too. And so I chose to like live outside basically. And by the time I got in high school, my Navy grandpa had encouraged me to get into swimming and water polo, and I had also continued to
do art and music, and had entered a science contest and won a state science fair based on a project I had done.
What was the project?
It's called Color Chords. And in my music class, we had learned at a very rudimentary level this thing called the circles of fifths, which is basically a pie chart where you can break down and learn the intervals of harmonies. Basically, you got a root note. From any root note, there's what's called a perfect fifth, and that fifth rings a harmony, which is pleasant. There's also a third. In a major chord, you have a first, a third, and a fifth. In a minor chord, you have a first, a minor third, which is a half an interval down, but you keep that major fifth, and it makes what people refer to as like a sad sound or a sad. But they're both beautiful. It's more of a happy beautiful than like a deeper, dramatic beautiful. So the understanding of harmony in the sound world is when wavelengths overlap in a way that forms some form of geometry that is enhancing rather than degrading to the independent waveforms, you get something like harmony, and your ear can pick that up and your emotions can react to it in a variety of ways. So I'm like, well, shoot, if photons make waveforms, are there color combinations that can have that same complementary interplay for when the colors combine that they're pleasant? And could it be that they actually elicit the exact same emotions? It was really cool. I did well in our local area, and I went on to county, and then I went on to the state, and I got awarded with like 10 other kids an award at the state level for that project.
Well, you talk about trauma being a part of what the intelligence community was looking for.
Yeah.
Let's get into the juicy stuff, which is the Air Force recruiting you.
Yeah.
How did they recruit you? How'd you get in touch?
So when I got expelled my senior year, my grandfather pulled some strings and got me into another high school. My parents were involved in that process, but unbeknownst to my parents, I also had this secret intervention with my grandfathers. Both of them came together, and they began exploring military opportunities for me. They just saw that that's what I needed, and I was like, yeah, I want to jump out of airplanes and kill bad people. Like, I'm all in. Just I want that job. I don't want to do like a desk job or cook. And so they set out, made phone calls, and looking back, I don't think they had any idea what they were getting me into. I mean, I didn't either. I don't blame them. It's not like they were complicit or part of some deep state and like put their grandson up for offering to the program. It wasn't like that. But no, I took some initial screening in our local area, and then we traveled down by UCLA, and I went through a series of tests over multiple visits, like all your basic stuff. I mean, physical stuff, physiological, but then went into psychological, testing, creative testing. So I went down, and the first time I had ever taken an IQ test. So you take it 2 times, at least twice, but 2 different ways, I'll say. The first time I took it, I think it was just a straight up IQ test. And I remember knowing exactly what I got because I was so interested to find out. And it was like 138. And I was like, oh, that kind of sucks. Like, that's not very high.
It's pretty high.
I'm like, I'm supposed to be smarter than that.
100's average.
But then they do the second thing, which is a stress IQ test. And so you take this same test, but I put on this oxygen mask that sealed my face with no air coming to it.
Whoa.
And I took that test, and I tested a 152.
No way.
So
you scored higher.
I scored way higher under stress. And that's when my concept for comfort and chaos began to form. And I was like, oh, like, I'm a different person. I'm like, see things more clearly. Like, I see the code or whatever. Like, under stress, it's like, things make more sense to me.
Anybody watching this is probably thinking this is a very unique recruiting process for the military. This isn't like going online, submitting an application. What did you end up getting recruited for?
Yeah. So I ended up getting recruited to a brand new program that was called GTEC, which was a guaranteed training education program, I believe is what the acronym was at the time. And for me, this was a 10-year contract that would fast track me through special operations training through the Department of the Air Force, through a career field at the time called combat control. It's still called combat control. And what's interesting for people to probably know, which moving forward, keep this in the back of your mind, is that the Air Force is this agency that straddled the blue-black line, let's call it, since its inception in 1947, like 2 weeks after Roswell incident. You get the National Security Act, you get the formation of the Air Force, CIA at the same time, Department of Defense, and the Air Force has been that agency that straddled the blue-black line ever since.
And just to be clear for the audience, the blue-black line, the blue is the kind of open source white world.
Yes.
Out in the open black world is, highly clear, sensitive stuff. Is that right?
Yeah, I think the good way to think about it is the black world that we operate in is like a four-dimensional projection into a three-dimensional world. It has its presence here, and there's indications of it, but you're not going to get it because so much of what you're seeing is tied and connected to other things through another dimension you're not paying attention to, and that's how this exists. That's how we exist, and that's how we manipulate reality and truth and get away with things that people don't understand.
That is unbelievable. You sound like Platonic.
Yeah, and I don't mean
you're describing an elite military unit.
Yeah, what I need to make very clear is, although I was prospected into combat control, I became something very different, and that was simply my gateway into the program. So I signed a contract for combat control in 1994 and shipped off to basic training in Texas. After completing basic training at Lackland Air Force Base, Texas, I then was shipped out to a place called Operating Location Hotel, which we called OLH, and this was selection for Air Force Special Warfare Combat Control Pararescue. And although I had been pre-screened and signed this crazy 10-year contract that guaranteed this 17-year-old kid 2.5 years of specialized training, which, to understand how incredible that is traditionally, or I should say historically, for special warfare or special operations like military-wide, you don't get into those programs without first being enlisted and then earning your selection and being recommended for special units. And then even once you're in those special units, what specialized schools you go to is not guaranteed, and it happens over a period of time. So after I graduated selection, which is the initial phase of weeding out candidates, it's about a 4-week course at OLH. We had a class of about 89 people, I remember, and 9 of my original classmates graduated together from that class. And then we shipped off to what we call the pipeline, which is our trade schools where we learn our craft. Somewhere early on in the pipeline, I was approached by 2 individuals who convinced me that it'd be a good idea if I became an airplane mechanic. And
can you say anything more about those 2 individuals?
One of them was clearly gay, which was interesting because I quite enjoyed the talk. I thought it was fun. And for some reason, I've always been really compatible with gay men, much to their disappointment because I'm very straight as an arrow with my sexual orientation. But so there's that. I can share that. And they had sold me on the idea. They sold me on this idea, and ultimately what it was, I knew I was doing something different and special. And you have to understand, in the 90s, the op tempo was really low.
Yeah.
And everyone kind of knew, like, you would go through your training, but a lot of guys that once they made it to their teams were kind of like, dude, let's go to war. And there was no war.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people were getting out, tired of just training. Yeah. And what was kind of sold to this young, crazy kid, Jacob Barber, was that you're going to get to do things others aren't going to get to do. There is a lot going on that we'd like to use you for, but you first have to go do this thing for us, and that is learning how to be an airplane mechanic. So I'm like, okay. I then shipped off to airplane mechanic school. Upon completing that, I reported directly to Pope Air Force Base in North Carolina. When I was there, I spent a lot of time turning wrenches on the flight line as a mechanic, but outside of that, I spent all my time training.
Was that a hazing ritual, or would that come in handy with what you were ultimately
What
going
was
to
a
do?
hazing
Like just learning to become an airplane mechanic?
No, it was my cover.
Okay.
So my cover was working as an airplane mechanic. I came in during the Clinton era, and that's no coincidence. That had a lot to do with this program and what I became, come to find out. I spent a lot of time deploying
on those type of missions in support of President Clinton. I can go into detail there a little bit. I was involved in Bosnia. I deployed to Bosnia. I was involved in the liberation of Kuwait. Had a lot of combat time. But ultimately, what I was being refined for was a red teamer. I became a red team expert. Red team, you could think of, is an opposition force. In fact, that's exactly what we call it, is OP4, opposition force. And red team's job in any scenario is to exploit all the weaknesses of blue team and find the vulnerabilities and then use those against blue team. So in an exercise, we would participate where the military's blue forces or traditional forces would deploy their tactics, and then we would be set out to play the opponent or the enemy, and we're given liberty, boundless liberty on how to just go and fuck up their life, like try and make their life hell. You get to be creative, think outside the box, innovate ways, and find holes in our systems. So we'd go out, and it was a lot of fun, and we'd find ways to completely disrupt the standard operating procedures of units. And then in exercises that were global and dealt very closely with other subject matter related to UAP, we're involved with those and had to come up with innovative ways to be adversarial towards our own forces. And I found out that, like, my 4 eyes that I explained earlier were tools of war. And you know, anyone that's read The Art of War, what's the first rule in The Art of War?
Yeah, what is the first rule?
Deception.
Deception.
Deception
Wow.
is the first rule in The Art of War, is to deceive and to always act like something you're not. Now, I think about it, that's probably alarming coming from me right now.
I was just going to ask, how do we know
that guy is full of shit.
Yeah. How do we know you're not red teaming us right now?
Well, you don't. You don't know that. You really don't.
That was an honest answer.
Yeah, you don't know that. So all I can do, I expect to get asked that a lot, is like, I'll paraphrase a book from Matthew, I think it is, like, you will know me by my fruits. And so just pay attention to what's happening. You can evaluate the impact of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And that's all you can do.
Well, that's an amazing message for the audience too, which is they should corroborate the things that you're saying through their own open source research.
Yeah.
And if it validates and checks, they should think for themselves. And not just take all of us for our word.
No.
Willy-nilly. You mentioned other things being sort of adjacent to UFO or UAP retrievals. What were the other things you were doing as part of this group?
While enlisted, I did a lot of security and escort of HVTs, which are called high value targets. So I held a NATO top secret security clearance at times when I needed to, and was manifested to classified flights where we would be dispatched. We would secure targets and transport those targets and deliver them to other places and then hand them off to other teams. These targets most of the time were like sealed containers. We called them mystery boxes. I couldn't tell you what was inside. It could be a variety of things. There was a variety of sizes. Something small enough that could fit on a helicopter. Something large enough that it had to be put on a C-5 Galaxy. Sometimes it had to be trucked. Sometimes it had to be taken in pieces, but it was always put in the little mystery boxes. One thing that should be noted is that one of these missions I was involved in, I got very sick afterwards and lost every hair on my body. Skin peeled off my arms. I was nauseous. And it was obvious in hindsight that I was exposed most likely to some form of radiation. And this really upsets some people when I tell this story, especially friends like Dr. Gary Nolan, who helps me with this issue now. But
real quick, just for the audience,
yeah.
Gary Nolan is a Stanford microbiologist.
Yeah.
He's a Nobel nominee every year. He's tenured there, and he's incredibly interested in the UFO subject.
Yes.
In fact, he claims to have, and I've seen them actually, crash retrieval parts from his friend who's a longtime kind of the godfather of UFO research, a guy named Jacques Vallée.
Yeah.
Gary does mass spectrometry on them, but he also was approached by the CIA in, I think, 2016-ish, around people who have encountered
Yes.
UAP, NHI, and the biological effects that they've
Correct.
occurred.
And that's the nature of my relationship with Barry. So, Dr. Nolan. Yeah, I'm still suffering from that experience most likely and subsequent experiences, but it's only now that I'm getting proper care because of how I want to say this, because I don't want to make the Air Force out to be this evil, irresponsible entity, because as much as they are, they also aren't. In this one circumstance, I don't believe they knew what we were dealing with. This is why I think that one incident, and looking back with 2020 vision, hindsight, it's likely that was also related to the UAP topic, because had we known what was in that box, we have a protocol for dealing with nuclear hazmat, and none of that was in place, and I still got exposed. So I think something in that box that
Were you carrying the box?
no, we don't care. It's too heavy. It's loaded on the craft. We
Loaded on
escort
the
it.
box. You escorted it.
We escort it and we protect it with authority to use deadly force.
And it was emitting that much radiological energy.
I think it got turned on at some point, which is another interesting thing. Like, how did it come on while we were in air? Like, it turned on or turned off, or there was some level of fallout. I really don't know.
What makes you think that it was a UAP or UFO and not like an electromagnetic pulse, like some of these exotic weaponry that emit radiological energy?
Yeah, well, EMPs are different. A lot of the HPMs are safe to be around. You're not going to get high doses of gamma radiation by exposing yourself to an EMP. But I would just say, let's not get too much into this night in this mission without getting into trouble. But I'll just tell you that I don't blame the Air Force or anyone for how that was handled, except with the exception of the fact of seeking medical treatment afterwards. I couldn't talk about what had happened, so therefore the causation was really difficult for doctors to come up with. There was symptomology without causation, and I was treated for things that weren't necessarily consistent with radiation poisoning, and I healed up from it.
What were all the symptoms that you experienced?
So, like, I have a heart murmur that I never had before. Okay, so my heart's messed up. I lost all the hair on my body. I look like just a albino lizard, dude. Like, no pubic hair, no eyebrows, no nose hair, which I wish was still the case, but whatever.
Still one benefit.
Yeah, one benefit. No ear hair, no nose hair.
Yeah.
I had rashes. My immune system seems compromised in some way that I can't explain. I just have random autoimmune disorders, and so this is where Gary has come in handy, is that he's reviewed my medical records, and we're trying to make sense of 20 years of things that have happened and how it more so, like, forget the past, like moving forward. My concern is that there's some, hidden gremlin that's going to show up later in life, and we're going to be way behind on how to deal with, cancer or whatever. I hate to throw that term around.
Knock on wood, man.
Yeah. So, so that incident, just to get back to the subject.
Can I ask you one more question about what happened? When Gary took a look at your, physical chart and the symptoms, did he say they accorded with other UFO experiencers?
Yeah.
He did.
Specifically, it's the guy from Rendlesham Forest in 1980.
John Burroughs.
John Burroughs and Jim Penniston.
John
Burroughs had similar symptoms that I did, and had similar issues with his VA records as I did.
So he also had scarring in his dorsal striatum. He had scarring in his caudate nucleus and putamen.
Yeah.
Did you have that?
I haven't. I still have to get my comprehensive MRIs. Like, I haven't had a brain MRI that's revealed that.
But I do know he had a heart issue.
Yeah, we had the same heart issue.
Oh, wow.
That didn't exist before in either of us. That was the one thing that Gary shared, and it was, similar situation with the records. But
and for context for people, the Rendlesham Forest incident was, I think, 1980.
Yeah,
where it was Suffolk, the Royal Air Force Bentwaters, and it was, you had Jim Penniston, Burroughs, all these guys who were, they saw this like light in the forest.
Yeah,
right.
dude, that one incident this is we were talking earlier about how things get lost over time. In this environment, how keyed up we are right now for proof, and there's a lot of attention on this. If that incident, if Bentwaters happened today or tomorrow, case would be closed. Like that single incident has all the proof and evidence that you need that this thing is real, from a public perspective, from a first-hand witness, from a government response and cover-up. Like it's there. It's a closed book.
Lord Norton, who is the head of the naval fleet for the entire UK, saying that this, was a thing. This happened,
and it simply isn't any good. Ministers and the Ministry of Defense in particular saying that nothing that took place that December night in Suffolk is of defense interest. It simply isn't true.
And you had Colonel Charles Halt as well do an investigation afterwards, and everything checked.
OSI shows up and plane HVT escort teams show up, haul everything away. People are sworn to secrecy. People are drugged during interrogation, post interrogation of the. I mean,
they're given truth serum. They're given sodium pentothal, so that they basically give like an extremely explicit readout of what actually occurred. And that itself didn't take place in a vacuum. You have a great book called UFOs and Nukes by a guy named Robert Hastings. 167 ICBM security personnel, radar operators, guys that work at these nuclear bases across the United States, and in some cases they're joint nuclear bases in the UK and other places. And they all experience these things, these orbs, discs, plasma balls, crazy sorts of things. In certain cases, they claim to have boarded crafts. And
if anybody out there wants a good starting point to take an on-ramp into this subject matter, I recommend going to what was called the Citizens Hearings in 2013. It's on YouTube. It's a full week of what's essentially a mock congressional hearing where they brought in, there's over 20 hours of testimony over 5 days. At that time, everyone from academia, government, military, enthusiasts, all those areas that have expertise and experience is documented, and they come and they testify in a very professional, formal setting before, I think, former and current congressional members, and they lay it all out. It's the whole history, and Bentwaters incident is covered in there. Something about that is irritating because it's like, okay, where are all the whistleblowers? Let's wait until they come out. Like, no,
they've come out.
They have come out. Like, take the time. If you want to form a vehement argument that's anti whatever the subject is, put in the work to go look. Like Ross's book, In Plain Sight. There's so much that's already in plain sight. It's already happened.
It's in plain sight. Jake, have you retrieved a non-human craft?
Yes, I have.
Okay, let's get into that.
All right.
What's the story behind that?
Man, so here we go. So after 9/11, I went back to California and I began going to work on the next chapter of my life, which is working as a contractor for the broader intelligence community. And so everyone else after 9/11 was looking east with vengeance, and the special operations community went crazy, which kind of served as like the perfect distraction for me in my work, because nobody was looking domestically, nobody was looking out west, and we continued to do our work out here. And I quite literally took a left turn at Albuquerque, to quote Bugs Bunny.
I knew I should have taken that left turn at Albuquerque.
And worked on, we had a cover contract through the BIA, which is the Bureau of Indian Affairs, at a sovereign nation close to White Sands Missile Range in New Mexico. And
let the audience be skeptical of this left turn into, Indian reservations. There's actually a long history of the American intelligence community's activity on Indian reservations. You actually watch a really popular Netflix show right now called The Octopus Murders, which involves all sorts of activity with Whack-and Hut, private security contractor on Native American lands. And it's a somewhat common thing. So.
Well, it's a good place to go if, there's a lot of security and acuity there from a structure standpoint. And something important to understand is that legitimacy is the best cover. This is something we say all the time. So if I'm going to put my public face or my structured face or my three-dimensional identity out there, it's got to be legitimate work, and I spend most of my time doing that. So I specialize in security and transportation, mostly in aeronautical operations, even more specifically helicopters. I'm basically a helicopter operations expert and security expert. So I stood up and got involved with helicopter operating companies and held many contracts with the DoD, Department of Interior, State Department, and other local agencies as well. And through that work, we basically, although the majority of our time was spent doing the day-to-day work and keeping that business up and going, our real purpose was to make ourselves available for the call, let's say, or the calls that would come in. And we would be put to work on missions for the program. And because of my experience working as a Red Team member and already having the clearances and already having proved myself, I don't know how to say it other than, certain individuals were passing my business card around. And it's a lot of work, maintaining aptitude and currency and a variety of skills and legitimate civilian licenses and credentials.
What's your title at this point? Like, do you have a title, or are you a full kind of ghost?
I mean, I'm a lot of things. Like, so I don't know how to answer that. Like,
I mean, at this point, with that, take a left turn to Albuquerque.
Yeah.
Dealing with the Department of Interior. What's your job title?
Director of Operations for a helicopter company.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I'm Director of Operations for a helicopter company.
Yeah.
I'm Program Director for Gracie Jiu-Jitsu, NorCal. I'm a flight instructor for law enforcement, for Airborne Law Enforcement Agency. I held a lot of titles. I'm the president of a corporation that has manufactures patented wheelchair parts for the Veterans Hospital. I service fitness centers on a number of key military bases that, if I named them, they'd make a lot of sense to you. So I'm a lot of different things.
Yeah. You're like an Uber driver in LA, but way more badass.
I like to think I'm more badass than an Uber driver at this point. There are some badass Uber drivers.
The most insane multi-hyphenate ever.
But at this point, I think all of these different potential covers is what's actually serving you in what you're doing, because you could be a flight instructor at this company, or you could be just like directing operations for some transportation.
Can you say anything about the companies that you worked for in the context of these UFO crash retrievals?
Look, man, if you took 2 guesses, you'd get both of them right from the first try.
There you go.
At the end of the day, like, I'm just a security and transportation guy, especially when it gets to the UAP subject. It's like, we did a lot of helicopter work and law enforcement and security work. It's not like we understand the idea of a paramedic sitting over here in an ambulance waiting for a call who specializes in emergency medical response. It's like, we're not sitting there as a crash recovery team with our little CR patch on our chest and our little alien dice hanging from the rearview mirror of the helicopter. We're ready to roll when the alien phone rings. Crash. No, it's like we're doing other shit, and like, we're going to go out and we do a lot of recovery. It's not just exotic craft. We recover all kinds of things. When a call would come in, typically it meant we were going out to what I call the range, which is in the desert of California, and we would be there to support from a security and transportation standpoint the operations out there. The range was a giant playground for Department of Defense and its private aerospace partners for testing weapons technology, radar technology, craft, experimental craft, and that craft's resilience to radar and weapons technology and vice versa. It was during this work when I'm here to talk about 2 different experiences with exotic
craft that was non-human in origin. And it was during some of this time out on the range when I had these experiences. First thing I'm going to talk about is when we recovered an egg, and we just call it the egg because that's what it was. It's like a giant white egg. The night that this happened, we weren't expecting an egg. I wasn't briefed on an egg. When this happened, it was a surprise to everyone. I can tell you within not only my leadership structure, which is most concerning when they're surprised, but also everyone around me on my team. When this happened, we had to go. We altered our communication protocol. We altered our security protocol, and it was obvious to everyone that what we were dealing with was something extraordinary. My job that night was as a helicopter pilot. I was not on the ground. I was called in to transport that egg via external load, what we call external load, or through a long line, which is 150 foot, sometimes 200 foot long line that hangs below the helicopter. It has a remote hook on it. That remote hook can be attached to hardware that secures the load, and then we fly that load away to a drop point. And from there, it goes wherever it's going to go on a secured transport.
Did you see this egg?
I saw it, absolutely.
What did it look like?
Probably 20 feet plus or minus, I don't know, 10%. From my point of view, I was 150 feet from it, had a 150 foot long line that night, hovered right over it, hooked up to it. It looked like a giant.
20 feet longitudinally?
Yeah, 20 feet longitudinally. Spherical with a little bit of an asymmetrical, three-dimensional rounding shape to it. It's like a pearly white, like, I don't know if it was wet or moist, but if it wasn't like flat white, it was like pearly white. Granted, this is at night at this point. It was after civil twilight, so it's dark. I'm flying under NVGs, but there was enough lunar illumination that I could see it with the naked eye.
What's an NVG?
Night vision goggle. So it's an enhanced omni-electronic system that takes into account IR light.
But you could see it outside.
I could see it. I could flip my goggles up and see it, and flip my goggles down and see it. It was secured with nets, basically.
It was secured with nets.
Nets.
And somebody wrapped nets around it? Somebody on your team?
Yeah, someone on the ground team.
Wow.
Yeah.
And did they sort of touch the craft while they were wrapping nets?
The team there must have touched it. Yeah.
And did they experience any effects? Did they
Not
say
that
what?
I know. I didn't talk much. It was compartmentalization on steroids that night, so I didn't debrief with the ground crew much. There's a few guys on the ground crew that we've talked to since, but a lot of the details of everyone's experience, weren't shared necessarily.
Any other core details about the craft? The weight, any symbology on it?
No, I mean, it was smooth, seamless, no symbology. I could tell you it was less than 5,000 pounds because that was the capacity of my helicopter at that time. I don't remember exactly what it weighed. When we fly in to recover a load or to pick, we use the term pick, which is I'm going to connect and haul something off no matter what it is. I get a briefing on the way in as to what my load is going to be. I get disclosed its approximate weight, dimensions, and then I get a hazmat disclosure as to whether or not there's any hazmat on board or if there are any souls on board, which is life forms. That night, there was no disclosure for hazmat or souls on board, what we call SOBs, souls on board. And it was just an object. And took it to a drop point, which was about 15 miles away, and set it down very carefully, and it was hauled off somewhere, and that was the end of it.
Why do you think it landed on a human flight testing range? I could see a skeptic in the audience saying, oh, awfully convenient that you're landing right next to wherever you guys are operating.
Yeah, well, it wasn't. It actually went off the range, which was added to part of our challenge. And I can't tell you where it landed, but it was tracked.
I want somebody who was probed. Drones, space fields, no dog.
And as we turned left on the, not a hard left, just a dog leg left, there sat this object on top of November 5 that was about 10 feet in the air, directly on top of that blast door. That was the size of a Walmart building. It was huge, and it was a sphere.
I sat down with Mario Woods, a former U.S. Air Force security responder. In 1977, he was stationed at Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota. Then, age 23, he experienced an incident that would change him forever, literally leaving him with missing time, marks on his body, and a colleague locked in catatonic shock for hours.
Literally could not get a breath of air. It was just all encompassing.
So here it is, my full interview with Mario Woods.
So who are you?
Oh, my name is Mario Woods. I currently live in Southeast Georgia. Georgia. I'm 69 years old. I served in the Air Force from 1975 to 1983. And in 1977, had quite the experience on November 5 missile site, which was a Minuteman II 1.2 megaton weapon in the ground, in a hardened structure, in a silo, just north of a small town named Newell, South Dakota, which is 30 miles north of Sturgis, which most people have heard before. And this is a high plains area, buffalo running terrain. Seen them a few times also. But 1 o'clock in the morning changed my life. That week of November was the 18th, 1977.
And you were stationed at Ellsworth
At Ellsworth Air Force Base, that's correct.
And what was your role there? What were you doing?
Security police, assigned to the missile squadron. You have about 800 security police officers that work the site, and about 1/3 were assigned to aircraft back at the main support base of Ellsworth, the actual Air Force base. All the missile sites themselves are manned by 6-man teams, and there are 150 Minuteman II missiles with 15 launch control facilities where you live, and you act as a response team while on duty on a 12-hour shift to respond to any and all given alarms or launch facility checks or anything that an ordinary police type duty would be.
Not for our sake, but for the context of the audience, do you have any mental health history prior to your sighting in 1977, your experience in 1977?
No, I do not. I was part of the personal reliability program also for sensitive nuclear equipment.
Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, anyone that works around any type of nuclear devices, weaponry, or construction of, or the storage of nuclear components, whatever it may be, plutonium, uranium, or anything that's used in that particular field, you have to be cleared and granted a clearance in order to do it. If they detect anything that's abnormal with how you may react up to and including taking life, if you have to, and in preservation of keeping that ours or saving someone's life, I mean, they really analyze you deeply to see if you can't do that.
And you have to report if you're taking any sort of medication.
Oh, they know. Yes.
Any sort of
yes.
diagnoses in the past dealing with mental health.
Correct. They do random blood tests, urinalysis, everything. We didn't have gum swabs back then, or the tests were quite different back in that day. But that was really there was no leniency in that.
Okay, so you're in Ellsworth Air Force Base. It's 1977. You have a partner that you're working with?
Yeah, his name, Michael Johnson. He's a real light-skinned black guy. He told me he was from Chicago, Illinois. And we only worked together that one day. He was working vacation relief for my partner. His name was Steve Welchel, who went to North Carolina to get married. So he had 30 days in which to do that. So in the interim, while we went on a tour into the field, mind you, your main base is Ellsworth, and you report there. Our SATAF, or our operations facility, is at Ellsworth. And all the 3 squadrons meet there for this huge guard mount as we depart from there on buses or helicopters if the weather's too bad and they can't travel on the road. And we go out to our respective launch control facilities where we live for 3 days at a time and come in the morning of the 4th day.
So set the scene for the night in question. What are you doing?
Really nothing. We had gotten out there probably about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning. Usually, if you're working the night shift, which we were assigned to, which was 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., we try to lay down and take a nap. But that young and strong and vibrant, I didn't really see the need to do that. So during the day, I just stayed up and did some other things, played some ping pong or something. And that night, we went on duty at 6 p.m. Of course, we go in and we get all of our code tables issued to us and all that stuff. Or when we're dispatched, it can be either or. And I guess it was about 9 o'clock, 9:15 or so. And I smoked cigarettes then, so I just thought I'd walk outside and have a cigarette. And it was between 9 and 13 degrees outside. So I had my long johns on over my fatigues. And I just walked outside, and you're talking prairie land as far as you can see north and east and west, and you don't see south because the building's behind you. And I see this light off to my east at about a 30-degree angle, and it looks like a mini moon. I honestly thought it was the landing lights or some type of landing lights for B-52 bombers, because the main base supported aircraft, uploaded aircraft, the B-52s, and they often flew sorties or test runs across the prairies at night, usually at around 300 feet. So it was like a low-level flight, right? It was pretty cool to see that. That's what I thought it was. I thought they were coming to me. That's why I couldn't really gauge the distance. I mean, I thought 5 to 7 miles, and I'll stick with that at about 30 degrees, but that it never changed. And I kept looking at it. Now, if I extended my hand this way, it covered the circumference of the light I was looking at.
So how far away was the object?
I would guess 5 to 7 miles. And the reason I say that is at the end of this, I can make that correlation. Because you got to have things that, that put all this together. And it was just so strange. It was as if there was a light right out there a few miles away from you, and it doesn't belong there. It's not coming near you, and it's not going in either direction anywhere else, and there's no noise associated with it. It just sits there. So that's where I was with that, and I'm smoking a cigarette, and I thought, well, literally, I thought, what the hell is that? It can't be. Is that B-52s or is it helicopters? We did have helicopters back then, but I never saw them fly at night like that. And so again, I just thought it was 2 B-52 bombers together, so close, one behind and a wingman, like that I just took it as that. But I held my hand up like this, and it covered the light, the circumference of the light. But if I did my fist like this, then it was larger than my fist was. And I thought, that is really strange. How can that be? When I sailed with my father growing up, I went to sea with him a couple of times during the summertime. He could do that. You can't do that today, but back then, a chief engineer could do that. Mm-hmm. I went inside the facility, went into the flight security controller office, which was just right to the right as you open the front door. And Bill Holloman, he was a staff sergeant, he was talking to his wife back at Ellsworth. And the toggle switch or the rocker switch was on the wall just behind him, right next to the entrance to the elevator door where the officers used to go down the elevator to the capsule. And I said, hey, Bill, I said, there's something out here strange in the air. I said, some lights. I said, do you mind if I flip the lights at this thing? And he just looked up at me literally, and he had that big old gray phone back to his head. And he just kind of waved me off, like, go ahead, do what you want. So I just, honestly, no SOS or nothing. I just flipped it off and on, off and on, off and on 3 times. And I ran back outside. I was probably 20, 25 feet away from the door, a little bit to the east of it, of the door, of the front of the door. And just watching it, a couple of minutes went by, maybe a minute and a half. And all of a sudden, this thing goes out, on, out, on, out, and on. And it just sent shivers up me. And I went, wow, well, they do see me. So I literally thought, okay, because I've had them do wing waves at me before, like fighter aircraft or helicopters. They'll do a little swing like that if they see you on the ground. And as security policemen, you're taught that. Mm-hmm. You are taught hand signals and flashlight signals, for aircraft if you need to be rescued or you're trying to aid them getting to the ground or what have you. You are trained on that. So I just thought it was really cool. And I thought, all right, well, let's carry this on a little bit further, because still it was in the same location, not coming closer, no sound. So as I went in, I said, hey, Michael. Didn't know Michael from Adam's House Cat. It's the first time we ever worked together, and he was just simply sent out to work this vacation relief from my partner. So I went and I said, hey, man, there's something in the air you need to come and look at. And now he worked missiles also, but on a different flight. He was usually at a different location. He didn't work in November. And he outranked me by 2 months, by the way. So he would be driving the vehicle and I would be the passenger or the team member. So he kind of looks at me for a minute and really is not too excited. I said, come on out here, man, you got to see this. Hoping it would still be there when I went outside. So he comes outside. I said, hold on right there. We walked about 20, 25 feet. And I said, look at that. You see that? He goes, yeah. I said, I just flashed the lights at that thing and it flashed back at me. And he just looked at me as in disbelief. So I said, stay right here. And I ran in there real fast. And I said, hey, Bill, you got to come see this thing. Because he and I, we went back a ways and we knew each other pretty well. And I don't know what kind of discussion he was in with his wife, but he chose not to come out and stayed on that damn phone. So I flipped the lights again, same sequence, blip, 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 three of them, 3 times. Ran back outside, about 2 minutes passed, and it goes out, comes on, goes out, comes on, and stayed on twice. 3 and 2, that's right. And so he just kind of looked at me and looked back at that. I said, what do you think, man? He goes, man, I don't know. And I said, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it again. Maybe it'll. I said, do you hear anything? Couldn't hear nothing. He didn't hear anything. He didn't seem to be too impressed. I must say that. It didn't seem to really get a hold of him the way it did me. I was excited about it. Still not knowing what it was. I said, it's got to be B-52s. No reply. So I ran back in again. I did the same thing. He stayed right there. Flipped it off, flipped it on, flipped it off, flipped it on. Ran back outside. I know Bill Holloman thought I was a nut by that time. So I get back out there, and it flipped off, and it did not come back on. But when it did come on, it was about 30 seconds or so. It had moved just a little bit north, but it had moved further westward, like from that position to this position, which made it look, say from the 3 o'clock position where I was visualizing it, seeing it, maybe to the 1:30 position, something like that. And it came on, and it just stayed right there. Never heard anything. Never saw any type of flame or anything like an afterburner or nothing. It didn't move. It just was right there. And he goes, hey, man, he said, I don't know. And I said, what do you think it could be? Oh, whatever. And he walked back inside. So the last time I went in there and flipped the lights at the thing, came back out, and that would be the 4th time, and it was out, and I didn't see it again. It was, when I came back out, it was gone, or it was out. So I just shook my head. I just took it as, well, I guess they went that way, maybe flying up toward or over toward Belle Fourche, which is about 30 miles away, north and west of our location. More north of that's North Dakota, so, I mean, we were in that proximity in that high northwestern area there. And so I just went back inside, and I guess all this time from like 9:15 to about 9:40 when all this transpired, maybe 9:35. I guess hard to be exact, but I try to be. And I went in and started playing some cards, watching TV or something, or he didn't want to do anything. As I said, we literally didn't know each other, and we spoke very little. And other than the fact that I knew, the area in November, that site and all the missile sites where they were located, which were 10 of them, he was just there to fill in. So we watched TV until midnight, and that signal comes on. It used to look like a radiological signal. It used to come on at 12 o'clock when all the 3 stations that we have would go off the air, and then it would have that loud noise, that signal.
Static.
Yeah. So that happened. So he just turned the TV off. Nation was a different place then, believe me. Was in a different place then. And I guess it was about 12:15 when, as I was sitting down, I think I was looking at a book or something, I hear the alert phone in the flight security controller's office go off. And that's the phone that's directly connected to the launch control people downstairs, 2 officers downstairs. And it sounds like, and it rings until you pick it up. You got to snatch it off the wall. And of course, Bill Holloman did that. And I hear him saying, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Sit for November 5, which is a 2-pronged alarm. That's an above ground and a below ground sensor that has been affected. And as I said, the temperature was between 9 and 13 degrees that night. So it was cold. So I had on my long johns, fatigue pants, and shirt, and I had on bunny boots because I knew I was going to be doing some walking because you have to do a certain a certain type of route around the facility on foot, inside and outside the fence line, which is a good walk. And in snow, it gets kind of a little dicey because it just does. But anyway, so we got all of our equipment. We had our weapons. We had our code tables. We had our ditty bags, which is what you carry all your stuff in. And the F-154 pickup truck was sitting directly outside our front door. We keep it plugged in because it gets so cold there that it will freeze up the coolant in your engine, or they also have a way of keeping the transmission warm with a plug-in. So unplugged that. We were set to go. The vehicle's warming up, and we got our safety briefing and everything that we needed, and off we went. And I'd say that was probably right around 12:20, 12:25, and it was a 15-minute travel time to November 5. And strangely enough, that was the closest launch facility to our launch control facility where we lived. It was the closest one. As the crow flies, it was only maybe 5.5 miles away, but the way that you had to get there made it probably 10 miles or 8.5, 10 miles, somewhere in there. So as we left, we go through the gate out to the end of, these are all clay roads. You can go from one end of the state on the other on a clay road. They're maintained by the state. They're very nice. Got to the intersection, hung a left. There's no traffic. Believe me, there's no traffic. And next intersection, turn left, and it's 4.5 miles from that intersection up to Highway 79, which runs down to Newell. So you're going uphill as you go down in this little depression area. You're going uphill toward the highway bed as they build them high, so snow and ice runs off of them. And I just happened to look to about my 4 o'clock position, straight that way where November 5 was located. And when I did, I see this pulsation, like an orange, yellow, and white type glow coming off the ground from miles away. Should have never seen that before. And I said, "Hey, Michael," I said, "check this out, man." I said, "You see that glow over there?" I said, look out. I said, "Can you see that?" He didn't say anything yet. And as we got up to Highway 79 and we turned right, then we were on top of that plateau. And now that 4 o'clock has become like a 1:30 again. And I said, "Look at that, man. I'm telling you, that's that object." And why I said that, I don't know. He just said, "Whatever, man." And he said that to me a couple times that night. "Whatever, man." So as we traversed down Highway 79 toward Newell to a stop sign, there's one stop sign and one stoplight in Newell. And the population then was 230 people in that town. And it was on the entrance and the exit on Highway 79. Every time I entered Newell, population was 230. When I left, it was 230. So now it's 600 and something, as I was there in 21. But as we went downhill, I lost sight of that pulsating glow. We went down to the stop sign. We took a right, and the road goes out about 1.5 miles, and then it dog legs back to the left. And as we turned left on the, not a hard left, just a dog leg left, there sat this object on top of November 5 that was about 10 feet in the air, directly on top of that blast door that was the size of a Walmart building. This thing was as big as this building you're in right here. It was huge, and it was a sphere. It had an energy source that moved around it like you'd see pictures of the sun, how it's just like boiling. I don't want to call it plasma, but I don't know what really to call it. But there were no tail sections, no portholes, there were no thrusters, there was no leading edges kind, no wings, tail sections, nothing that we would associate anything in the air with. It was a complete sphere, but on a magnitude that is just hard to even comprehend.
As you know, I'm always on the hunt for things that help me stay sharp, focused, and full of energy while I'm diving into life's mysteries and making this show happen. And I've got to say, Mudwater has completely transformed my mornings. Back in the day, I used to struggle with that post-coffee crash. And let's not even get into the caffeine jitters. Mudwater gave me the smooth, steady energy I was missing. It's packed with functional mushrooms like lion's mane, chaga, and reishi, plus turmeric and cacao, all working together to keep me focused, calm, and grounded. Honestly, it's like coffee went on a yoga retreat and came back to Zen. What I love most is that it's not just about replacing coffee, It's a whole new ritual. It's a simple, nourishing way to start the day, and I actually look forward to it every morning. Every ingredient is USDA certified organic, vegan, non-GMO, and there's zero sugar. It's energy that doesn't mess with your sleep or make you question your life choices at 3 a.m. Ready to make the switch to cleaner energy? Head to mudwater.com. That's MUDWTR.com and grab your starter kit today. Right now, our listeners get an exclusive deal up to 43% off your entire order, plus free shipping and a free rechargeable frother when you use code Jesse. That's right, up to 43% off with code Jesse at MUDWTR.com. After your purchase, they'll ask you how you found them. Please show your support and let them know we sent you. Keep your energy natural and refreshing all year long with Mudwater, because life's too short for anything less than clean, delicious energy.
So we pulled up to this thing about 60 feet on the access road to the site itself. He had these, I think the fence was either 10 or 12-foot fence with big opening gates on it. And we pulled up at a 45-degree angle right where the cattle crossing is located, because all these ranchers own this property, and the property was leased from them to put these missile sites on back in the day when they built it. So the cattle can't come out into the main road. It still happens, but it really decreases that from occurring. So we pulled up right at that cattle gate, and immediately upon doing so, it was as if a light came down that just blew my eyeballs out of my head. You could literally almost see the veins behind your eyelids. It was as if, I don't know what kind of energy that was, but whatever was released or put down our way just completely almost disabled you just from the brightness. It was like living in a welder's light for a few moments. And then the atmosphere just vacated. Couldn't breathe. Literally could not get a breath of air. Now, I don't know if that was from my excitement. I don't know if it was from adrenaline. I'm 23 years old. I was in excellent shape. I could flat foot 25 miles in full combat dress and smoke a cigarette at the end of it. It didn't bother me a bit. Literally, I was in that kind of shape. Wow. And I was just so taken. Michael Johnson, I never remember him looking up at the thing. But for me, I was at a 45-degree angle, and I'm looking directly out his window, and part of the back window, this is an F-150 Ford pickup truck, a 1975 or 76, I can't remember which, but the square body type pickup truck with Western mirrors on the sides of them, two-wheel drive vehicles. And the only thing I knew to do was to ask for relief. And where did that come from? I have no idea where that thought or impulse came from.
You pray to God or Jesus or just relief generically?
I think he was in there, and I just asked for relief from what I was experiencing to breathe, because I didn't think I was going to be able to take another breath of air. And I grabbed my flashlight, which I've gotten ridiculed before. It was an aluminum black 3D cell flashlight. I think it was made in Japan. I'm not sure. But it was a great tool, and they just started making them. Now, Maglite didn't come out until 79. I had this in 77. It was given to me as a gift. And I rolled the window down, and I reached up with my right hand, and I grabbed onto that mirror, pulled myself up on that window sill because I was so afraid to step out of the cab of that truck. And I'm fully armed. Why would I be afraid? I've never been afraid to do anything. I mean, especially in my duty, I was so afraid of what I was experiencing. I didn't know how to deal with it. I pulled myself up on the windowsill of that truck out of that seat, and I grabbed my flashlight, and I had a glove on my left hand, and I had my flashlight in my right hand, and I had my hand on the blue bubble up on top of the glove. And I just flashed that flashlight at this thing like I did at the facility, I guess. I don't really know. And as soon as I did, I got relief. It felt like there was relief. And I just slid back down in the seat. And as I slid back down in the seat, I noticed all these I noticed dust particles and stuff and the way in which that cab was lit up that it's hard to describe. It seemed like everything was in slow motion, like the dust that was in that cab circulating from the vent work was like it was in slow motion moving. I was like looking at it. It was like sparkles or something, or like glitter. It was like that. And I thought, what's happening here? What is this? And I was trying to breathe. I was trying to talk to Michael. Got no answer from him, as he was just stuck or glued to that steering wheel, and he was just bathed in a blue-white light. You know, the light intensity never honestly went away. It was just all encompassing. It was just all surrounding, to a point where you're like trapped in light. There's nowhere to go. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. It just, I don't know. I just felt like somebody had me right where they wanted me for some reason. These thoughts and all this that I just described went by in just a couple of seconds, not minutes, but just a couple of seconds. All this just happened so fast, faster than what I've just told you. And then this black ball, about 6 times the size of a beach ball, looked as if it had vents or something on it. Not round vents, but these long like lines coming down the side of it. Just, it didn't touch our truck, but it shot right down in front over the hood of this F-150. And I don't even know what to say, but it was so fast and so whatever it was doing quick, that it just bounced around from every location on the truck, front, back, left, right, in front, and then it was just gone. I still don't know how much time has passed. Then I became afraid, and I made sure I rolled my window up. I put my M16, when I came back, got it back in it, when I slid back into the truck, I put my M16 between my legs, and I was holding onto the barrel. I don't know where my flashlight went. I just knew to secure my weapon between my legs, and I held onto the barrel. And this permeating smell, I have no idea where it came from, because, as I said, my window was up, and I know his window was up. So it had to come through the ventilation ductwork, I guess. But it permeated the vehicle like, I mean, stench smell. Bad ammonia, like you want to roll the windows down. You want to step outside and get some fresh air. I mean, some of the cleanest air on the planet runs through South Dakota year round, but this was like standing in a bottom of a boat or something, you know, where they catch shrimp, I guess, and dump them there. But put them there. I shouldn't even say that. But anyway, it was overwhelming. And when I smelled that, I just got a real strange feeling from within, like something when you're afraid or when you're scared or something, because I knew that wasn't normal. And I know I'd never smelled that before. I only associated it with what I'd smelled in the past, trying to make maybe a visualization in my mind what it could be. And the light never stopped. The pressure did. We could breathe again, or I could breathe again. Michael Johnson, he never said anything from the time we rolled up to that site. Anything. The last thing he said to me was on the top of Highway 79 when, whatever, man, as it was glowing over in the far distance, that I saw this pulsation off the ground, or what I took as off the ground from where we were from driving there. And so when that happened, I felt as if I was becoming sleepy or tunnel visioned or something. I kept shaking my head as I relive it. As we're sitting here right now, I kept I felt as if I was going to go out. So I was trying to hold my breath and squeeze, you know, like pilots do that, you know, in G suits to keep the blood in their head, right? But I felt as if I was going to pass out. And I started getting this tunnel vision effect in a way where I couldn't see, and it was just getting smaller and smaller, and it was black on the exterior of that visual that I was looking out the front window. I mean, all these thoughts are running around in your brain, and this is all taking place in just a couple of minutes, not 10 minutes, not even 5 minutes, for what I understand. And as I'm blacking out, I know I feel something on my right side. And I turn my head and I see these four, I'm going to call them beings. And they are not walking as you and I walk. They are just gliding across the ground. Maybe, I don't know how high off the ground. I couldn't really see that. But they have these little uniforms on. And the one on the far right, he had some type of a small wand in his waist belt. I've got a drawing of it that had a yellow tip on it, some type of a yellow tip. And it really got my attention. And I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. But the one behind those three, the front three were the same size, exactly the same size, looked exactly the same. But the one behind them was a chest and a head taller than the little guys. And he had this thing on his chest right here that pulsated the same color as what was on that little wand. And when I saw him, then I was afraid. Then I felt fear. Maybe just visualized fear. I don't know. They didn't do anything to me that caused fear other than where I was and what I'd just gone through. And then I went black. I just went, that's the last thing that I saw in my mind. And just a second went by. And literally when I came to, my weapon was between my legs and I'm still holding on to it. And I just looked straight up like that and right out the windshield of that 150 in its total blackness. And I thought, where'd all the light go? Literally, I didn't even know where it was. We were. I said, Michael, where are we? Where's November 5? Because it's lit up. It has lights on it. They're like pole lights. It has those type of lights on it at night. This is a standalone facility. So even if external power is cut, this thing takes over and has a generator run itself, right? No answer from Michael. And I kept yelling at him, Michael, what's going on with you, man? And I pushed him in his shoulder really hard. I put my finger in his ear after a couple of minutes. I shoved him, checked his pulse. He was breathing. I couldn't get anything out of him. He was as if he was in some type of a state that I didn't even really know to have the words for. As if his eyes were open and he was breathing and his heart was pumping, but he was just stuck on that steering wheel. And I tried, I don't know how many times to get him to say something. I said, snap out of it, man. What's going on? What's wrong? I got frustrated with that and I just popped the door open, little lever on the side. I popped the door open and I stepped out, trying to get in my mind where November 5 go, because that's where we were. I mean, and this was a very serious alarm. So that reason had to be found out why that thing alarmed, how it did in that alarm configuration. And when I stepped down, I stepped in mud with those bunny boots on. And I went, what the hell? How is this? And then to my right, where your chair is located, maybe a foot further, there was a wall there at about a 45-degree angle, and it was white, and it went up about, I don't know, as far as I could see, like 50 feet, but my eyes got more accustomed to the darkness. And then when I looked in both directions, not knowing exactly where I was on the compass, it was as far as I could see that direction, as far as I could see that direction, and up about 50 feet when I become acclimated to the darkness. Had no idea where this was. I said, Michael, come on, man, you got to wake up, dude. We're in a bad way here. We got to find out what the hell's going on here. Nothing. I even tried pulling his hand off that steering wheel, and he was just. I don't know how a person can stay that tense and for so long that they don't cramp up. I would cramp up doing that. Yeah. The next thing that I knew was I hear WSC to November 1. That's us. WSC November 1. What's your location? And I said, "Are you going to get that?" Thinking that would snap him out of that, hearing that radio signal, a radio call for us. He didn't answer. And I picked it up and I said, "Senior Airman Woods, WSC." I said, I don't know where we are. And he goes, "Do you need medical help or do you need assistance?" And I said, "I don't know, sir." I said, "I'm fine, but my partner won't respond to me." I said, "He's awake, breathing, and well, but he won't let go of the steering wheel, and he's just sitting in the driver's seat just like he is stuck."
He's just like in the frozen
He is-
catatonic state.
That's the word that I had never heard when it was told to me, catatonic state, and that's correct. He was. So when I finally got out of the vehicle again and walked and looked, and I'm thinking, where did all this mud come from with this temperature? Because everything else is frozen. As I said, that wall was at about 50 feet high and at this strange angle, like 45 degrees. Well, it was the backside of the Newell Lake Reservoir Dam. And that is about, on the map, about 8.5 miles away from November 5. Now, we only had two-wheel drive vehicles, and where we were positioned behind that dam was in the very center of that dam wall, at the most center point. And at the far end was the sluice gate where they control the water flow and allow it to go out if the reservoir gets too full. And in front of us was the rest of the dam, and that road ran north and south. Wing Security Control told me to maintain 1 minute security checks, so they were trying to triangulate our location. Now, I had never done that in tech school, but I'd heard of it. I may have read something about it, but I'd never done it or been part of that training. So I didn't know how it was done. So I did what they asked, and I probably made 20, 25 checks before they got to us. And as I was doing that, I noticed it was getting light to the east, and that was the sun coming up. And then it dawned on me, well, man, we got this alarm last night at 12:15, and I looked at my watch, and it was after 6 a.m. So we have all that missing time, and I can't explain any of it. Because for me, it was just what I saw, what we experienced, what I smelled, lights out. Next thing I know, we're sitting behind the Newell Lake Reservoir Dam.
Miles away.
Sergeant Garza there were three alert teams looking for us. So that's 6 security policemen from 3 different sites. Whether they used the primary or the backup alert teams, I'm not really sure. And in 2021, discovered that not only were they searching for us, but Wing Security Control or base control or whoever they were asked for federal or state assistance. So they sent out 2 deputy officers from Sturgis and 1 state trooper. That area was his area. And I've got a guy that's named Steve that's working on, as he is a state trooper today, who that deputy was or who that state trooper was that was on duty at that time. And 2 of the 3 are passed, but 1 last name Kellogg is still alive. And I'm trying to make contact with him.
Did Michael Johnson ever make it out of his catatonic state, your partner?
No, not while we were there. When Sergeant Garza pulled up, he pulled up within, say, 60 feet. I guess he didn't want to get into the snow area that we were in. He pulled up, and I walked around the back of the truck, walked out toward him, and I said, "Hey, Sergeant Garza, how's it going?" I said, "What's going on?" He said, "Mario, I can't talk to you about this." He said, "I'm just here to escort you back to November Patrol." And I said, "Okay, but I need help with Michael Johnson." And he looked at me kind of strange. He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "I can't get him off the steering wheel, and he won't talk. He won't say anything." You know, I've never dealt with anything like that, or anybody else has that I know of, where somebody's, locked up, frozen in some type of state of or catatonic state, hanging on to something. Usually you can. I literally couldn't believe how hard it was to get that man's hands off that steering wheel. I couldn't believe it. So we unbelted him and did that. We slid him across the driver's seat and into the passenger side, belted him back in. He just sat there with his hands down, looking forward. And I kept talking to him. thinking at some point he would just fall free, you know, or whatever he was experiencing. But again, this was a 2-wheel drive vehicle. And walking around that vehicle, as I just described, on the left side or driver's side of that vehicle, about 4.5 foot away from that door, was a big drop off that's there today. And that is the holding pond for anything that comes out of that dam, and it's pretty dead gum deep. So had we gone in there, driven in there, this is a what if now, had we driven in there, that road's only 5 feet wide. There's no way that this 2-wheel drive F-150 Ford with road tires on it, not even any big mud tires or anything, didn't have those back then, would be able to turn around. We were just in the only position we could be in to drive out of that dadgum place. And I drove out of it, and I never went over any tracks, and it hadn't snowed anymore or anything. Nothing had changed since we were there. When I left out of there, it was the only set of tracks coming out of where we were. One set of tracks. But had he opened that door and stepped out of that vehicle, or I had, you'd have gone right down. No, you know, wouldn't have probably just slid down in mud, but it was down pretty deep. And it was just amazing to me how we were in the right position to exit there. That's important to me. Trying to explain it to myself, how this took place. So followed them back to the launch control facility to November 1. They escorted us all the way there. And then 2 of the 3 teams dropped off. And I guess Garza or one of the teams remained. I guess they had to have, when we were going to be removed from the site and taken back to the main base of Ellsworth, which is about 55 miles away, and I didn't know that at the time, they had to have our replacements immediately there. You can't be understaffed on any kind of launch control facility. It has to be fully staffed at all times. So when we pulled up at the site, my flight chief was there, Master Sergeant Hawkins, or Master Sergeant Joel Gray, assistant flight chief was Tech Sergeant Hawkins. The facility manager, he was a tech sergeant. Yeah, the 2 officers that were on duty, they were off duty now, and they were above ground. They had been relieved. Their replacements were underground. Bill Holloman, the site cook, and of course you had one of the security response team that remained, him and his partner. So they took me in the day room, and when they came out to meet us, gate slides open. I pulled in right in front of the flight security controller's office, and they just descended upon the vehicle. Well, we got our bags out and all that stuff, and they went to the passenger side, and I said, I don't know what's wrong with Michael. I said, I can't get him to speak, and I said, we had a heck of a time getting him off the steering wheel. Nobody said anything at that point. They took him, put his arms over their shoulders, and they took him to the back room, I think in the facility manager's quarters. I don't know what they did, but that's where they took him. They took me into the day room, where I walked into the day room, and mind you, I'd been up the entire day before, 5 o'clock in the morning till we had guard mount, traveled, to get out there, then stayed up all day, went all night long until this happened. And so now it's probably somewhere around, I'm going to say 7:15, 7:30 in the morning. And we had just departed Newell Lake Reservoir Dam, and I'd never been there before. I never knew that place was even there, and it's a little north of November Control, and it's sitting back off the road about 4.5 miles. So it sits way back up on the prairie, and I honestly had never been there before, nor knew about it. And so they started banging me with questions, and what did you see? What did you do? How did you do this? You communicated this, you didn't report this, what was wrong with the site? Just all these things were coming at me, and I was answering every single one of them. And believe me, there was a bunch of questions. You just don't go missing on a nuclear missile site for 5 hours and not answer questions. It's a big deal.
Did you get the sense when they were asking you questions that they had seen things like this before, or like it was this completely novel thing? Where it's like, what the hell happened here? We have no idea. Like, we have no idea we have no pattern recognition for this.
But there were rumors years before I got there that something happened down toward the Badlands in the 66th area, and where 2 security policemen were found out of their vehicle. The vehicle was some distance away from them. Their weapons were distance from them in an open prairie. And one was found completely with no clothes on. The other was just about like 90% unclothed. And I don't know what happened to that. But there were always talks and rumors about things in the air or things on the back of the runway at Ellsworth. You know, B-52s uploaded bombers that are ready to go, uploaded on the alert pad. And when they used F-86s at one point or a couple of times to chase these objects away. And I think there's several reports of that. One of the guys that I know who's an F-16 pilot, Chris Lato, we were talking about that one time. But anyway, they questioned me up one side and down the other. And I remember telling Master Sergeant Gray, I said, I can draw some things if you'd like me to. And that the question never really got, I don't know if it didn't get to him or answered to, or what happened, but they just kept asking questions. And I got to the point where it was just, everything was just at one time coming from every space in my mind, questions about the whole deal. And I said, I got to go to the restroom just to get away from it for 10 seconds. I just wanted a little bit of peace just for a few seconds. So trying to cope with what I had just seen, lived through, and experienced is nothing I ever had before. And I went to the restroom and I opened up the stall door, which is still there today. I went right back to it in 21, and I just went and sat on the toilet and closed the door. And you know, it's a regular stall door. The door's about that high up off the floor, blue. And these facilities were extremely nice. I mean, they were very well maintained and extremely nice. And I was just sitting there on that toilet thinking about what I had seen and what had transpired. You know, the thought hit me, I didn't even strike the site. And that's the procedure that you do when you arrive at the facility. That's required for you. You have these steps that you have to follow to eliminate whatever threat there is there, but to assess the entire situation and report that back. We never reported anything back like that. You know, and we didn't, I don't even think we used the radio from moments of arrival. I really don't. I can't remember if we did. And all of a sudden, Jesse, I get this ringing in my ears. That was as if somebody struck a Liberty Bell right next to my head. I mean, really, I have to emphasize that because it was like, it got my attention. I don't know if I reached up and put my hands on my ears or what, but when it happened, everything turned like lime green to me, like pea green. And I didn't, it was as if my vision was changing or some part of my visual acuity was changing. And I closed my eyes, and when I did, I had this feeling I was leaving my body. Literally, I thought I was dying. I said, I guess this is how you die. And every time I closed my eyes, I felt as if I went, without going anywhere, I felt as if I kept going lower within myself. And I knew that there was a clear channel to exit me through my feet.
Mm.
I knew there was. It was a map. There was something there that I could leave if I so chose to do so.
Mm.
And it scared me to death. It's literally scared me to death, man. And when I opened my eyes that last time, I saw 4 fuzzy feet walking by, paws walking by the bottom of that door with a set of Cochrane military boots. Behind him, that was a dog handler and his drug dog. So, you know, they had gotten them to come out 55 miles out from base to go through all of our stuff, make sure there were no drugs involved. And I said, I'm glad to see you, because he didn't know what I just experienced. And I said, my ditty bag is out there in the day room. He says, that's all right, Mario. We already have it. I don't know who he was, but he knew my name. I don't know if he'd just been told my name or what, you know. I played a lot of tennis back then. He may have been somebody I played with, but I said, I'll be out in just a minute, man. He goes, yeah, no worries, man. He says, you're all good. Just come and check on you. That's what he said. Just came in to check on you. I said, thank you. So they left or were leaving, and I opened up the stall door, and I just went to the sink. And mind you, I still have on my long johns and my fatigue pants and shirt, and you know, same clothes I was in about 30 hours now, and I just turned that faucet on. It's ice cold water, and I just literally just drowning myself in water. I was just soaking wet. Because Master Sergeant Gray said something to me as I came out there. He said, "What'd you do? Climb in the sink or something like that?" And I did. I don't even know if I answered. I just said, "Yes, sir." So I think I had a towel in my hand. And he said, "Well," he goes, "get your stuff." He goes, "We have to go back to the SATAP building." That was our main operations building on Ellsworth. And I said, "Yes, sir." So I grabbed my stuff, and immediately I said, "Well, what about Michael Johnson?" He said, "Don't worry about him. He'll be going with Sergeant Hawkins." I said, "Okay." And I really wanted to talk to him, but immediately upon arrival at that site, we were separated right then and there. Now, I don't know what good it would have done because he wasn't coherent or wasn't answering anything anyway.
He hadn't said a word.
Nothing. Not one word that I knew of. Not one word. He hadn't said anything to me or to anybody else that was there. And I don't know how they transported him, you know, other than him telling me that Master Sergeant or Tech Sergeant Hawkins was going to take him to the base, right? So I got my ditty bag and loaded up and got my weapon, everything, and off we went to Ellsworth. And it was about an hour, 10-minute ride back to Ellsworth. We went in through the back gate at Box Elder and went straight to the SATAP building. And he escorted me the entire way. Armory turned in my weapon, all that stuff, and which was normal procedure, you know. Went to Ralph Eastbreaker's office under escort, and of course, when you are called in like that, you do a formal report in where you literally knock on the door frame or whatever. Even if the door's open, you knock on the door frame. And then your commander or whomever tell you can enter the room. You enter the room, go directly to his desk, you know, heels together at attention, you know, report in, you know, senior airman was reporting as ordered, sir, you know. And he told me at ease, but he didn't tell me I could sit down. I'll never forget that. I just thought it was strange, you know, and he had to know how long I'd been up. I mean, I was weakened, if I may say. I just felt really weakened in a different state, not knowing what I experienced. I was still wet from an hour and 15 minutes ago from the sink, you know. So it was really strange. And he asked me some questions, and he said, I remember him saying, "Sounds as if you've had an interesting evening or night or something like that." And I said, "Yes, sir." And I looked to my left, and there's a total of 5 people in that room. There's the deputy base commander, who I don't remember his name, but next to him was a man in a gray tweed suit with a hat, and the hat was under his arm. Then there was a Captain Jack Reed, OSI. Next to him was this new OSI guy named Rick Doty.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, and do you have any speculation as to who the guy in the gray tweed suit was?
I was never introduced to him nor told his name. And I only found out Jack Reed was a captain in OSI. He was the lead OSI officer at Ellsworth at that time. And through an email that Rick Doty sent me after about 5 years of trying to get him to answer my emails or talk to me. Because the first time I saw him was on Ancient Aliens. And I said, "I know that guy. He was at my debrief."
I was a counterintelligence officer for the Air Force Office of Special Investigation.
I was personally fascinated by the fact that Richard Doty had been involved in the aftermath of Mario's case. I knew about Doty because of a great book called Project Beta by Greg Bishop. Doty was an Air Force counterintelligence agent, basically tasked with performing a psychological operation on an innocent researcher named Paul Benowitz, who had seen an exotic craft at Kirtland Air Force Base. Doty convinced Benowitz that he was in touch with aliens, even receiving signals on his computer. This eventually drove Benowitz into psychiatric hospitalization. So the fact that Doty was part of Mario's debrief is fascinating, seems very important, and requires follow-up by some brave souls.
And up to that point, I had nobody.
Yeah.
I had nobody that could say, yeah, they were there or whatever, you know, what have you. I tried running down my old flight chief and assistant flight chief, but with no success for anybody else. And especially Michael Johnson. Some money has been spent trying to locate Michael Johnson. We've looked in hospitals. We've looked in.
Can't find him anywhere.
No, sir. And I reported at the Arrow in March of 23, I think, when I spoke with them.
Did Arrow follow up at all?
I don't know. They never got back with me. 4 hours and 19 minutes, I spoke with them.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and they said I could get a copy of everything which had been, talked about. They say they don't record it. How do you send somebody a copy without recording something? Come on.
That's ridiculous.
Can you write that fast?
No, but I mean, it's also like.
And there's more than one person sitting there also.
Oh my God! But you're the government agency tasked for investigating UFOs, and you don't record your conversation.
Correct.
It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, and then 2 weeks later is when Kirkpatrick went on and said there was no substantial evidence.
Can you contact Michael Johnson's family?
I don't have any way. I don't have any numbers or anything. He said he was from Chicago, Illinois. Believe me, every resource, including other law enforcement officers that I know, today's technology have not located him yet. Neither has Arrow.
So what was your interaction with Doty?
Nothing. Not one thing. We never spoke or anything like that. He was directly reporting to Captain Jack Reed next to him.
Okay, so that's fascinating, right? That this guy, who's clearly this disinfo agent, at least in the context of Benowitz, is showing up 7 years earlier, 8 years earlier, in your case, and you don't know
brand new.
Yeah,
brand new then. So as a person that's very high in this whole thing said, those were the days when he was probably, honestly, not changed in any way, perhaps. I just want to say that the right way, because I email him once in a while, and he'll answer me back. Whereas it took me about 5 years to get him to even do that, and then we got to be on a cast together.
So real quick, just context. He now has come out saying he's reformed and he apologizes for, his malpractice in the past. A lot of people are suspicious of that reform. It does feel a little bit sometimes to me like he's flooding the zone with this info. Like he'll talk about, 6 alien races.
Yeah.
And it just seems extremely speculative and not based on any sort of evidence.
Correct.
It's very weird.
Yeah, it's more than I know how to swallow. I only know that what I witnessed is my incident, and anybody that I could get that's that was there, has some idea of it, or that I knew, I've done everything that I can to try and locate them, and he is the only person so far that I have found alive. And mind you, I'm 69, and I think he's older than I am. I think that's what he told me, that he was in his 70s, and I have no idea. I mean, when I saw that thing the other day about him saying it was from 78 to 88 when he was in OSI, really, really bothered me. And that was just last week that I saw that. And I'll try to find the program again, and I'll send you something about it.
Did you have any biological after effects after you had this experience?
Well, if you want me to, I'll explain that, because I get sent over to the flight surgeon's office after this entire debriefing takes place, and questions and like you wouldn't believe from my commander, and I just relayed everything that I just told you, with the exception of what I saw, or what I thought I saw at the side window of my vehicle. Had I said that I saw these beings, they would have immediately removed me from the PRP, Personal Reliability Program. I'd have lost my clearance. I'd have lost my job. I'd have never been in the missile field again. And I was newlywed at the time, and I needed a job. And I loved what I was doing. I just had no idea that something like this could even happen.
So did you lie about what happened to you?
No, I did not lie. I just simply did not tell them what I saw
Yeah.
out that side window.
Yeah.
Told them everything else, the size of the craft, and how we came upon it, and flipping the facility lights at it, and I told them the entire story up to the point where what was out that window, I never said a word about.
Yeah.
So I had to write that in the report also, but that was after about an hour and a half, almost 2 hours of this debriefing in the commander's office. And once that was done, he said, well, we're going to have the flight surgeon take a look at you. And I said, yes, sir. Okay. So they loaded me up in his staff car and took me over to medical. And I'd never been in a flight surgeon's office before, thinking, oh boy, what's this going to be? And I'm still wet. Like I said, I'm still damp from the water, the basin bath, I call it. And I stripped down to my underwear and a t-shirt or something. And there was a nurse in the room, and there were 2 flight surgeons. And it was a time when they had these gray, like, separating walls that were about 5 or 6 feet high with this little waving glass at the top of it. So if you walked in another room over there, you could see heads, but you couldn't see what was going on. That used to be like a room divider or something. And that was important because I was from OSI. They were on the other side of that wall, of that panel. And I knew they were there. And as the doctors, started, asking me questions, there was one tall and one short. They tested my ears, eyes, nose, throat, looked at my joints, my hands, my fingers, just literally everywhere. And then they'd like walk over a few feet away and they'd talk a little bit, and I couldn't quite hear what they were saying. And the nurse was just over to my right and came back, and one of them grabbed a latex glove and he puts it on his hand, and I just thought, there's a nurse in here. And then he snapped that thing, I just thought, oh, really I did. I thought, oh man, we're looking forward to this. And he goes, Reverend Woods, you mind if I take a look at your gums? And that was farthest from my mind of anything in that room that day. And I said, excuse me. He goes, yeah, I need to look at your gums, your teeth. That was better than the alternative. I said, sure, okay. So I just sat right there, and he just opened my mouth, and he just took his index finger and his thumb, and he just went all the way around my gums and my teeth, squeezing tops and bottoms. And I mean, really took his time and spent time up here in the front under my tongue, just pressing down like on the bottom, like the floor of your jawbone or something. And took him a couple of minutes. And believe me, if somebody puts their fingers in your mouth for a couple of minutes, it's a strange feeling. It's not something that you want to repeat or have repeated.
Why do you think you checked that
I
first?
have no idea. I have honestly no idea. And when he stopped, he popped the glove off. He says, you have a couple of burns on your body, right? And I said, excuse me? He goes, yeah, above your right eye and on the back of your right hand. Well, I didn't have a glove on this hand. And then my beret came down like this, like my beret was on my head. And it burned me right above my eyebrow right there. Now, I did have those Air Force glasses on. And I think that's why it had a strange curve in it, in that little sunburn. And he says, we need to take a skin sample. And I said, oh, okay. And they pulled out, the nurse had this little tray with 2 types of, or 2 little stainless cylinders on it with cork tops on it. And I guess the tool was inside the little cylinder thing. He popped that off. He went up here and he just clipped a piece of skin off there, and he took the whole tool and he stuck it right down in here and put a cork on it, laid it on that tray. I felt it, didn't feel like much, just a little clip. I mean, like clipping a nail or something, And then he did it on the back of my hand, once over here and once right over here. Same tool. I don't know if they could pick up 2 different pieces of flesh, but that's where he used the same tool. Put it in the other one, corked it and did that. And they walked over for a second and talked a few more moments. And then they turned around and said, thank you, but, you're done. You can go back over to the commander's office now. You can get dressed. I said, yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. So when I looked back up, OSI, they had gone. So there was a driver in Colonel Spraker's vehicle. He was waiting on me. When I got dressed and went back out there, I got in the vehicle and went straight back to Colonel Spraker's office where OSI was there. So Colonel Spraker asked some more. And every time I asked about Michael Johnson, they kept telling me, don't worry about Michael Johnson. He's fine. He's fine. It really bothered me.
Yeah. It almost sounds like they're covering for something.
Yeah. Don't worry about Michael Johnson. He is fine. And when I did go back to Colonel Spraker's office, again, I had to go and do a formal report again. And do everything else till then he told me I could sit down in front of him, which I did. And then the Captain Jack Reed walked over to his desk, Colonel Spraker's desk, and handed him paperwork. And At the same time, Colonel Spraker handed me these reporting forms. I don't know the number, but he handed me these forms. He said, I need you to write down every single thing that happened on that site tonight from the time you got this alarm to the completion. And I'm like, oh. I mean, I print very well and I'm pretty detailed, and I'm happy to do that. Again, I omitted what I saw out my right window. So I never got a copy of that. They would not let me have a copy of that. And which I found kind of odd, because any other time, you get Article 15 or something, you get a copy of it, something bad that you've done. And again, I felt as if I'd done something incorrect or wrong, because I knew I didn't strike that site, and that seemed to be a big question: is why didn't you strike this site? Of course, they had to have somebody address that alarm. I don't know who or how, but they did. And then Jack Reed walked over and handed him this other piece of paper as he was putting mine down, and it was like a non-disclosure agreement, but I don't even think they had that terminology then. I just think it was something that I was told. For one, this was now a classified incident.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was told, and I was agreeing to that I would not speak to any type of, they didn't even use the word social media. It was like media people at any time. If anybody comes into the missile field, you don't talk to anyone. Period. You don't even tell your wife. And now she thought it was odd because I should have been gone, come back in the morning of the fourth day. I had just departed the day before. And this happened that night. And then I wasn't allowed to call her till about 3 o'clock when everything was said and done. And I agreed to that agreement. So Rick Doty's job, what he later said when I questioned him about it, was he was there. He was brought in to go sent over to the flight surgeon's office to pick up our medical records, mine and Michael Johnson's. Now, I had no idea Michael Johnson was even over there, if he was truly there or not. I'm really not sure. I never saw him. I didn't see Michael again, as I said, for about 18 days. But he was there to study.
So you did see Michael 18 days later?
Yeah. He was there to pick up just our medical records and bring them back to his officer, which I just find indifference with that. There had to be something said about what just happened. I mean, for one, it was an incident of security, being that we didn't do what we were supposed to do, and we had 5 hours of missing time. They have to account to that for somebody higher than that base commander or deputy base commander and that squadron commander. They had to address somebody, say Wright Pat or wherever. They have to. Up-channel reporting has to take place at that incident. So I was able to call her at about 3 o'clock, and she picked me up, and she sees me. I got a Band-Aid up here, and I got one on the back of my hand. What happened? I can't tell her. And I had to stick with that. And I said, just something happened. And I said, my partner and I, we were brought back in, I'll go back out. So I got extra days off. We'll go back out on next rotation, but I never went back to November Control. They sent me to Kilo Control under the scrutiny of my flight chief and assistant flight chief and the OIC, which is a lieutenant, over all the missile, over everything out there in that sector. And he had not a name, but he had a terminology, not a flight chief, but an officer in charge of flight operations. I'm not sure. And he stayed there at Kilo Control. And of course, I was a member then, never a team leader again until the day 9 months later, I got my assignment to go to Korea. But getting back to that, about 2.5, 3 weeks later, we're living in, it's called Haynes Way Apartments. They're still there today in Rapid City. I get this, bar none, kid you not. When that knock came at that door, I knew it was Michael Johnson. I knew it was that man. I'd never met him or had him in any kind of other than sitting in the cab of that truck, which I know he only said like 3 words to me, whatever, man, and outside too, or I don't know what it is. And that was back at the side, like when I was flashing the lights at it. That's all he'd ever said to me. Other than the fact that in the day room or on the way out on a bus, he said he was from Chicago, Illinois. He was not married and he lived in the barracks. I knew that. He knocks on my door open. I said, Michael, how you doing, man? I said, come on in here. We got to talk. Band-Aids are off. Had no more marks. It was sunburn kind of thing. There was more mark what he did, what he took off, than there was when the skin healed. So, which was nothing. I'm an old Tampa boy, so I'm used to sunburn. I look like this in the summertime. But he came in and I introduced him to my wife, and I said, all right, this is what we're going to do. And he looked at me and I said, I want you to draw what you saw, and I'm going to draw what I saw. Now, I hadn't drawn anything up to that time other than pyramids, and trying to find out what the hell a pyramid, what it is, what it does, and what's supposed to be, or why.
Real quick, before you say what you both draw, was he in a normal state again? He was talking, he was cool, and
cool.
Okay.
Yeah, he was still reserved, but he was cool. We didn't really know each other that well.
Yeah, sure.
And so he comes in and he meets my wife, and I think I put him at the kitchen table. We had a round kitchen table, and I sat at the coffee table on the couch. And I started drawing, the craft, what I saw, and we talked about, what we heard, what I heard, everything. He saw the craft. He saw the black sphere in front of the vehicle, jumping up and down. He smelled the smell. He heard, do not fear. He heard all of that and saw every bit of it, but couldn't do nothing about it. It was as if he was just literally turned off and couldn't respond to anything. He felt everything. I ran that finger in his ear that deep. I felt really bad about that, but I just wanted him to know that I was checking him. He knew that I was checking him to what was going on, but he couldn't do nothing about it. He couldn't undo himself or just move.
So how'd you guys leave it? So did you drew very similar things?
Yeah, we drew the exact same pictures and everything.
Could we see the pictures and show the audience?
Well, I do have the drawings. Yeah, I don't have them from him, but I've got my rendition of it.
That's remarkable. And then after that, what happens between you and Michael?
We were there an hour and a half.
And it was good.
And it was good vibes all the way through. He had some tea or something, and we talked some more. We said, hey, well, we need to get together again and chat some more, And he said, yeah, I agree with that. That was the last time I ever saw him.
You couldn't get in touch after that?
No.
She tried?
No. Yeah. I don't know where he went. I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he was sent somewhere else. It wasn't 8 months later. Well, it was about 6 months later, I got promoted to an NCO, non-commissioned officer, pluck sergeant. So I know he had to go. He outranked me by 2 months, so he had to be upgraded also or promoted to an NCO. And
have you tried looking up his records?
Yeah, everything, anything and everything.
You can't find anything?
I can't find a damn thing.
Do you think the guy in the gray tweed suit, I think Bob Jacobs talked about two guys in gray tweed suits.
I think he was a GS, government service employee.
Okay. And so he was probably
Bob and I talked about that too.
So he was probably the highest ranking guy in the room.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, for GS service perhaps, but Colonel Spraker was the highest ranking in that ring, and I don't remember the rank of the deputy base commander.
If you have 170, people seeing a thing around nuclear bases, and they're all told to sign non-disclosures after they see a thing, what do you think the real number is, given how many thousands of people have worked at nuclear bases, in the 70-year plus American nuclear program history?
Mm-hmm.
You think it's over 1,000?
It has to be. I would say that anybody, even today, they're still active. Ellsworth has been decommissioned on the missile side. I think that was in 1992. And the only missile that ever flew out of the ground in the Minuteman program was at November 2, where I was located. Not during my time, but in the 60s. And I believe it flew for 5 seconds and was detonated. Dummy warhead. They wanted to make sure that it would launch out of the silo. That's all. Mind's eye view from every one of those sites are standalone sites. Those missiles are standalone with that launch control facility. So in each launch control facility, you've got 10 1.2 megaton missile systems sitting in the ground all around you. I mean, up to miles away from you. As I said, November 5 was the closest launch facility to November control. If you had the technology to shut off one missile or to alarm one missile, would you not know that that's the shortest response time? And this is really reaching, but why didn't they set off November 10 or November 9 up by Castle Rock? Or why was it they didn't have more time to spare or what? They just set off November 5. They knew we were coming. I really do think that. I mean, I don't think it was, they knew. I think they know they can see the power grid under the ground because everything out there is underground. Everything. That's how they keep power on in the wintertime. They built underground all these years.
Also, the response on the human side for you feels oddly routine. If that were like the first or only incident that had ever happened, you'd think that, the superiors would be freaked out, right? Like it's like the nuclear missile silos, like it's our top of the food chain when it comes to American defense and offense.
Or so we think.
There
are other variations, and I think they in turn gauge our overall knowledge on studying the atom. And what's in those two hemishells, what source we're using, where it's no matter if it's plutonium, it's uranium, or what it is. And I worked at those facilities too. I was with US DOE for quite some time also as a security inspector. So I've been through a lot of these laboratories. I've been to Los Alamos, Sandia, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, the Y-12 facility, Oak Ridge Gaseous Diffusion Facility, and General Electric neutron devices where triggering mechanisms were built, RTGs. So
where were you at GE, Schenectady, New York?
No, Largo, Florida.
Okay.
That was their DOE facility, which is now decommissioned. They don't do it any longer. They made the triggering device there that is used that you can see on it.
Yeah, it's clear whatever's going on on
the
UFO side is very interested in not only nuclear weapons, but it seems like nuclear energy. Like,
anything in which we use an atom for. But I honestly think that they gauge our intelligence on that in some way. And that's why they're so closely scrutinized. The other thing that's funny, I think they have a sense of humor. And the reason I think that is when you get all these sites that are shut down and everybody scrambles to get it all offline and everything, like what happened to Robert Salas, for instance, and his commander. The flip side of that is when one of these sites alarm and start its countdown as it's going to launch. So the response to that, once you're dispatched, if the launch crew wants to dispatch you, if they're really worried, because they have an override also that they can do something with, and I don't know exactly how that works, but they'll dispatch you to the site with your F-150 Ford pickup truck and all your goodies. You got your goodie bag, your weapon, your stuff. You're ready to be out there for 2 weeks if you have to. Every time you leave, you can stay out in that missile field for a very long time, period. The missile is counting itself down. It's going to launch. You go to the site, you open up the gates, you drive your vehicle right up on top of the blast door, which is at ground level, right on top of an octagon-shaped 9-ton door. You sit right on top of that site, right on top of that blast door. Put your vehicle in neutral. If you can find a rock big enough, chalk both tires. Just chalk one front, one back so it don't roll. If there's a little bit of lean to one of the doors or something. That's all we were told. Grab your stuff, get off that site, and set up a 1-mile ECP entry control point and wait for further orders. In hopes that if this thing cannot be stopped or overridden, when that blast door blows out from underneath that vehicle, it's going to fall down on top of that rocket. And all it's in hopes to do is to damage it to offset its guidance control so it'll just go off aimlessly like a scud and crash. That's what we do. And get down to 10 or 15 seconds and it stops. Then everything's normal again.
Crazy.
And people growing up on these sites have sometimes seen those craft and they blow away, and then that happens, So I would venture to say that there were 800 security policemen at Ellsworth Air Force Base while I was there. That's standard configuration. That's not an operational readiness inspection or anything like that. They were just normally 800 or right there about security policemen, law enforcement, and or security. Anybody that worked in that missile field, I would say 1 out of every 4 had probably seen something in the night sky because everybody works rotating shifts. Whether they report it or tell their partner about it is up to them. But I'd venture to say it's that frequent.
That's why.
And that's just at Ellsworth. That doesn't include Minot. That doesn't include Malmstrom or F.E. Warren in Wyoming.
Yep.
I've been told or asked just recently if I'd appear before Congress.
Yeah.
And I would appear before Congress.
Yeah.
And I know that's pretty hair-raising for a lot of people, but when they get all the scientists and all the pilots and everything else out of the way with these huge credentials. I was just a security policeman at 23 years of age. I have a high school education, I have some college. I've been mostly technical schools all my life, and I really try to read a lot and do a lot of things, educate myself further. It just didn't work out for me being able to do the things, going to college and so forth. When they're done with all that, they want a real up close and personal account, then they got to come to me sooner or later. And you don't have to put that in this, but that's what somebody up there told me. He said eventually they got to hear somebody that's had a up close and personal time with these things. So being that I was on duty, I was a prime candidate for that, as I've been told. And I wish I had more witnesses. I wish there were people I could just pull up out of nowhere, that were there. But, there's just so much time has passed. We've been through so much with COVID and everything else. I don't know.
What about the guy you said you were buddies with, where you ran in and you started signaling what you thought was a B-52 at the time? What was his name?
Bill Holloman.
Bill Holloman. Are you still in touch with Bill?
Well, I know it's William something Holloman. We called him Bill.
Uh-huh.
And he was from North Carolina. I have searched how many names of the last name of Holloman. I don't know. And that's the only way I've even.
But did you even speak to him one-on-one after that, being like, no. Remember when we signaled the thing?
I was never, I never went back to November Control. They sent me to Kilo Control. They completely separated us. I never saw Michael Johnson again until about 3 weeks later.
So they just separated you. And how far is Kilo Control from November
Well,
Control?
Honestly, it's a sister flight. But it's where the supervision hang their hat at nights instead of us being at November Control or or Oscar flight or any of the other flights where you don't have the supervision of a flight chief and assistant flight chief. You do at Kilo, so they have a way of monitoring, watching every single thing that you do, and also the OIC.
And so you just never saw Bill again?
No, maybe at guard mount. Once or twice, hey Bill, that kind of thing, just passing.
You ever say, hey Bill, what about that?
I wanted to, but that never really presented itself. And there were a couple other guys there, even that Sergeant Garza. I'd love to have spoken with him again because, and he was from Texas. I remember that. We talked about it. And because I was just that close, born in Port Arthur, but I was born in Virginia. And my parents, and they moved to Port Arthur. My dad could ship in and out of there.
And you received a hypnotic regression about all of this, right?
I did. I certainly did. Bob Upton did my first one, and Yvonne Smith did my second one.
What came out?
Well, the inside of the craft.
What was that
like? I've got some drawings of it, but what I saw, or what I experienced, in my mind, was not all pleasant. And these were the one that was messing with me was a very tall one that was doing the one thing to me, whereas in regression number 2, I found out that Michael was laying opposite to me, and there was one of the short ones or small ones between us both, and he was facing one direction, I was facing the opposite direction, kind of like that would be. And
what were they doing? Were they taking samples or?
Well, the tall one did something to my wrist, and I kept telling him how it hurt me, and he said something, we don't hurt you or something like that. I don't remember. I'd have to go back and listen to it again. I didn't even listen to my first regression session for a year. I was so afraid of what what I would hear or what I would find out or what I would see in the actual incident itself. That when I sat down from inside that window, I want you to know that the words "do not fear" travel through my body like a vibration, like a hiss.
The telepathic.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But I kept hearing over and over, "Do not fear, do not fear, do not fear." And
was it a good vibe or bad as far as your sense of that?
It was
neutral?
It was complete. It was as if, when somebody says something to you, you'll say, "What?" or "Huh?"
Uh-huh.
There's none of that. There's no misinterpretation of someone speaking to you. You know exactly what's being said.
Was there sort of a sense of their intention as positive or negative, or was it
assuring? I think no matter what you see visually, do not fear.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we seem to have the hardest problem with, is what we're seeing visually.
If you had kind of a best guess, do you think they had positive intentions or negative, or?
I think they had positive.
What do you think?
But they fulfill their mission, whatever that mission is, whether it's to obtain DNA material or what have you, or some kind of a programming, or I don't know, whatever they want to do, they're going to do.
Outside of like the obvious, which is you experienced this kind of crazy paranormal disruption in your life, was this an inflection point, or did it change your life in a dramatic way afterwards?
Oh, it did.
How so?
I had to find out everything about archaeology and pyramids.
And so that was just something that it almost felt like it was installed inside of you or downloaded.
Yes.
And why?
Still today.
Why do you think you became so interested in that?
I have no idea.
You know that the Air Force paid for this movie called Stargate. Have you ever seen this movie, Stargate?
Absolutely.
So, there's a Stargate in the pyramid. It's sort of this portal, this like time travel machine. Do you think that might be related to, why you're so interested in pyramids?
I think they were power generators, and whatever they generated power to was worldwide. And I think it was at a time in which we have been completely blacked out from.
Have you heard of Christopher Dunn?
I have. Yes, an engineer. Yes, I have.
What do you think of his theory?
I think his theory is absolutely correct. Robert Schoch, I think absolutely. I think the erosion marks on that Great Sphinx and everything else around it.
Can you recapitulate, or can you retell Christopher Dunn theory just for the audience?
Well, the archaeological tools in which was used to create and carve or cut this granite are not in the archaeological array of tools of copper and wooden chisels today. And some form of advanced mathematics was used in order to create what they did. And even just the placement of the pyramid, Great Pyramid itself, I mean, the entire plateau, it's the only place that can support that weight. And the entire plateau was built before the pyramids were placed on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
So who had that technology and what was used to? Who mandated that? What pharaoh woke up one morning after his dates and whatever else he ate, said, let's build that plateau so it can hold, how many millions of pounds does this thing weigh? I have no idea right now, but I mean, 750 feet from corner to corner and 432 feet high. Is that right? On 13 acres. I mean, how can that be?
Do you think the beings you experienced are aliens, or do you think they're humans, or what exactly did the entities you encountered look like?
Oh, they look like grays. They look like the small grays, but the one behind them, I guess you would classify him as a tall gray. On Whitley Strieber's book, Communion, of course, the first time I saw that picture, I froze in my stride, and I had to have that book. And at Barnes and Noble or wherever it was at the time when it came out. And I literally, before I opened the first page, I literally just sat and stared at that picture for many hours before I ever even read his book.
Do you think that there's actually a line from Communion by Whitley Strieber where it's like this weird joke? I think he or his wife comments on how ugly the aliens are, and the alien turns back and he goes, someday soon, my dear, you'll look like us. So it's this implication that actually we're kind of turning into these beings.
In 10,000 years, will we have these smaller appendages, our little fingers, our little toes? How will our bodies be at that particular point in time? How will our diets change? How will light change? How will radiation that affects our atmosphere today, how will it change in the future? How will it change us completely as we become a spacefaring civilization? And we will be, and whenever that could take place, we will do that. How will that change us without the gravity that we undergo today, and the things in which we live with today? Radio waves, 5G, everything has an effect on you.
So you think these beings could be us from the future?
No, I don't think they are. I don't think we're going to be that. I don't think we're that lucky.
So what do you think they are? Do you think they're from another dimension, or?
They could be. I mean, the technology is wide open. Anything you can imagine probably is.
What was the craft like? So you're in the inside of this thing. What did it look like?
A beehive.
A beehive?
Yeah.
How so?
Well, there were, from my looking around as I did in that playground, like I always try to take a mental picture of something. They were just multi-levels with all these small grays everywhere, going to and fro and doing whatever they were doing. I just got to look for a moment, and I was following one, and even the floor and the boards around the bottom of the floor had energy. Was everything emanated power in some way? The walls.
Was there humming associated?
Not that I can remember.
And it almost felt like the tall gray was maybe in charge of these smaller grays.
Absolutely. In that room, being two people, it was not on a table. I was, from my memory, I was on some type of I was like wrapped in a triangular kind of beam or something that was body length, about 4 foot in the air, and as like a strange light would, not a strange light. It's even hard to describe, but it was as if I was inserted in something that was some type of a force field or some kind of a holding field that they could move you around in, like a gurney without wheels, a table without a back, or wheels or legs attached to it. And I felt as if, when they reached in, or when he lifted my arm up, lifted me up right here on my wrist, it exited that pyramidal field or whatever it was above me, and it was in his atmosphere at that time. In hypnosis, that's what I saw. The other thing was, that's interesting. I'm taken to a room when I first get there. I'm taken into this room, if you can call it a room. Everything's generated. Everything's power generated. There's power on every wall, every cranny. There were no buttons or places to insert a tape or anything like that. But the whole place is powered. And there were all these old things, like a sewing machine table with a Singer sewing machine on it. Those old 50s style lamps that went from the floor to the ceiling and had bulbs sticking off of them like that. TV in a cabinet.
It was like an antique shop.
For
future.
Yeah, like a museum, and this is a old wooden radio, and I found that to be so cool because I ended up buying a US RKO radio in a mahogany cabinet that worked with tubes from a rancher there in South Dakota that I wish I'd have never had, wooden knobs and everything on it, and worked beautifully. And when I saw that, I had to have one of these damn radios. I don't know why. And this one was much nicer than what I saw, but a steam iron standing. I drew pictures of it, the best of my recollection, of everything. And then I was told in the very back of the room there was a round window, but it looked like it was a round window with a slice taken out of it, like a pie with a slice removed from it. And I was told I could go look out that window. but I was too afraid to walk over there and look out of it for some reason.
Mm.
I don't know why, but I felt at ease, but I still didn't want to know or didn't want to see out that window. Something really bothered me about looking out that window. And I was told that twice that I could go look out the window. And I didn't. So then I was told to follow and I did. I followed a small gray in front of me, little legs, and like a little gray type like spandex suit or something on, I guess. I mean, these things are so foreign to you. This whole visual concept is so foreign to you. It's very hard to find words for a lot of it. Even after 44 years, man, it's just difficult. And I followed him, and turned left in this small little opening area, and went into this room where it was just fog. And then that's where my memories end. But that's where the thing was done to my wrist.
Mm.
And then, I don't know, from that point on, that seemed to be right around the end of it.
Did it feel like a dreamlike state, or did it feel physical in this hypnotic regression?
No, it felt physical.
It felt real.
The first time I was hypnotized, which was Bob Upton, I had a pretty bad time because I'm not a person ever thinking that I could be hypnotized to start with. I'm pretty strong-willed, and I feel as if I'm common sensed also, and I just thought, oh, hypnosis is for someone else. It's just not for me. But Robert wanted me to try it, so I said okay. And the funny thing, because we had been through a hurricane just prior to that down in Brunswick, Georgia, and I had some roof damage and deck damage on the back of my home. And they were re-roofing my house that day. Now, what a day to be hypnotized on by this guy who he came up from Jacksonville, 67 miles south of me, and he's like the lead hypnotic regression person for MUFON at the time. I don't know if he still is, but he has my admiration. I couldn't do his job.
And you didn't get any sort of weird sense from him that he had ulterior motives?
No. Now, Robert Hastings had given him a set of questions that he was going to ask me, and he told me that, and I was fine with that. They were re-roofing my home. So you can imagine, there's like 15 people on my roof, and my home has got a really steep roof. I couldn't do it. I can't even climb up there anymore. But so they're literally peeling off plywood and replacing plywood, nailers, and everything else, things being tossed around up there. I never heard a single air gun going off during that hypnosis session. That's why I knew I was hypnotized. I never heard any of that. But he took me down to a level. He had a way of doing it that evidently worked. But once I did, and I confronted what I saw, it really upset me a great deal. Literally coming to face and smelling that smell again, hearing those words again. Maybe I got that deep into it, and I never thought I could. I don't know if a person's mind has changed, as we had said earlier. I don't know if that's what happens, but
was it cathartic at all, or was it just purely painful?
It got painful. It really did. I mean, when I visualized and saw what was being done to my wrist and the way in which it was being done, it just, I mean, he could have cut my whole arm off. I wouldn't have known the difference. I couldn't. There's nothing I could do to stop it. You know, I mean, it could have been the end of my life right there. And that's how.
Did you, no implants as far as the puncture?
Well, I have no idea. And those are on the other side of my body anyway, or those pock marks. But,
do you still have the marks at all?
Yeah.
Can I see them?
Sure. Right there. Right there. That sucks.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, those look, I mean, just like perfectly vertically aligned.
Well, I had a doctor who's no longer with us.
But like so clearly not like a spider, but like way too big for that.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Yeah.
What would you say, like a couple of centimeters, maybe a centimeter each?
Dr. Mark Gold, he did. I had back surgery years ago, and he did that. And we had talked. He was a really great guy. And unfortunately, COVID took him way too young, as it did many people. And we were sitting in my backyard one night, and after he had looked at this, and he said, I'm going to be honest with you, Mario, because I wanted to get something from him recorded, and didn't have that chance to. The last time I saw him was probably 2019, and he had some family issues and had to go up north, and where he got COVID and he died. And his kids went to school with my kids at Frederick Academy on St. Simon's Island in Georgia. But he said, what perplexed him was that there was no known life-saving event that he could think of, even including up to a car accident, that anything would be put in there or down here to either put in something or take out something. He said, and they're exactly the same depth and the same size, top to bottom. He says, I find that really odd, because I told him the whole incident, what happened, and he's like, holy crap.
Well, it indicates a technology or paradigm well above our medical understanding.
Yeah. And if you look at this up close under a microscope, which has been done from a magnifying scope, it has a little dimple right in the top of it, like you drop water and drop a rock in water, and it goes bloop. That little dimple is right in the middle of both of them.
Yep.
that is really strange. So I don't know when these happened. I honestly don't. I don't remember healing from them. I didn't say it happened during my incident in '77. I don't know where they came from.
Do you feel like you have a mission associated with this interest in pyramids, where it's like, at the time at which you leave this earth, you want to accomplish something related to the pyramids?
Man, that's a great question. Yes, I would like to know the answers. I would like to see those tools, as Christopher Dunn says, I would like to see those tools and finally the admission that they had tools far greater than what we ever have imagined. And I think just like melting rock in South America, it's like I say, human and some of the other facilities where these rocks are, 13-sided and just an inch and a half and stuck in a hole that's 2 feet deep all the way through the entire rock. How do you do that without softening that stone?
Do you feel like
andesite?
Do you feel like these sites globally? I feel like this is what Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson.
I love that guy, man.
Robert Schoch. All these guys are kind of getting into this idea that maybe a lot of this ancient geological, architecture, megalithic architecture, that's precociously astronomically aligned in a way that we don't even understand today, and it lines up with, ice age or pre-ice age, kind of vernal equinox.
Absolutely.
And so, do you think that a lot of this architecture these were maybe kind of celestial ascent chambers that were stargates to another world?
Sure.
And maybe things were getting kind of gnarly or cataclysmic, and they were portals to elsewhere.
Totally believe that.
Have you ever seen the Netflix show Dark by any chance?
I've seen some of it, I believe.
So it involves missing people around nuclear bases and a secret time travel program.
No, I got to see that.
Yeah, you should check it out because
I wish they'd call me. I'd like to know.
you know Lawrence Bell is so Bell Aircraft. So they broke the sound barrier in 1947.
Yeah, X-15.
X-15, Chuck Yeager, exactly. And so there's an article in 1956 where they're saying we're going to beat gravity, and it's right around the bend. And Lawrence Bell's quote from this article is, "We are already working with nuclear fuels to cancel out gravity." And so you got to think, if time travel is possible at any point in the future, it's probably always been possible, right? And so where would we discover some sort of time travel program? It would probably be co-located with nuclear programs.
Absolutely.
So, and then how would you affect timelines? You might do it with, particular people who represent kind of nodes or whatever, who get interested in things like pyramids after, their encounters. And so do you think that, that's a possible explanation, that maybe a future time travel program represents an overlay over all of these nuclear sites in a way that somehow, might profoundly shift humanity and might also keep us alive? Because if you think about where is the center of the apocalypse, it's these nuclear sites. I mean, what's going to, dictate the end of the world or not? It's going to be these sites. So I have no idea. It's crazy speculation, but so gravity is very related with time and general relativity. So if, Lawrence Bell is right, and they're kind of using nuclear fuels to cancel out gravity, maybe you're using nuclear fuels to mess with time too.
It just makes you wonder how much technology that has been buried somehow or another, has been removed from our everyday conscious thought, and why was that removed? Did we get so dangerous to ourselves? I mean, unfortunately, I wish we weren't so warlike.
Yeah.
Because you don't believe something that I believe in, we're supposed to go to war over that. I just dislike that so much, and religion, I don't want to get into that, but what you believe is fine with me.
Yeah.
What you believe is fine with me. Yeah. What I believe is fine with me. And why can't it just be that?
Do you think that? Yeah, go. Sorry.
No. I do think that this technology that we're speaking of, even though we don't know it truly exists, it points to its existence in some way. And one day, I think we will find the magic key. Somewhere there's a craft, if it hasn't already been discovered, that's sitting in a cave somewhere, or under the ocean somewhere, under a ledge somewhere, or maybe even circling the planet, invisible, that we can't see we're going to run into one day. I don't know.
Well, maybe it'll happen sooner.
But maybe it'll happen sooner or later. And I just hope, I honestly do, and I get asked this all the time, well, you think they're going to come and defeat us and take us over? And my answer is always the same. Look, if any civilization that's out there comes here within their own lifetime and leaves and goes back in their same lifetime, that's 10,000 light years advanced to us. That's what Carl Sagan said that. Bar none. That's just 10,000 light years advanced to us. So think about that. We're like the ants in an ant bed, and they're standing in there looking at us, I often think about the reverse visualization that night when I was flipping the facility lights at that craft, whatever it was at the time to me. What would I have thought in my mind had I been up there looking down at this rectangular shaped site? Somebody's turning off and on the lights real quick in succession. Why would I flash back? Or wait a minute, how does that person down there see us up here? Why would they know that we're not supposed to be here, or we're just up here observing? How would they know that? Do we find out who this guy is, or person is, I should say, or what? I don't know. I've done that reverse thing a couple of times to try to give answers to myself, which always end up, with a zero. I'm right back where I started. But I do want to say that where New Lake Reservoir Dam was, it's a Pythagorean triangle from November 1 to November 5 over to New Lake Reservoir and back to November 1 control. I believe, based on that position of New Lake Reservoir Dam, that's where that craft was. It was over that body of water when I saw it. Why, I don't know, but there's always some type of there's a lot of sightings over water.
Yes.
And the deepest part of that reservoir, I think, is only like 40 feet. Yeah. Could be wrong. It's under reconstruction right now. Because I've been talking about it a lot for the last couple of years. I don't know if that's done anything, but the people in Newell are really good. And while we were there doing that filming, there were a couple of individuals. We're out on Orman Road. That's the road that November 5 is on. It's a dirt road still today. And there's a golf course off to the left side of it when you turn out of Newell on the Orman Road. And that day, the town's so small that when we arrived there early in the morning to film, all these people started seeing us. So they, news travels fast through there, and they're great people. I've always had a lot of respect for those folks, and great cooks too. Great Western Plains cooks, man. They cook food. But you would not believe the parade we had going up and down Orman Road watching this film, and it was the strangest thing because I had not been back to November 5 since that night. And the producer did not want to go directly in front of November 5 site itself because there's now like a small cattle processing facility built on it, because it's built on the bedrock. And when they detonated and collapsed the silos in and returned it, they left the fencing and the rock base there. So these ranchers used to store hay on or do something on their cattle. The fencing is all still there. we could have used another site. But instead, they went about 150 yards to the east of the site, and we were looking into a plain field. While I'm holding up my drawings and a drone's over my shoulder taking pictures of them, I just felt that not very good. And but when I got out of that vehicle and walked toward that site, man, that feeling came over me. I about went to my knees. And in hypnosis, when Robert Upton finished that hypnosis, something was wrong with me. And about 4 days later, I went to my pulmonologist, and I was in AFib. And so I had to go in the next day because my heart was out of rhythm. Never had any heart problems whatsoever, ever in my life. I've always been an athlete. And of course, they put the patches on and shocked me and resynced me, I guess. And about a week went by, and I started thinking about this thing over and over again. Boom, I went right back into AFib, so I had to go back and do it again. And they put me on medication, so I have to take medication. And anytime you go into AFib, I guess it puts you on a blood thinner.
Do you regret having done the hypnotic regression?
No, because it really gave me some insight.
Yeah.
And it made it a lot easier when I did the session just last year, the year before last, with Yvonne Smith in California.
Do you ever experience weird electromagnetic effects with your body, or like what sort of stuff?
Like a light going off or something when I walk in a room, a fluorescent light.
Fluorescent light.
Yeah, I've got a little light fixture. It's named Honda.
Phones dying quickly, anything like that?
No, I have had some other strange things go on though. Robert Hastings and I talked about that with emails vanishing everywhere. Mm-hmm. The cloud and everywhere else just wiped clean. I've had that happen, as has he. But yeah, I've had several incidents where that has really bothered me. Then the night of December 17th, 2017, my son was in his room. He was home from working. He was working. He was living in Florida. Came home to visit, and it was right at 4:11 a.m. And that's also another thing about waking up at certain times of the night: 1:11, 3:33, 4:11. It's just strange how that happens. But I pay attention to it, and I have a room in the back of the house because I worked 12-hour shifts, and it rotated. So sometimes I'd have to sleep during the day, till 3 p.m. Get up to go in for a 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift. So it was rotating. So I had to have it darkened out so you could sleep. I just can't sleep in sunlight. I don't know anybody that can, but anyway, I was there sleeping and had to get up for work, and all of a sudden, I opened my eyes and I had this. I'm standing at the foot of my bed. I have never been a person to sleepwalk ever in my life that I know ever. And I'm standing at the foot of my bed, holding onto my bed frame with my right hand, and directly in front of me, there's about a 4.5 or 5 foot hole diameter in the north wall of my bedroom. And in that circle that vanished immediately, like sparks flew off either side of it. It's like, what the heck? Anyway, as soon as that flashed out or went away, all the lights in my house started flickering just all over the house. And then these strange alarms I started hearing them. And my son popped through my door and he goes, "Dad, what the hell is going on?" He goes, "What's going on?" I said, "I don't know, son." He goes, "What's those alarms?" And I said, "I don't know." I grabbed my pistol. I didn't know why. I was going to clear my house, and which I did. I couldn't explain what I just saw and hadn't even verbally said anything about it yet. And it was just right in front of me. And mind you, there's 2 dressers that were partially gone or in that dark circle that I saw. And so I cleared my house and I go into the kitchen area, and all the lights are just barely on, like they're just like the candlelight all throughout the house. And the stove, the oven, the microwave, and the refrigerator, they have low voltage alarms on it, which I never knew. That's what the alarms were. They were all going off. So everything seemed to be normal other than the fact the lights were on. I tried flipping on lights and they wouldn't come on. They just come on barely and just flicker for a minute. And I just turned it back off, you know, but the light over the stove, it was doing that. Every light, every electrical component in my home was affected. Everything, doorbell system, everything. So I went back and talked to my son. I said, Jake, I said, what the heck was that, man? He goes, I don't know, Dad. It's weird. He goes, it's really weird. You can call him and talk to him about it. So I said, well, I'll call Georgia Power in the morning when I get up, you know. So I just put everything down. I laid back down and just thinking, you know, what was that? And about 8 o'clock, my son pops through my door and he knocks first. He says, hey, Dad. He goes, Georgia Power's here. I said, what? He said, yeah, Georgia Power's in the front yard. And I live on an acre. So to the street from my front porch is about 200 feet. And so I got dressed and I hobbled out there, and these guys are out there working on where the power distribution comes in to my home. And it's all underground. My home was built in 97. And so I found the supervisor. I said, hey, I said, how you doing, sir? I told him my name. He goes, this your house? And I said, yes, sir. He just looked at me. And I said, wow. I said, what happened? He goes, he just looked at me and he said, well, you lost power, lost a leg of power. I said, dang, does that mess up the whole neighborhood? He looked at me and says, no. He says, it's just your house. I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, you lit up our board downtown like the 4th of July out here. And I said, well, how did I do that? We were all asleep. He said, I don't know. He said, but we're going to have to replace this leg so you have power in your home. He said, come on, I'll show you something. So they had already taken this big dolly and they had like transformer equipment. I've got pictures of it. Call Robert Hastings, first thing. They take this transformer thing on a dolly, take it to the back where my meter is, and they jumper into that meter box. So to establish power, or what do you call it? To refine the power going in my home. Instead of just 2 legs, it gives it a 3rd leg. Somehow it converts it, and I don't know how that works. But I got pictures of it. And he said, you'll be fine till we come out and replace that wire. And it took them about 2 days, 3 days, and they were back, and they did it. But I just kept questioning what I had seen and what had happened and why that happened. And ours was the only house affected. A couple of weeks later, one of our neighbor's kids come by that my son used to play with. He stopped his truck. He's got an F-150. He says, hey, Mr. Woods. And he's been in my backyard. These kids have had parties. They all shot bows and arrows together, BB guns, name it. You know, we do all that stuff. Ride motorcycles. He goes, hey, Mr. Woods. He said, I was cutting my grass. And he waved at me, and I stopped, and I stopped, and he stopped. And he goes, hey, what was going on there last week or so when all those lights were in your backyard? And I said, what are you talking about? He hesitated for a second. He goes, your backyard was lit up like a Hollywood set or something. He said, like those great big lights they say up in the air. He says, the whole backyard was lit up. I said, what do you mean, man? He said, yeah, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. He was leaving for work. That's how he saw that. And I said, well, you know, I've only got 2 spotlights right there in the corner of that room outside. And I said, and on the corner of the back, and the lights on the rear patio, you know? He goes, I don't know, but it was lit up like you wouldn't believe. And I just kept it to myself. I said, man, what did happen? Really? So what interest could they would have in, you know, in a 65-year-old man or whatever age I was at that time? What could they possibly want? I mean,
what do you think?
I have no idea. I honestly don't have a clue.
What do you think? What do you hope the world gets from your testimony?
Understanding, perhaps, or possibility of, perhaps not to fear as much, and not to think that they're here to defeat us, because if they were, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. They'd have done it long ago, anyhow.
Do you think they're hybridizing themselves with us?
Could very well be. Depends upon maybe their situation on their own planet. Maybe they're overcrowded, perhaps, or something's dying there, or progression through space. You can't always get back to the starting point. Maybe they have to occupy worlds along the way in their great expansion.
Well, it sounds like even on Ellsworth that it was kind of an open secret that a lot of people had some interesting experiences even before you, Mario. Do you think, I was talking with Robert Hastings, and he was noting that he had 167 ICBM security personnel, radar operators, guys on bases like yourself who've experienced crafts.
Yes.
And then I remember I asked him, I was like, Robert, what percentage of these people have had close encounters of the third kind, where they've actually met beings? And he said something like 7 or 8, but then he said, I didn't ask anybody. Those are the people that volunteered. And I think about the culture of secrecy and humility when it comes to working at nuclear bases. If you have 7 or 8 people who you're just incidentally finding out are having close encounters of the third kind and actually seeing beings, it's probably over 100. It's of the 170. It's probably a massive
and never alone, always with a partner. You're never alone in any nuclear facility. It's a 2-man rule. There has to be 2 of you at all times.
Are there other cases like yours that you've found out about where the partner sort of seems to disappear or go missing?
Terry Lovelace and his partner Toby.
Is Terry's still around, right?
Oh yeah. He's a great guy.
But Toby's gone.
Toby's gone. He Terry told me that he never fully recovered after their incident. Now, he was not on duty. They were simply on a camping trip.
And is Toby like in some facility, mental health facility, or is he just like no trace of him? Terry can't even find him.
No. He was available, and of course the VA they were giving him whatever pills or whatever to help his anxiety, and from my understanding, he had a really bad drinking problem from that period of time, and some people, I guess, that's the way it affects, and it's really quite sad. And he was a real light-skinned black guy also. And we talk about that correlation between us and our partners, and it happened the same year. Also, in that movie, Close Encounter of the Third Kind came out, I went to see it in Rapid City at the theater, on Main Street, still there today. Or the building is. I'm not sure if the theater is or not, but I think it is. And that part where Roy Neary is crossing the railroad tracks and he's looking at the map, got the flashlight in his mouth, and that light pops on. You'll notice during that period of time, his body was as if he was being whatever he was hearing or feeling was talking to him or programming him on the inside. He's doing some kind of a weird I should say, receiving of whatever it is giving him. And you can see it, and he portrays it very well, and it really made me think a lot. Because when I saw that movie, it was as if what's going on in the missile field right now, not just to me, but to these craft are out there. There's cattle mutilations going on. Linda Moulton House in the area. I tried contacting her in like 20, might have been before that, but she got my email in 2014. I had sent something to her. And she worked at a station in Denver, Colorado. Was, like, I don't know if she's in what kind of news she did, but she was investigating cattle mutilations all throughout the Northwest where we were. And of course, we were told not to speak to any media people whatsoever. But the point is that when he underwent what he did under that light, before that craft let him go, it seemed to put something in his mind, which really struck me. Before it stopped, and moved. I had to literally get up out of my seat, and I ran out and sat on the curb on Main Street in Rapid City, because I what I just saw felt as if it was a direct replay of what I just went through, only a little bit different, where the craft was above him, and these little guys came up to the side of our vehicle, just like that, and it's really hard to deal with.
Often it feels like the ear bones are messed with, the bones dealing with balance and orientation. And then this is an interesting kind of connection around them checking your teeth. My buddy made a documentary on this guy, Andrei Puharich, Puharich helped start the MK Ultra program. So it's like CIA brainwashing.
Yugoslavian guy, wasn't he? Is he?
I think he was.
I read something about a guy with that name. I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, he's like Eastern European or Russian. Yeah, maybe Yugoslavian. And he's at Northwestern, and he had the Round Table Institute of Maine, where they were sort of summoning stuff. And then he had this actually school, Space Children, in upstate New York, where he was studying all sorts of telepathy and download channeling. Actually, the book Star Trek came. He had this one channeler named Phyllis Schaefer. And she wrote a book called The Only Planet of Choice that was channeled, and she was in communication with the Nine, quote unquote, which is this council of possible ET beings. And they were talking about the Earth as a bottleneck of consciousness. We have to get past this bottleneck in order to ascend, whatever. Fascinating stuff. But interestingly, Puharich found this guy who was sort of schizophrenic, and he was hearing voices in his head. But it almost sounded like the voices he was hearing were similar to like what somebody would describe in an alien telepathy experience, where he was getting kind of immediate downloads. And Puharich was studying him, and they realized he was a construction worker, and he was working with sawing metals or whatever. And so they found these fine metals in his teeth, and that somehow, in Puharich's belief, was that extremely low frequency radio waves were actually responsible for thought in a way that's upstream or connected with the acoustical waves that represent our normal cognition.
Wow.
And so maybe they were checking your teeth either because they were worried that you were already receiving downloads or like in touch prior to this experience, or because they thought the implant where they would communicate with you on a go-forward basis might be there.
Wow. I've never even thought of it that way. Some people said they were looking at you maybe for radioactive contamination or something like that.
You might be right. I mean,
but
this is that
really does make sense, man. I mean, you got to look at it all. You can't discount anything.
Yeah.
Because you're dealing with a technology that don't sit on couches, that can speak full of volumes through your cellular work in your body.
Yeah.
They don't need to communicate. I mean, that's something their brain is so far past that.
Yeah.
They don't have to speak words to you, and their language is probably where we say and like. There's none of that in that.
Yeah, they have
in those conversations. It's direct,
root access,
and you never ever will forget that feeling and that sound.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah, it's almost like we have this meme library that was it's installed or something. You look at like Descartes' demon, like maybe that's actually more true than not, where the Cartesian 3D time-bound plane is sort of controlled, at least as far as the veneer that we see,
right?
And the shades of that, we're seeing shadow play of something higher, and that something higher might be able to communicate on a much more direct level, and also be able to shade or in Plato you have like it's like don't trust your senses, right? You have to contemplate virtue, and you can ascend out of the lower world or whatever. There's much more. And
I was the only one who read any of
that. And you forget your primordial self. Maybe in experiences like this you sort of you get back in touch with it. But maybe some of these beings are I was at Hal Puthoff's house not too long ago, and on his bookshelf he had this book called Daemonic Reality.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, like, I don't know, I got to read the book, but it feels like the implication is like our low level reality is kind of controlled by some sort of, Gnostic traditions, you might call it like a demiurge.
Sure.
Where we're not seeing, ultimate reality.
I think in Lou's book, I found the part where he talks about some of his superiors where they have this demonic direction, thinking these things were.
Yeah, it's called the Collins Elite. Yeah.
Yes. Versus where Lou was in his thinking, which I agree with 100%. I've been told that several times. Well, these are just demons. These are just angels and demons, All right, well, what's your definition?
Yeah.
Definition of an angel.
That's what, exactly.
In my book, I mean, I would just look at somebody that says that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm serious, and I've seen something in my time too, after our mother passed away, and that really an apparition. I'll just say it was my mother's apparition, and my brothers both saw it, and and that established me. That night I said, and we all talked about it. Our mama was standing in that kitchen in a lightning storm. Her figure was there, not her face, but her figure was there. And at 2 o'clock in the morning on a thunderstorm night in Tampa, Florida, a couple days after she died, and that's the truth. I totally agree with what you just saying there, because I think that I always associate it to when you're in your mother's womb and your dad or your mom or one of your aunts bend down, or your future brother or sister leans down and starts talking to you, and you're in your mother's womb. The baby hears that. That to me directly related to what I kept hearing, "Do not fear." That I recognized it, and the accent on that voice sounded as if something off of what was that? Hogwarts or what do you call it? Yeah, Harry Potter. When that snake is talking to him like that, that's the way those words. That's the way those words roll. Like, I can't even do it. Do not fear. Do not fear. And elongated out, not just those words how short I was. Do not fear. And I still can't do it right, but it gets to every part of you. In description, it gets to every part of you. Just feel it radiate through you.
And before joining Ellsworth Air Force Base, what was kind of your motivation? Why'd you get into this?
Honestly, I should have probably gone in the Navy. My father was a merchant seaman, and he sailed with Texaco, sailed all of his life, seen USOs. He was in a car accident in '73 and lost his life. And I just turned 17 years old when that happened. So it literally changed the entire configuration of my family. And my thoughts prior to, I wanted to go to the Maritime Institute. I think it was in some part of Connecticut. I could be mistaken. And I wanted to become a captain. I didn't want to be a chief engineer because I saw how dirty my dad would get. Or I'd go down to an engine room of a ship that he was on at port and see him climbing up out of a cylinder of an engine. So the size of these things are massive, and I always respected that a great deal. But for me, growing up in South Florida and Long Beach and other places, I always had this aspiration for things that flew. So whenever the Cape was launching and that kind of thing, I always went outside either to see him or go with a bunch of friends, go to Cape Canaveral to watch a rocket launch. And originally I didn't want to go. I wouldn't even think about security police, but I'm colorblind. And after I passed all the tests to work on rocket engines, because I thought NASA is my goal, right? I was in the hallway at the AFI station in Jacksonville, just a young guy, long hair down here. And this little staff sergeant, she came running up to me. She goes, "Mr. Woods," she goes, we gotta talk to you for a minute. And I said, "Well, what is it?" I was ready to go. I was going to go back home to Tampa. And she told me, she goes, "I need you to talk to somebody." And I said, "Okay." So I went back with her, went into this office, and there was this gentleman standing there, and I think he was like a tech sergeant, E6, E7, somewhere around there. And he goes, "Mr. Woods," he goes, "I need you to look at some things." And he opens up this sample book, like you would go pick out carpet, with all these different colors of carpet, but it was wiring. And he said, "Show me the purple and yellow intertwined wire." And I just looked, and really I couldn't do it. And he let me do that 2 or 3 times, and he goes, "That's why you can't wire a rocket engine." So it made perfect sense to me. So of course I did score good on my ASVAB test. So she asked me if I'd be interested in some other things, and I said, "Sure, let's have a look." So they had videotapes back then. And I looked at a couple of them, and then I saw these guys rappelling out of a helicopter, fully clothed, fully armed, and came out on fast ropes. And I said, and they had berets on their head, and I said, that's what I want to do. So that's how I ended up in security police.
Wow.
And loved it.
So you want to be a rocket scientist?
Well, I wanted to do engines, rocket engines. Yes,
that's a tough job.
I used to always launch rockets growing up as a kid.
Did you?
Yeah, they were 98 cents for, the little rocket engines, fuselages were all made out of like paper towel rolls or something.
What do you think sparked your early interest in rockets and space?
I'm sure that what I saw in 1961 at D. Queen Elementary School in Port Arthur, Texas, had something to do with it.
What did you see in 1961?
My mother was taking me to my first grade school, which was D. Queen Elementary, and we were about the fifth or the seventh car back in line, and I'm on the passenger side in the front seat, no seatbelt. We didn't do that back then. My sister was in the back seat, of course, mother's driving, and she stopped short of the car in front of her. And she says, "Look, Anthony, look at those flying saucers." When's the last time your mother ever said something like that to you? I mean, I'm just 6 years old, 5.5, 6 years old. And I just couldn't even fathom what she said. And they were right over a church, just maybe 25 to 50 feet in the air. There were three of them. They were beautiful. Prettiest craft I've ever seen in my life. I can picture them in my mind right now. My sister and I talk about it all the time. And the thing that struck me was they were there long enough to where I kind of did a really strange scan looking around at people. Always kind of, anything worth memorizing is worth looking around for a moment to take a quick mental picture of it, if that explains that. But we had a playground directly across from the school that the road was blocked off. And all the kids, everybody met out there before class time. Every eye and arm and hand and pointer finger was pointing in the air. And then looking back to the left at the side of the school, we didn't have AC back then. So the windows were always open. There were people, it was like a 4, maybe 5-story building at the time. It's been since rebuilt. But anyway, all these people were pointing out the windows, and the grades went from kindergarten to 12th grade there. So everybody, including teachers, were looking outside. And the strangest part about it, it was directly over this church that sat right on the corner of D. Queen Boulevard. And the school's here and the church was there. So they were just right here. And we were right there next to it. And my mom, she opens her door and steps out. And my sister, I remember her saying, "Mom, I'm scared." She says, "It'll be okay, honey. They're not here to hurt you." That's what she said. And I grabbed her by the other hand. We were hanging there watching them, and probably watched them for a good couple of minutes. And they were white, silver craft, standard saucer configuration with a dome on top and a dome on the bottom. But they had these lights that went around the outer rim of it, and they were all synchronized. And it was extremely fast. It was so much to take in as something you've never seen or couldn't even know existed. But it felt so normal. It looked so normal, like somebody was checking in on us, if that's the word. And when they left, it was all at one time, straight up. If there would have been clouds, they'd have punched holes through those clouds. And they were just gone. They just literally just went from that big around to this big around and out of your sight. And the strangest part about that, everybody on that playground and in school, nobody said a word about it. Everybody went right back to what they were doing. They never mentioned it all day long.
Have you talked to any of the witnesses since?
Other than my sister, my mother has since passed long ago. But Port Arthur, Texas is a long time ago. But I've never forgotten that. So that's really something.
That's remarkable. Did you feel changed after that at all? Or?
In some way, my sister and I talked about it. I just think the visualization of it and what it could possibly mean to a 6-year-old definitely has, changing effects on what you've known forever. Not questioning God, because I believe in God and my Savior, but it just changes you. It opens your eyes or your mind into what is or could be.
And that might have gotten you interested in space and rocketry,
possibly,
and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, interesting.
I don't think they come without a reason. If I can just say that, I think they have great effects, and there seems to be this thing with the number 3. What it could mean, I don't know. I know Tesla had a real strange thing concerning the number 3, and I've read a lot about him.
Well, it's sort of Jesus died at 33. Alexander the Great died at 33.
See?
The Freemasonry, you have 33 levels.
Why do you think that happened? It's such a life changing event that seems pretty bizarre that people want, especially 61 when you haven't seen that many things in the sky.
No, ever. Other than aircraft with propellers. There were no jets, at the time. No, I flew on a bunch of them, so even at a young age. But yeah, that's very true. I always wonder if just being in the proximity of these things, if they're pulsing or emanating some type of not energy, but a wave or something that might be inducing to humankind, maybe in the thought of them or some kind of idea. I don't ever. Very few people that I've spoken with or call me have ever run from a craft, or if they've seen one up close and personal. But it just amazes me that it just seems to be the normal thing when a person does see it, and then they later recollect and it's something different now.
I don't know if your mom was nonchalant about it. Like, that feels so shocking, especially when you have two young kids.
Yeah. She had seen things before, she said, and she really didn't elaborate on any of it, but she said she had seen things before in Rocky Mount, North Carolina, growing up as a kid. And of course, my father was from Banaca, Honduras, and he's seen so many things I can't even in the jungles and in the ocean. And he used to always tell me of an entire crew of 29 or 30 men seeing something exit from the water and come up into the atmosphere and bolt off, And I just let it go. I never really thought too much about it at all. And I don't know if you've ever heard of the Marine Suffolk Queen. It's a ship that sank in '63. But she left port in Port Arthur, Texas. That was the first ship I ever went on as a child. At 5 years old, my father served on that vessel, and I had 2 cousins on board. And he got a job with Texaco at that particular time. And so I went with him. He was getting his things. And going up that gangway, I lost, they didn't net the gangways back then. And I lost one of my shoes. And I was so fearful I had my dad by the hand. I probably broke his fingers, but I was so fearful of falling through the steps and into the water, because it was at nighttime. And she sailed, and she was gone just a couple of days later. And they never found anything but one nameplate on her that said Marine SULF on Miami Beach. And don't know what around to that vessel, and all hands were lost. So 2 of his cousins went down in that ship.
Since I did the documentary last year and wrote my book, I've been amazed by the number of people who've told me that the phenomenon of sighting these objects and having these weird experiences, that I suppose you could call them paranormal, runs in the family.
Yeah.
Mum had it, Dad had it, Granddad had it.
Yeah.
It's quite common, isn't it?
Yeah, and so I wouldn't turn it into a movie script of some sort of magical ability. It's just, if it's a feature of intelligence, then no surprise that it gets passed down family to family.
Mari, you have an amazing story, man, and I'm super grateful for you.
And I try to bring every single part of it out every single time. And I just want to be as factual as I know how to be, whether it be the incident itself, hypnosis, what I saw, what I drew, what I feel. And I don't try to embellish any part of this, any part whatsoever. I never will do that. I just need Michael Johnson.
Yeah.
I need Michael Johnson.
Yeah, anybody out there, we gotta
and I've every single, there's quite a few now podcasts, and every single network I've ever been on, I've always asked if anyone knows Michael Johnson. I don't know his middle initial. He told me he's from Chicago, Illinois. I've been on all, every social media that I could, and also TWS, which is Together We Serve, military stuff. Trying to find people from that time, and a couple that I have found that I've known, I can't get an answer out of it.
Yeah.
And I can see their picture and their rank and how long they stayed in the service. It gives you those dates. but I can't make communication or contact with him.
Have you made any money off of, your telling your account
No.
of what had happened?
No, I don't have a book. I would like to try to do an audio book. And someone close to me suggested that.
Yeah.
I've never done that.
Have you faced any pushback from colleagues or the press or people? I mean, mostly people just grateful that you told your account.
I've had a couple of people say something before, like, this guy's smoking something. I wish I was. I wish that's all it would have been. But either, as Robert Hastings once said, he goes, Mario, either you were in the right place at the right time or the wrong place at the right time. But you were there no matter what.
Yeah.
And he coined it for me, and I have the greatest respect for that man ever.
Yeah, well, it's super clear just speaking to you how matter of fact you are and how, just descriptive the account is. I mean, I feel like I have decent pattern matching when it comes to people bullshitting me. For a job, I invest in companies and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of the ultimate, like the only thing, you can't be an expert in everything. You kind of just have to be sussing out people.
Sure.
And so you passed my test, man. I'm sure you did the entire audience out here. Mario, really appreciate it, man. This was amazing. Yeah, thanks for your time and for your service and for going public.
Ambassador.
Ambassador, BT ambassador.
I've heard that before. I don't know.
G'day and welcome back to Reality Check. As we promised you, we're bringing you the full-length interviews with all of the interviewees in our special investigation into UAP crash retrievals. And one of the three men who strongly backed the credibility of our primary interviewee, Jake Barber, in the story was Fred Baker. And Fred Baker is a highly experienced former Tier 1 operator who showed great courage to step up to back the credibility of our primary interviewee, Jake Barber. Fred is a legend in the US Air Force combat control and special operations community. He served with distinction in the US Air Force's 24th Special Tactics Squadron. That's the 24th STS, which is like the US Air Force Special Forces. It's one of the elite Tier 1 units in the US Air Force Special Operations. He retired as a Master Sergeant with 20 years in combat control. Combat controllers are special tactics operators who specialise in air-ground communication, including air traffic control, fire support, and command, control, and communications, including in covert operations. It's a measure of how desperate some in the intelligence community are that in the wake of our UAP crash retrieval investigation, they actually tried to denigrate a veteran of the calibre of a Fred Baker. This is a man who served his country with distinction. He has multiple Bronze Stars. In fact, he's earned the Bronze Star with valour. He has 4 of them, 4 oak leaf clusters. That's a big deal. He's earned multiple other commendations and awards, including a Navy Presidential Unit citation with 1 oak leaf cluster. And it's a measure of just how desperate and frantic the legacy program cover-up is right now, that the bad apples in defence and intelligence are calling upon their shills in social media to attack a legend like Fred. It will backfire because the Tier 1 community is angry at how their comrades are being treated for telling the truth. Here's Fred Baker's story of his work with Jake Barber. Fred, can you tell me, within the constraints of what you're allowed to tell me, what's the story of your service?
I joined in 2000 in the United States Air Force. It went into the combat control pipeline and spent the majority of my, actually the entirety of my career in special warfare.
And you're a fairly well-known
character in the social media community. You're a very prominent commentator on special operations, and you refer often to the unit, which I take to mean Delta Force. Are you able to talk about the fact that you were a Delta Force operator?
I was not. I was strictly in the Air Force, although where I was, we worked quite often with the Army and the Navy as well.
Right, okay. And I think I know the name of the unit, the US Air Force unit you're talking about, but essentially it was a top special operations unit in the US Air Force. Correct, yes. I understand also your family has quite an illustrious history in the US military. Can you tell me a bit about that?
Yeah, quite a bit. Farmers. Since the Revolutionary War, first Christopher Baker came over, was an indentured servant, was forced into the British Army, did not like him, deserted, and went to the American side and fought for the Americans under George Washington. And then ever since, we have fought in every major conflict in the United States.
So you're obviously very proud of your service?
Yeah, absolutely. I really like this country, so I appreciate that my lineage fought for it.
You've obviously left the military. When did you leave the military?
In 2001. I'm sorry, in 2021.
2021. And since then, you've been working largely with Jake?
There was a stint there where I was trying to go back into the normal world and took a normal job, and it just didn't work out. I didn't like that atmosphere coming from where I was, and it just so happened that when I was realizing this, that a phone call happened, and that's when I took a risk, took a leap of faith, and met Jake.
So Jake recruits people like yourself from the elite of special operations for the work that he's been doing. Were you surprised at the work that you were being asked to do when you started working with him?
That's interesting. I would say yeah, surprised, but at the same time, you kind of knew that this kind of stuff was going on. We try to ration it. There's no way. Not within our country. There's no way. But then you hear stories, especially in 2021. There's a lot of stuff coming out then. I was like, that would be pretty cool if it did, though. That made a good movie. And then it actually is. And it was super interesting.
Was there an aha moment for you when you went, oh my God, this is real?
I don't know. I think I'm still in that aha. I'm in the H part of the aha portion of it. And hopefully it'll get rounded out and we'll have a good answer. But
what do you say to people watching this thread who are very skeptical and who might be thinking, there's no way you can keep a secret like this? Secrets leak, politicians blab, everything leaks in the end. But this has been kept very well, this secret, hasn't it?
It has. I ask how many secrets individual people have that nobody knows about. It's very interesting what you can do in the realm of national security and patriotism and how far people will go to protect them, to protect this institution, knowing that they're doing the right thing.
So when he contacted you and asked you to come and work with him and his team, was it a shock what you were being asked to do?
It was, but it was a shock, but also because it was what I was asking for. Leading the special operations community like that feels like you're kind of dumping a gift off. You spent a large amount of your time being trained to do this certain level of things, and then all of a sudden it's no longer needed. I feel like there's still work out there to be done that need people like us. And that gift, I wouldn't say is getting wasted, but it's just not. It's getting shelved. So I was very happy that it happened. Surprised, yes, but it felt like all the childhood dreams were coming.
What do you say to people who might be saying, watching this, there is no way this can be kept secret. This can't possibly be true because it's just so crazy. UFOs, retrieved craft, it sounds insane.
Maybe it sounds insane. I've never had that moment. I'm very open. I'm very, very aware that I don't know everything. I think it's safe to say that we don't know everything. Humans are really good at one thing, and that's debunking ourselves. We think we have something solved, and then years later, we figure out that was not correct. That was completely wrong.
Had you ever seen anything anomalous during your time in the military?
Yes, I have. One that I can remember, not associated with anything, but being in Afghanistan. You know, it's super dark out there. Guys talk about being able to see satellites and how cool. And just one night going off security, I looked up and I saw, oh, it's a satellite. It was not flashing, steady movement. I was like, cool, I've never seen a satellite in my life. And then it just stopped. And then it did a half circle, and then it just shot off. And I had no idea what I just saw, and I didn't tell anybody until a couple days later, where the guy that relieved me was on his night vision, and we were sitting at the campfire, and he started talking about this thing that he saw, and I said, I saw the same thing. So very happy that I wasn't losing my mind and he saw the same thing. But that was my first and probably my prominent experience when I was in. I saw some other things I don't really believe were alien, if you will.
One of the things that I think a lot of people will have trouble believing about Jake Barber's claims isn't the fact of a retrieval program, but the concept of people being able to psychically, psionically engage with technology. Have you seen that kind of psionic engagement with craft?
I believe that I have, yes.
What have you seen?
So we did conduct an operation that we're using those assets, human assets, conducting an experiment to see if what they were claiming was true. And we were able to get pretty close to a 90% solution that this can be done. Just too many coincidences.
What would you say to the debunkers who would say, you're clearly letting your eyes play tricks with you?
Come on out. Come on out, we'll show you. I mean, I am dead serious. I'm not. I am a very open individual. I like that I don't know everything. I like to learn new things all the time. With my job, I'm very intimate with all of our aircraft that exist that we know of. This was nothing in comparison. And on top of that, I got an extra little bonus of something that I didn't actually see, but it recorded. I was very excited.
I actually suspect a lot of people are ready for the idea that there is a non-human intelligence. Let me ask you that question. Seeing what you've seen, do you believe or do you know that there is a non-human intelligence engaging with this planet?
I don't know for sure. I think it's healthy to have a bit of skepticism there to not lead you down this, fairy tale path, if you will, if there is such a thing. But there is absolutely something going on that we're unaware of. And when you do interact with these things, they play with you, or they show you, do a showcase, do an air show, or whatever. They are interacting with us.
So let's go through the other objects that you've seen. Have you seen triangles?
Yes.
What have you seen?
So I was working with a friend of ours now, an asset, psionic asset, and he asked me to come out. I've never done anything like this before. He met me.
So this is outside of work. It's not a military-related thing.
No. We were both out of the military at the time. This is shortly after I met Jake, and he recognized me from Instagram, this other thing. And he's like, "Hey, come on out if you want to see this." And I'm like, okay. Of course, I had to convince the wife that, hey, I'm going to go do this weird thing, all night. I won't be home. That was the hardest part. And then so went out there, and he's walking me through how to be able to summon them. And again, it's going through that. It sounds okay. This is getting kind of weird, but at the same time, I'm very open. Let's try it, whatever. And he's explaining how to do this, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna mess this up. There's no way. Very, very positive emotions, very loving emotions.
So you're projecting love to one another.
That's the way he explains it, correct? Or that's his method of how he does it.
I mean, forgive me if I indulge this a little bit, but I mean, you're a special operations soldier by training. Special operations soldiers don't generally talk about projecting love. It's quite cool.
Yeah, it was very. Again, I thought I was going to mess this up. I thought I was going to fail the whole thing. I haven't tapped in that side of me for a very long time. So I thought for sure, like, yeah, this is just going to be a waste of time. But yeah, then he asked, and he's like, all right, well, I'll try it. I'll try it. And very glad I did. He also mentions that it's very different for everyone, obviously, but they give you what they think you need. So I was a very impatient person. I can be patient when the mission dictates it or whatever, but for the most part, I'm just really like, let's do this. And all night, it would just keep me waiting, and then something would show up, and it would pique my interest. What was that? And then hours go by again, and then something would pop up. Like, what is that? And it kept doing that all night until the very end, when this triangle showed up. And that was only part of it. That was definitely the grand show, but what did you say? So I had just witnessed something that was unbelievable to me. And I turned to talk to my friend. I was like, that was unreal. What did you say? What was it? So the beginning of the show, if you will, this thing popped up way out in the atmosphere, and it started to fall. And it felt like, if you imagine putting a really small pebble in the water, and it just kind of flutters down. That's what it was doing, just fluttering down. And as it got closer and closer, it got brighter and brighter. And when it hit the very bottom of its movement, it was the brightest thing out there. Just imagine brighter than any star you've seen out there, just lit up. It did that for a millisecond, and then it dimmed back down, and it did the same movement all the way back out into the atmosphere.
So clearly operating under some kind of intelligent control.
Right. It did that 3 times. And
that is pretty incredible.
My jaw was on the ground. And the whole, I'm saying this out loud now to all of us, like, how do you fake this? Because I couldn't believe it. I said, how do you fake that? There's no UAV or anything that does it. There's no light array. How do you, and the whole time, I'm just saying out loud, how do you fake this? How do you fake this? I couldn't believe it. And that's when I turned around and I was like, I don't understand. Like, how do you, he's like, I told you, bro, this is what it is. And then he's talking to me, and then he stops. He said, oh my God, it's the mothership. He said he's only seen it 2 other times. And I turned around, and that's when this massive triangle was in the sky. And please don't ask me to figure out how big it was or how far away it was. It was huge.
Like hundreds of feet.
For sure. Probably more. It was
football field size.
Bigger.
Multiple football fields.
For sure.
Wow. How far away?
I couldn't tell you. I had already been shocked and awe with this one little thing, and then now they presented this massive thing with other little things going on as well.
Like what?
So the triangle itself, it was moving west to east, very slowly. The lead point of the triangle was very bright, with the 2 ends dimmer.
So there are lights.
Correct. There are lights on each of the points.
Do they glow?
No, they remain the same brightness. They were white with a little hint of orange in there, but mostly white.
Is there a light in the middle? Sometimes on the triangles, a light in the middle.
No, there was nothing in the middle.
Noise?
No noise. It had little minions, if you will, flying all around it.
Orbs.
Yep, orbs. It would have been the same orbs that we see all night that just kind of float around the sky. Sometimes they fold, sometimes they just remain the same. Same ones, but now they're spiraling around this thing.
So, really interested to ask, did you, at that moment, obviously, I think I would have had a feeling of awe, but did you have a sense of some kind of psychological contact, psychic contact with the object?
I mean, I don't know, because I was so paralyzed with what I was saying. I just could not, again, saying out loud, how do you fake this? I could not comprehend what I was saying.
It was a solid object?
Yes.
Okay, let's think of the skeptical debunker arguments. Could it have been some kind of temperature inversion in the air? Was it a cold night?
It was a cold night. It was.
So was it a clear night?
It was absolutely clear.
So is it possible that what you were seeing was an optical illusion?
If it was, we were sharing it. There were 2 of us that shared that optical illusion.
Your colleague, the psionicist, had told you that it was coming?
Yes. Throughout the night, he said, this is a good sign. Everything that we saw, this is a good sign. It's going to be a big night.
So, as we know, as Jake has disclosed, this is what has been happening secretly in various secure installations around the United States for apparently quite a long time. I find it sad that the knowledge of this has been kept from humanity. It's beautiful. I mean, I don't want to sound like a hippie or something, but it's fantastic. The idea that it's possible to psychically connect with an intelligent entity of some kind.
Correct, and I think it's going to lead, maybe potentially, we haven't talked about it, maybe it leads us back to the way we were when we were in touch with ourselves.
Well, let's talk about that. I mean, do you think, I think for Jake, if I can speak for him, it's clearly been quite spiritual. It's been a transformation of awareness. Has it been the same for you?
Yes, there have been a lot of moments like that where I've been on my hands and knees begging for help, and then it happens. It shows itself, and it's just confirmation. It's telling you, I'm not going to give you the answer, but we're here. Or maybe it's telling me that you can do it. You can do it.
What would you say? I mean, one of the criticisms that's been made is that there are people in various arms of the military who believe that this is demonic, that it's evil.
I really don't know, but I've had that conversation with a friend who is spiritual, religious. I was speaking to them about, we'll get to it later, but things that I was seeing in my sleep or having visions or whatever it is, and they were telling me that those are demons. You got to stop. You got to stop. So I'm telling them I don't know what to do with this. You have to stop that. Now, with me personally, I'm having this battle of, are they benevolent? Are they benevolent? I don't know. Or are they indifferent? I couldn't tell you, but there is definitely a positive sense there for the most part with them. When you interact, when you get that interaction, you get that verification, there's not a sense of dread. It's very much this is the answer for us.
Which begs the question, is there something that you think perhaps humanity has lost in our technological civilization that means that it's been hard for us to learn how to connect in that way?
Absolutely. I mean, we have things to communicate with each other that as basic as written language all the way to technology now. I can send a photo across the universe. For lack of a better term, it makes us lazy. We don't exercise that specific muscle for long enough to become useless. If we don't use our consciousness and our mind in that capacity for God knows how long, who's to say that we've lost those skills, but they could still be there.
What do you think about the fact that this is being kept so secret?
I mean, it would make life a lot easier. I wouldn't be very dependent on much when it comes to where we are now.
But is it a good thing that the public doesn't know about this? I think people have a right to know that we're not alone.
Yeah, I think they have a right to know, then they have the option. They can choose to venture on that or just completely ignore it or whatever, but it's still our choice. And we should have the option of whether I want to pursue this or not.
So let's go to one of the stories that Jake's told us. Jake Barber has told us how he was advised that there were high-value targets, Panasonic tough books containing highly sensitive information which had been stolen from the program. There was an order out to recover them at all costs. Were you involved in part of that operation?
Oh, yes.
What were you involved in? What was the part of the operation that you were involved in?
More specifically to what you just said, to recover those assets.
So there was an operation where very high up in the Sierras, 2 hard drives were recovered. Were you part of that recovery operation where one was found in the bottom of a lake?
No, I did recover 2 assets, but at different locations.
Right. But obviously, without going into detail, and Jake doesn't want us to go into the detail of what ensued, but it was a dangerous operation. There was concern, wasn't there, that perhaps you guys had been compromised in some way?
Yeah, there were things adding up that did not Makes sense. Were you worried? Not as much as Jake was, but that's due to ignorance. Once I saw that he was concerned, then yes, absolutely. It's always a very difficult thing for any whistleblower to come forward to speak about things that are highly sensitive. But can I ask you this? Do you think Jake Barber is a patriot? Oh yeah, absolutely. Do you think he loves his country? For sure. And do you think his motives are pure for why he's speaking publicly? Yes, absolutely. There's a thing I know a lot of special operators talk about, that there are certain types of men who you report watching your back in a tight spot. Is he one of those guys? Absolutely. Trustworthiness is one of the top things that we're looking for. In fact, we would take a mediocre performer with high level trust. The individual has no trust, but is a top performer. He's a credible person, authentic. Correct, yes. So a decision was made by Jake that he wanted to go to, and we're not naming the private aerospace company involved, but he wanted to go to the private aerospace company's director of security, for whom this operation had been done to recover these Panasonic tough books. Were you part of that operation where the meeting took place? I was. What was your role? My role was to locate the individual, to confirm his location, to confirm their location, and build up a package for us to pursue them and eventually meet them. So you can verify, basically, and that's all we're trying to do here. You can verify that that meeting took place. Correct. Are you satisfied that there is still an open question about who was responsible for what happened? Let's call it a dangerous incident. I believe there. I don't know if we'll ever get that answer. So yes, it's still open. Yeah. I mean, it's legitimate though to be concerned that the safety of Jake and his team was in question as a result of what happened. Yeah, it's pretty unsettling that it can get that far, that someone can ask you to do something just for the mere fact of setting you up for something else. So you feel you guys were set up as well. It seems to look like that. There is, again, a lot of coincidences. Do you think it's possible somebody wanted you guys dead because you knew too much? I don't know that. I can't confirm that. So you were also part of an operation where, as Jake has described it, the question was, has a whistleblower that's got these tough books gone to the disclosure advocate on UAPs, Dr. Stephen Greer? What was your role in that operation? Just merely transferring information to and from. Right, so you met Dr. Greer and conveyed information to him. I did, yes, right. And can you tell me what happened on your return from that exchange of information? Yeah, so it was so this was a simple drop off. Here you go, nice to meet you. Be on our way. But he actually took an interest in me. I don't know if it was me specifically, but potentially Jake and a group, and he just wanted to pry a little bit. But he asked me some questions, and we had a little bit of a conversation, and we're in our separate ways. And I drove straight home. About a 6-hour drive or so. And when I got home, everyone's in bed, and obviously I'm tired, but I was not exhausted. I had enough energy left to get something real quick, get a shower, get to bed. And as soon as I laid down, and closed my eyes, I was in something. It was very interesting because I was still very aware of my surroundings. I could hear the fan going. My wife's sound machine was going. I knew that I was in this moment. I was not asleep off in dreamland. And I was immediately, as soon as I closed my eyes, I was in this thing. And it very much looked, it was black and white. It looked like if you were running 100 miles an hour through the woods, just black and white branches going all over the place. And I could feel that I was there, and I was very excited, but somewhat confused. And then all of a sudden, this white circle showed, and it just started opening, very bright white. and it felt like I was pushing through something, and I was getting really excited. And then when I came through, I saw this little boy that was in like 1920s, 1930s garb, the coat, World War coat with the vest and tie. He had the wool shorts. He had the ankle high boots on. He had that floppy cap on. I'm like, oh, this is cool. This is really awesome. And he's looking right at me. And I actually focused on his face, and he's terrified of you, which terrified me. And I can see the background. It's a dirt road with the street corner, like a T intersection. So this is a dream. No, I was there. It's real. I was absolutely terrified. Have you ever heard of the term remote viewing? I have, yes. Have you remote viewed? Not that I know of. I'd like to have an answer on that thing, but no, I haven't officially tried that.
So it raises the question, what was it about your meeting with Dr. Stephen Greer that prompted that experience? Was there a correlation or causation?
I didn't correlate any of that. I just had this thing happen, and then the next morning I'm trying to reason with it, and I just brought it up to Jake, texted him about it, and said, did these two come together at some point? Like they're two separate incidences, but I feel like there's something going on there.
Now, I understand you're part of the Skywatcher team that's going to try to provide the service that's being done secretly in the military in private enterprise.
Correct.
Are you excited about that?
Always. Always excited. Always something different.
Yes. From what you've seen, will it work?
I think so. We've had some pretty good luck, if you will, so far. But interesting enough, it seems that a lot of these things that people are talking about is true.
The implications of what you're saying, though, Fred, are absolutely mind-blowing. Good.
Good. Let's do it. Let's rattle this thing up. Get us out of this, day-to-day mundane stuff, and let's get to the next level.
And you think that's what we can do by doing this?
Seems like we can.
Do you know, it's funny, there have apparently been some people who've done the wrong thing, some bad apples along the way in the course of keeping this incredible secret that we're not alone. But the thing I find is perhaps the biggest secret is the most exciting one, that it's possible for all humans potentially to do this, that we can all learn how to do this. And it's fascinating to see how touched you are and Jake is by what is obviously quite a spiritual experience.
It's very exciting. It's something that will change us for sure for the inevitable future, probably in the right direction, to get us away from starvation and war and need for this and need for that, but we're getting back on alignment to what our true purpose is.
And tell me if I'm taking this too far, but I mean, you're a warrior. You're a trained warrior. You're an absolutely elite soldier at the top of the American military in your time. There's a message here, and it's fascinating because to hear a warrior talking about love being the way that you communicate with these objects is just mind-blowing.
It took me a long time to realize it, but we shouldn't be fighting wars for the fact that we hate a specific group of people, even if they're evil. It should be out of respect and love for what's behind us. So, having experienced both as a kid, basically, knowing that I hated these evil individuals and we needed to kill them, that didn't set me on the right path. And it took me too long to realize I shouldn't be doing this out of hate. I should be doing this out of the fact that I love these people, these innocent folks. And yes, evil shows its ugly head, but we can take care of that and continue back on true purposes.
You've got kids. What's your hope, knowing what you know now about this phenomenon? What's the hope that you have for your kids?
This is probably one of my top purposes is for them. I want to give them a better life. What parent doesn't want a better life for our kids? And right now, all I'm saying is the same. I'm going to give them the same life that I had. Potentially going to war, having to pay rent, whatever it is, it's the same thing.
So you told me that your family has a very proud history, right back to the Revolutionary War and fighting as warriors for America. Is it your dream that your child might be able to do this engagement with the phenomenon in a loving and peaceful way and maybe break that mold?
Absolutely. I don't want my kids to end up where I've landed. And now I'm fighting another battle to get back to my humanity. Why have that? Why is that a necessary thing? Let's just give them the humanity that they should always have.
Final question. I'm sure there are still people watching this going, these guys are all going crazy. You know, he may be an elite soldier, but clearly he's nuts. This can't possibly be real. What do you say to those people?
I don't think about that one. I don't think it's very far-fetched to, I mean, it's the movies that we all love to watch and the books we all love to read is that happy ending. Where everyone is coming together, where everyone realizes that love is the way. Most of our religions are based on that. Finding our center, finding a better world for us. Why is that crazy to think about?
So there really can be a happy ending.
Absolutely. And there should be. We deserve that.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And please don't forget to click that red subscribe button to ensure you get more of News Nation's unbiased and fact-driven news coverage. Hello and welcome to Reality Check. Before we start, I want to tell you a little bit about our sponsor for this week. It's the iconic Chuck Norris, a guy I used to have on my bedroom wall. The martial artist hero who's still in his 80s and still kicking butt and still staying active. What's even more shocking is he's stronger, he can work out longer, and he even has plenty of energy left over for his grandkids. He did this by making just one change. He says he still feels like he's in his 50s. His wife even started doing this one thing too, and she's never felt better. She says she feels 10 years younger, her body looks leaner, and she has energy all day. Chuck made a special video that explains everything. Make sure you watch it by going to chuckdefense.com/Ross. That's this link below this video. It will change the way you think about your health. Once again, that's chuckdefense.com/Ross. Now, let's get on and enjoy the show. G'day and welcome to Reality Check. So, you've seen the full News Nation special investigation hunting UFOs, where we detailed the allegations of a first-hand whistleblower for the very first time, telling the inside story of the retrieval of non-human craft. I know it's an extraordinary allegation to make, and there's millions of armchair experts out there who think they know everything about this story. Well, today, for the first time, the bloke who told that story to me on News Nation is telling his full account, the full interview for the first time. Jacob Barber is a guy I first met 2 years ago, and he's not used to the limelight. He's fundamentally somebody who's been trained in intelligence. He's been trained in how to operate in the covert world. And the only reason he's going overt is because he thinks you, the public, have a right to know about the illegal and criminal and improper things that he believes are going on inside what he calls the program. But be aware that, I think it's George Herbert wrote, life of a spy is to know, not be known. It's difficult for any person to make the decision to step out into the limelight, let alone the excoriating glare of many hostile people who are looking for any excuse to pull Jake down from his pedestal. And the interesting thing is, he wants to be investigated. He wants the government
to Congress to tackle this story and begin the slow exposition of what he knows. It's a difficult story, I think, for a lot of people to grasp because the scale of it and the implications of it are immense. Not only does it mean that there is a human intelligence that's been engaging with this planet, and contrary to what the Pentagon says, we've known about it for decades, it also means, of course, that the government, the systems of the government, have been lying to us and continue to lie to us. And that's an egregious breach of public faith. And at some stage, there is going to be a reckoning. But ultimately, the big decision now for Congress and for the new Trump administration is they take the allegations of Jacob Barber seriously. So he wants, and we've always intended, for his full story to be told. So here today, for the very first time, is the full interview with Jake Barber, a great and loyal American who wants you to know the truth.
Hey, Ross. My name is Jacob Barber, and for the last 30 years, I've worked for the U.S. government and its private partners in official capacity as an enlisted man in the United States Air Force and in a non-official capacity for the broader intelligence community as a contractor. Over the last 3 decades, my work has been very diverse and has included the recovery of downed UAP of non-human origin. I am pleased to share that as of a couple weeks ago, I have fulfilled a promise to our friend David Grush by getting myself into a skiff with Congress, and I have provided top secret SCI testimony on the subject matter of UAP. With this behind us, I'm pleased to be at a place where I can share information with the public. The type of information I can share will be limited by my DOPSR restrictions and personal restrictions I have set in order to protect the privacy and quality of life of my friends, family, and colleagues. So with that, let's talk.
So Jake, you've just made an historic revelation, but we are not alone. How did it feel?
Felt pretty good, actually. Get that off my chest.
You've lived with this secret for how long?
You could say more than a decade.
So let's roll back. Let's tell the story of Jake Barber.
Okay.
You say you were an enlisted man, and then you ended up working for the intelligence community as a contractor. Tell me that story. How did that happen?
Well, in high school, I was 17 years old. I was prospected into a program, an enlistment program. It was a guaranteed enlistment or guaranteed training enlistment program contract for a specific career field at the time called combat control. Career field is still called that. The contract was unique at the time. It was a 10-year commitment to Air Force Special Operations. I finished my screening for that program in September of 1994. I shipped off to Air Force Basic Training. Upon completion of that, I went to a place known as Operating Location Hotel. This was Air Force Special Operations selection. I completed selection roughly 4 months later and then entered into what is known as the pipeline. The pipeline is approximately a 2-year specialized training schedule where you go to a number of schools. At a certain point in my pipeline, I was approached by some individuals who had a discussion with me and convinced me it might be a good idea to consider becoming an airplane mechanic.
Was that for your cover?
Yes. Yes.
Because I noticed your DD-214, which is your release discharge document from the US Air Force, which you've provided us, it says you're an aerospace mechanic.
I was a mechanic. I spent a lot of time on the flight line at Pope Air Force Base and an obscure maintenance shop known as the Dash 21 dual rail shop. And I spent a lot of time there in my cover capacity, and I worked hard.
You're constrained very heavily, aren't you, by what's called a Defense Office Pre-Publication Security Review?
Correct.
And that's called a DOPSR for short.
Yes.
And if you accidentally or deliberately reveal information that they've told you that you're not allowed to reveal, you can go to jail.
That is correct. Yeah, they've created quite a landmine of words to avoid.
So there are certain agents, names, certain designations in the military that you're not allowed to reveal or use.
Yes, and for good reason.
Let me clarify something though. You were trained as a top special operations soldier.
Upon completing that, I was given orders to Pope Air Force Base, where I spent a lot of time actually working in a maintenance capacity in an obscure maintenance shop known as the Dash 21 Dual Rail Shop. My time outside of that was spent in any number of clubs, we could say. I was a member of many clubs where I got an opportunity to do a lot of interesting training.
You were given extensive special operations training.
I trained in things like survival. I was in parachute club. I was in scuba club. I was in weapons club. I was in pilot club. I even was in Spanish club. I was in entrepreneur club, paramedic club.
So they were fully training you for whatever that COVID role was going to be.
Nobody was training. I was there on my own free will, out of my own interest, and trained in a number of clubs.
A mechanic, but you were training yourself in a whole range of different skills. And I noticed your DD214 document, it actually shows that you've got a sharpshooter's achievement.
Yes. Yeah.
So how many mechanics have a sharpshooter's achievement?
Not many. I will say that the standard for marksmanship in the Air Force is pretty low, but I did qualify as expert marksman in a number of small arms.
Right. And you've also, I noticed, you're able to talk about the fact that you earned a commendation for the use of combat medical skills to help save the lives of 2 men in a horrible accident.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, is every once in a while my club skills would show up in the ordinary Air Force. Part of what goes on when things are heavily compartmentalized is often the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. And so serving in my capacity is what is known as an OPFOR, an oppositional force. By the time I was deeply immersed in my club training, I soon began to be deployed as what's known as a red team member. I became a red team expert.
So an opposition force person, what do they do? Just explain to me what you do.
So OPFOR is the bad guys. So an OPFOR is a utility team, and that team's utility as in pressure testing or stress testing the effectiveness of what are known as blue forces, which are the good guys. So OPFOR is trained to deploy their own intuition and innovation in order to make the regular soldiers' lives hell. And that was where I was uniquely qualified and was deployed in that fashion in a number of real world scenarios and training scenarios.
Now, it's a very useful set of skills that you acquired in the Air Force.
Yes.
You've essentially had the training of a top tier 1 operator at, if you like, Delta Force or STS-24 level, which is the top US Air Force elite group, but you were not a top tier 1 operator.
That is correct. There's no evidence that I was ever assigned to any task force that was associated with those teams you just mentioned.
What were you?
What was I? Ross, I was a highly talented airplane mechanic who got to deploy on a number of presidential support missions. I was a security escort for what are known as HVTs all over the world. I also I deployed in Bosnia in support of the hunt for war criminals.
So why do countries like America have covert people like yourself? What's the purpose of it?
Well, there's a lot of utility in what you could call a hidden hand. For better or for worse, the U.S. government and its agencies tend to paint themselves into a corner, and they're bound by their own regulations and rules of play, and which makes it extremely valuable to be able to outsource to folks who don't have to follow those same rules.
So you were operating outside of the normal rule book, but to be clear, there's nothing wrong with a covert role. The US government uses covert operators all the time.
Absolutely. It's 100% in the best interest of everyone in this country, and to maintain superiority from a national security standpoint, that we play the game that way.
And do you regard yourself as a patriot? Do you
Absolutely, first and foremost, before anything else. And I'd like to be clear, let's do this right now. I'd like you to know exactly what side I'm on. Firstly, I'm on the side of my family and my friends. Second, I'm on the side of the American people, and I'm on the side of the government and the military third, and only as long as they're taking care of the first two.
In that time, when you were being trained, learning all these skills, did you have any idea about aliens?
No, not at all.
One way you can validate that you were doing special work is that you were actually recommended for a heroism medal, weren't you? The US Air Force.
I was.
And you're not allowed to talk about that operation, are you?
No, there was a classified missions that took place in Bosnia, and but every once in a while things showed up in my record, and at some point I had the presence of mind to start making copies of certain things, which was a little nerve-wracking because it may have been illegal that I was in possession of certain things, but this was a letter recommendation that calls out my particular act of heroism.
Were you awarded that medal?
No, it was squashed by my case officer.
Do you think it was squashed because they didn't want you to be conspicuous?
Yeah, because what the hell would an aircraft mechanic be doing chasing war criminals in Bosnia, and doing so to the extent that he would find himself in a situation that would be worthy of a medal of heroism?
Now, you can't name the agency, the organization that you were working for, can you?
No.
You're forbidden by your job set. Forbidden. At any stage during any of the training that you received, was anyone ever telling you that you were part of a government that was aware of the existence of non-human intelligence?
No, not at that time. And I'll have to tell you that everything changed for me right around 9/11. And I left the Air Force and basically made a left turn at Albuquerque, never part of the global war on terror, and quite literally made a left turn at Albuquerque, and was sent out to California at that time to begin establishing my cover basis for an independent contractor, so that I could serve what was coming down the line next for me. And that is the path which led to the UAP subject.
In your time in deployment, you met certain people from an aerospace company, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Now, it's also part of the constraints you operate under that you can't name that aerospace company.
Correct. There's no good reason to name them, even if I wasn't constrained.
What were they doing there?
Well, they were supporting us with some new weapons technology that could be used to disable vehicles and aircraft.
I can disclose this. My understanding is that they were essentially using, it was actually, I think it's a matter of public record, that microwave weapons, pulse microwave weapons, were being used at that time.
Correct. There were some early prototypes that were being used at that time, and I met individuals that were there representing the companies that were providing that service to the government, made some friends, and those relationships led to opportunities later in the California desert where I began my journey.
Before we go any further, had you ever, as a child, experienced any kind of anomalous phenomenon yourself?
No.
This was completely off the books for you. It was a complete revelation to you.
I mean, I was born in the 70s. I grew up a fan of Star Wars and Star Trek and Back to the Future. It certainly wasn't a pleasant and fun idea, but during that same time, it was also very clear that the culture, it was clearly nostalgic, like the subject matter of UAP and non-human intelligence, which wasn't an acronym we used back then, aliens, let's say, that it was 100% a fictional story. So while I was interested in it, it was purely as an adolescent being interested by any other fictional subject.
Before we get into the nitty-gritty of what happened after 2001, let's talk about what you perceive are the rights and responsibilities of American citizens under your Constitution. As an enlisted man, did you swear an oath to the Constitution?
I sure did, yeah.
How much do you care about the ideas and the principles that are espoused in the US Constitution?
Those ideas are absolutely paramount. They come above everything else. Even though I mentioned my family and my friends, or whose side I'm on first, I cannot facilitate protecting them without the fundamental nature of the US Constitution. So it is paramount to everything else.
Is it fair to say that the reason why you're speaking to us here today is because you think it's important that the American people be told about what we're going to disclose in accordance with the Constitution?
Article 1 of the US Constitution enshrines the idea that all arms of government must be transparent and accountable to the Congress. Is that happening?
I can't really speak to that. From what we're being told, there is no evidence of extraterrestrial presence here. There is no evidence of non-human intelligence. There's a little bit of admittance and evidence that there's something anomalous in the sky flying around and we don't know what it is. So the bad news is I can't really help further that question that everyone wants answered. The good news is I'm going to begin to be able to start answering that question. And that's the primary reason I'm here to speak to you today.
Do you think Congress is being misled, deceived about what is secretly known about non-human intelligence, alien life?
It's clear they don't have the full story.
What's being held back?
Just about everything. But there's another problem. I don't even know that they're giving it the proper attention to begin with. So unfortunately, Congress is very ignorant when it comes to the subject.
So very recently, the Pentagon spokesman assured press reporters in a Pentagon briefing that there is no evidence of extraterrestrial engagement with planet Earth. Is that true?
No, that's not true. Now, they like to hang their hat on some key words there, extraterrestrial. So that means outside of the planet Earth. And that is yet to be determined by my best understanding.
So you're saying you know for a fact there are aliens?
Yes, 100%.
There are alien craft?
100%.
Have you been involved in the recovery of those alien craft?
Well, Ross, yes, I have.
How does it feel to say that?
I'm kind of over it. Like, this has been a fact I had to get over. It wasn't easy when it first hit you. That was years ago. And it's actually quite therapeutic to get to talk about it. And I'm encouraged that it's becoming commonplace, because that's where it needs to be for us to move forward and start gathering some evidence, which we intend to do.
So you're building up a cover in California shortly after 9/11. What are you doing?
Well, I'm doing a number of things. One, trying to fill out a sensible explanation for my backstory. I mentioned one of the clubs I was in was Pilot Club. And you'll speak to my good friend Don Paul here shortly, who I met during that time. But there's no record of that. So I actually, one of the first things I did is I had to go to commercial pilot school in order to create a legitimate training record so that I could operate in an official capacity this time as a helicopter pilot.
So you'd learned how to fly as a covert operator,
Yeah.
but they didn't give you a license for it in the military.
No.
Because you weren't allowed to have that qualification because that would undermine your cover, I suppose.
Correct.
So you had to go and pretend to not be a pilot in order to get your commercial.
Yeah, that was loads of fun, actually. I found it quite challenging to pretend I didn't know how to fly. So it was amusing. Yeah.
You must have blitzed it.
Well, pretending to be bad was quite easy in the beginning. The hardest part was faking a natural learning curve. So how to show that I'm getting better in a progression that they've seen before. So that was fun. A few times I took the liberty to mess with my flight instructor, but he just thought I got lucky.
So this happened for, what, a couple of years?
Yeah, a number of things were done. So one of the rules we go by is that legitimacy is the best cover. So in order to provide a certain utility to the government by way of a contractor, I have to go and establish a lot of legitimate businesses. I have to function in a legitimate way under existing contracts to build a cover. A cover is not a hollow shell. It has to be layers deep. And the best way to have many layers of cover is to just go do something genuine to begin with.
So let's be clear about this. You're a very financially successful businessman in your own right. You've done well in business.
Yes.
You are not being paid by us or anyone to do this interview.
No.
In fact, you're deriving no financial benefit or in-kind benefit at all from doing this interview.
No.
Why are you speaking to us today?
Well, because I've got some good news. Okay. So I know everyone's been waiting for people like me to speak out, and we haven't been doing nothing the past several years. There's been a lot going on, and I'm very pleased to share that we are moving forward in an official and transparent capacity to explore the answer to these questions that there appears to be no evidence for. And our number one goal now is to function in a private capacity with the backing of venture capitalists and in coordination with some of the most key departments in the government in order to start answering these questions in a transparent way related to the UAP topic.
Are you a front? Yeah, I mean, you've worked obviously in counterintelligence. You're a trained intelligence operative. Is this some kind of disinformation propaganda operation?
No, and I'm going to say no, and I'm going to tell you I'm not lying to you, but unfortunately, there's no way that I can convince you of that if that's what you're thinking.
A lot of people watching this will be thinking, oh, you can never trust a spook. You know, there's obviously wheels within wheels. This is part of some official government disclosure operation.
Yeah.
Is it?
No, it's not. And again, I'm not going to be able to make you believe that. But what I can invite you to do is, I'll paraphrase the book of Matthew. You will know us by our fruits. So I'd like to invite you to stay tuned in and watch what our new project is about to do. And prepare to be dazzled.
So you're part of a team that is proposing to do private retrievals of alien technology.
Yes. Yes.
And you've got the backing for it.
Yes.
Wow. So let's talk about now what you do know.
Okay.
When you finally secured your pilot's training in the commercial world, what happened?
While I was doing my pilot's training, I was also working to set up a number of businesses in order to pursue government contracts from the DOI, the DOD, and all their organizations and departments within those. And mostly what we did, a lot like in the 90s, the cover capacity takes up the most of your time is spent operating in the cover capacity.
So you were working in legitimate businesses, earning a living like everybody else.
Like everyone else.
You're just waiting for the call.
Waiting for the call. The incidental benefits of the capabilities of the companies you set up are those benefits that are on standby to be deployed in the subject matter of UAVs.
So you've set up all those legitimate businesses. When did you get the call?
So as a helicopter operator, we provide a number of services to a number of departments within the military industrial complex. And that includes the Department of the Interior as well as the DOI. The Department of the Interior has a number of other departments within it, and we worked mostly in those for our CONUS or within the continental United States. Those operations include things like firefighting, long haul, short haul, which is our external loads for helicopters, working for the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, anything you could do to provide utility, anything that you could do with the utility of a helicopter, we were put to task on.
Now, at this stage, there was no indication of any anomalous phenomena at all.
No.
When did you first start becoming aware of strange objects in the sky during your work?
Well, a lot of the work we did was on what I call the range. And the range is a particular geographical area where the U.S. government and its private partners use to test all kinds of things, weapon systems and resilience to weapon systems of certain craft. And so you see a lot of exciting things. And I have to remind you that my particular role is very basic, security and transportation. It gets a little broad as you drill down, but I'm a security and transportation expert, and that's the service we broadly provided to the government and its partners.
So you start seeing at the range,
yes,
interesting objects.
Well, yeah, it's always interesting out there. It was a process for me getting to the point until we had our first experience with something that was obviously non-human in origin. But up until that time, there's lots of interesting things in the sky. I can tell you that our technology, and by our I mean anything that lies within The inventory of the United States government and its private partners is pretty spectacular. There's some cool things. And from an observer standpoint on the ground, it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. Things come in and out of sight. Things disappear for a moment and reappear. Things seem to move very quickly. They change color, they change shape. And a good reference for this is, I'm sure we've all seen these drone shows like they get put on at the Super Bowl halftime or other places. And those are pretty amazing to see, visually amazing. But we all know that's human tech and we accept it. But if you kind of think about that and think about perhaps what we might be doing privately, in the interest of national security, your imagination could fill in the blanks on what you might see on a test range that's being used by the U.S. government and its partners.
I mean, I guess we all expect that there's technology that we don't know about that's being kept confidential for very good reasons, because the United States doesn't want foreign adversaries to know that it has an aerospace advantage or a weapons advantage over a potential rival.
Yeah.
And were you telling yourself that for a long time when you started seeing anomalous objects on the range?
Yeah, because just like it is now, you kind of have to train yourself. Even once you become a believer in the UAP subject, and you take some folks outside who are believers, and they look up, they get really excited and falsely identify a satellite as a UAP or something else in the sky, an airplane that has, you might not be able to see its position lights or its strobe.
So you know what Louis Elizondo has described as the 5 observables.
Yes.
Instantaneous speed, incredible hypersonic speeds, transmedium travel, water to air, air to water, positive lift, some kind of propulsion system that isn't explained by conventional systems, and stealth. So you were seeing objects that complied with those weird observables.
Yes. And at that time, you would also see things when you talk about the, the transmedium. So one of those that would raise your eyebrow is more of the transmedium characteristics, because things would come from the ground, like from the earth, from a ridge, from a mountain, or it could pass through.
So they'd come out of the ridge.
Out of the ridge.
Yeah. Now that is clearly technology that is certainly not known.
Now again, that is the visual understanding of what you're seeing.
And was that human technology?
You just don't know. I just don't know. That I don't know.
So there came a time though where you began to realize that this was something else.
Well, let me add to, we also know of circumstances, and you'll speak to some of my teammates here, where we did recover things that were exotic in nature in the sky, and we know they were classified craft, and we recovered them and took them back to where they go, and that was a regular thing.
So there are things that we're trying to protect that are far beyond what we know about publicly.
Yeah, much like everything in my story that we're talking about, 80 to 90% of the time, it's very ordinary and boring once you get acclimated to the lifestyle. It's but for a 5 or 10% that is the most outrageous and exciting time in your life. But the majority of what we see and do is explainable and is ordinary and is known by many people and is not classified. But there is a certain percentage which is extremely sensitive, and that extremely sensitive bit does include what we know is our own man-made advanced technology. And we work to our recovery efforts. If this is where we're going with the conversation, when we look at a recovery mission or a crash recovery team, you don't put together a team like that with the intent of recovering non-human craft. That team is trained and provided the training and tools and technology to conduct a recovery mission for a number of objects and craft. But in the rare occasion, or let's say the hypothetical occasion, something of a non-human origin or source were to interface with the ground, you would deploy that same team. And that is the segue in how we got involved with this particular subject.
So tell me about the moment when you realized that you were involved in a retrieval of non-human technology, alien tech.
So it became very clear the first time we recovered something that was non-human in origin, that it was precisely what we were dealing with. Our communications changed. Our communication process and procedure was modified. It was also clear to everyone on the team that what we were dealing with was something that was unexpected versus expected. And then just visually looking at the object on the ground, you could tell that it was extraordinary and anomalous. It was not human.
How close did you get?
Well, I was a helicopter pilot, and I operate with a 150 foot to 200 foot long line. So I got within 150 feet of this object.
What did you see?
I saw an egg, a white egg.
How large was the object?
I would say approximately 20 feet, plus or minus a little bit, about the size of a large SUV.
Did it have any seams?
No.
And it was pure white?
It was like pearly white, like a metallic pearly white, the best I could assess.
I mean, what you're describing sounds like something out of a TV show.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, I'm going to share some images with you, and you can see one of these flying in the sky, if you like, in broad daylight.
So you actually saw it in the sky before?
No, not this one. But in our new venture, we've already begun work, and we're capturing sensor data of the exact same craft flying in the sky.
How did you know that that egg-shaped object was non-human in origin?
Well, visually, after seeing all kinds of things in my past, it was clearly something that was ridiculously looking. It's inconsistent with anything I'd ever seen before. I can also tell you that the reaction by my team, who was very experienced, was atypical. We changed we modified our entire process for recovery. That our communication process changed. We all knew we were dealing with something extraordinary. And in addition to that, it has also been verified by me, by high-ranking members of the UAP task force, that what we recovered that night was in fact known NHI craft.
So the implications of that are actually quite shocking. It means the government's lying to us, which shouldn't come as any surprise to us, but we're being lied to.
I can't comment on that because I don't know what the government knows. This operation, I just can't comment to that because.
Do you think it's possible that there are even senior people in the Pentagon who aren't aware of what you know?
Absolutely. There are senior people in all branches of government that are unaware of what's going on at the bottom.
So when Air Force General Pat Ryder speaks at a press briefing in the Pentagon and says there is no evidence of extraterrestrial visitation or engagement with planet Earth, he might actually be telling the truth because he hasn't been read in like you have.
Correct.
Now you have what's called, I understand, a top secret SCI clearance. You have compartmented intelligence clearance to certain programs.
My clearance is given like as needed basis. So like when I go, it's not like I go. There's no record of me having top secret clearance anywhere. But I get.
Well, there is, because in the documents that you've showed us, there is one document that shows a NATO top secret clearance. And what does that mean?
That means you are cleared to the highest level that you need to be in order to function in the capacity that you've been assigned on a particular mission.
And it's quite a high clearance.
Very high clearance.
And so the best effort was done to secure your cover, and as part of protecting that cover, it wasn't allowed to be known that you had high clearances. But what you have been able to demonstrate to us is that you were in fact given high clearances as part of your role.
Yeah. The clearances kind of accompanied me like a shadow. If I got deployed on a particular mission, let's use an aircraft, an HVT mission, for example.
High value target.
High value target. I spent a lot of time in the 90s living out of a hotel room at Hope Air Force Base with a pager. That was our technology back then. So I'll give you a short story that'll tie this together. So a typical situation for me would be told to go stay at the lodging on base, and I could travel to the chow hall, I could travel to the gym, but I had to stay within that response area. We would have a sealed aircraft, a sealed aircraft is an aircraft that has been configured and swept, and then a metal seal goes on the door to where if that door is open or broken, we know someone has entered that aircraft in an unauthorized capacity. So we have a sealed aircraft there. If we got dispatched, that would go to an aircraft that would be manifest that go with that aircraft that would list all the crew members, their security clearances, and a rough description as to the mission. At those times, the crew would be briefed, security clearances would be issued to that crew, and anytime I was on the HVT mission that was highly sensitive, I would operate under what is known as a NATO top secret security clearance. And there are documents, a few documents that I was able to make copies of that show that.
And indeed, the document that you've showed us shows very clearly that you and the pilot were the only people on board the plane that had a NATO top secret clearance.
Yeah, probably the reason he was assigned is because I was there. So, not to sound arrogant, but the fact that I was being deployed on that mission meant that the aircraft commander also needed to be read in to a certain degree, which required that clearance.
It is part of the reason why they keep your clearances secret in that covert role, so that they have plausible deniability if you ever did decide to speak publicly.
Yeah. Here's the funny thing, like the US government can make a bunch of rules in order to create a scaffolding that keeps things intact, but they make a bunch of rules so that they can break them and hack the system and get around it. It provides great obscurity to create the rules that separate the known from the unknown. And I want to add one comment here is when we're talking about circumstances like the first time we recovered a UAP, which was the flying egg, that immediately, regardless of where you were or what level of security you're operating under at the time, when that shows up, you're instantly now in a top secret classified situation, regardless of people's clearance.
So before you flew out that day to go and do the recovery of the egg, what were you told?
I was told that we were going out to do our normal thing. We're going to provide range security, and we transport crew, and we're doing our normal range work.
You weren't told that this was an anomalous craft that was clearly of non-human origin.
No, and I genuinely believe no one else knew this was going to happen either. I think it was a shock to everyone.
And at no stage were you ever subsequently told that the craft was of non-human origin?
No.
So how do you know it wasn't human? How do you know that we don't have top secret tech that is shaped like an egg?
Right. Well, I'll tell you that because of the reaction of my leadership structure and because of my experience working in that capacity, everyone involved was convinced that what we were seeing and dealing with was, in fact, exotic in its origin. I will also tell you that during this process over the last couple of years, it's been confirmed to me by ranking members of the UAP task force that what we were working with that night was, in fact, an HI, and it was not a unique experience. The egg, as we're referring to, is known by, and there have been many others that have encountered this type of craft in our atmosphere, outside of our atmosphere, broad day, nighttime, all over the place.
You got a good look at this object, didn't you?
Yeah.
Was there any visible propulsion system on it?
No, not what we know. There's no engine, there was no thermal signature. I was operating at night when I finally came in to pick it up, so I'm working under night vision goggles at the time. And it was quite clear. I flipped them up, flipped them down, and looked at it a couple of different ways.
Was there a thermal signature?
There was not a thermal signature.
So it wasn't hot?
No.
No. You know, the general laws of thermodynamics, you know, if an object's been flying or driving an engine, it's going to show heat, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So how do you think that object was being propelled?
Well, that's a great question that we're looking forward to exploring with our new venture.
So when you went back to base, was it the sort of job where you could go to your bosses and say, hey, listen, what was that object that I picked up, that strange-looking egg thing?
No, that's not quite how it works. When I go back to what you would call my base, when I go back to our facility, that's back to my normal working business. And the people that are involved there have really no idea what's going on when I'm holding myself out for work for the government.
So this is how the compartmentalization system works.
Yeah.
It's a need to know. There was no need for the people that you were working with to know, so they weren't briefed in.
Yes.
And you only found out incidentally because you saw it on the range.
Right.
So let's keep on going. Let's tweet your interest. For the first time, you've seen something that does appear genuinely anomalous. When was the next occasion when you became aware of anomalous non-human technology?
There's another craft that we recovered that I can talk about, and that craft was what we referred to as an 8-gon. An 8-gon is basically a disc-shaped object that, when viewed from the top, has 8 different symmetrical sections that are delineated by some form of ridge.
So it's an octagon-shaped disc.
Yes.
By any chance, was there a nickname for the egg?
Yeah, the egg we actually called Manus, like from the Mork and Mindy show from the 70s, because it's ridiculous. That's exactly what it looked like. And so it's funny when you look back at what may have been the motivation for the 1970s, because where else would they have been aiding? A ridiculous idea for a guy from Mort from Ork, right? So you have Mort from Ork who flew to Earth in an egg. It surely gives credit to the idea that some like to think that perhaps there was a PR program that utilized our fascination with Hollywood and television to paint pictures of actual fact as fiction, making it now some weird hybrid you could call faction.
So what time of day or night was it when you came across the octagonal object, the 8-gon?
We did recovery on that both day and night.
So talk me through it. What happens? You're in your chopper?
Yeah, I'm in my chopper.
What sort of chopper?
At the time, it was a Bell 212, which is the same as a UHN1. It's a twin-engine, twin-bladed Bell helicopter.
You're flying at night?
Flying at night. Yeah.
What time at night?
I don't remember. Like after midnight.
Have you been given any pre-flight briefing?
I'm the one who would be given the briefing, but we are given a loadout on the particular object that moved. When you're flying an external load, we designate 2 different sites. One's called the drop site, one's called the pick site, you could say. The pick site is where the payload is that you're flying in to pick up. As you're making your first trip into the pick site, the payloads are already rigged and manifested for you in order to prepare them for flight. When you're en route to that object, you're given some basic information like weight estimates, size estimates. There's 2 objects that I'm here to talk about. One was the egg, the other is what we call the 8-gon. The 8-gon was essentially a flying disc with what looked like 8 delineated sections for looking down. And I can tell you what it looked like for looking down because that's primarily how I saw it. Because of the helicopter. We did recoveries with the 8-gons. There was more than one that made its way to the ground on this particular operation. And the recovery was done at night, and more was done in the day. Because of where we operate, sometimes things can make their way into the steep terrain. The terrain where we operate is the highest mountain range in the United States. And so the decision was made to wait till daylight to recover some of the object, some of the material that was brought down or made its way to the ground. During the recovery of the object at nighttime, I make my way in the helicopter from where we configure the line and we fly to where what we call the pick site. There's 2 locations. We designate them pick site, drop site. Drop site at the delivery location. We have a crew both at the pick site and the drop site on the ground. The pick team configures the cargo for flight.
So whatever it is, the craft is sitting in a sling waiting for your helicopter.
Yeah, it's saying we have these things called pumpkins, which are like rubberized bags or containers. And from my point of view, that it was covered in a pumpkin, at least from the bottom and the sides. This is one of the most profound experiences I've ever had in my life. I'm about to share with you, so bear with me. This is, for me, when it became clear. As I get closer to this pick site, I start feeling odd. I start feeling extremely emotional. And the closer I get, the more the emotion starts to overwhelm me. And
what do you feel? What's the emotion?
I feel a sense of my mother. I don't know how else to explain it. I feel this intense hybrid of sadness and happiness and beauty and song. And it was very disruptive to me because I had a very practical responsibility at the time to operate a helicopter in the mountains at night. And I began wondering what was wrong with me. It was late. Am I distressed? Am I tired? Am I marinating in cortisol and estrogen? I don't know. But as I came over this object for the pit, there was this overwhelming sense of emotion.
What's it saying? The object. Tell me what you're feeling.
Like I said, it was an overwhelming sense of sadness, happiness.
Is it your feeling? Are you suddenly having a mental breakdown on the job?
No, I felt like something connected with me. I felt like something had tuned in to me and my soul and was providing me some sense of guidance on what to do and how profound what I was doing was. And it was so overwhelming that I began to cry. And
I can't imagine crying at night time with night vision goggles is the healthiest way to fly a chopper.
No, it is not. And then I'm confused as to why I'm crying at the same time. And then do I abort the mission? So I just did my best to focus on my particular cues when doing this type of work. And I got the load hooked up and I began flying away. And once it was just me and that object in between the pick and the drop site, it was about 20 miles in between, I felt like something was inside of me. I felt like I was possessed by the most beautiful spirit I've ever been possessed by. And
was it loving?
It was loving. But there was a sense of sadness at the same time. And
had you ever had an experience like this before?
No. It was a very feminine energy, I'll tell you that. It felt like the spirit of God, but not in any masculine sense that I had ever felt. It was like, again, the feeling of my mother and my daughter and beauty. And it wasn't like a soul, it was like a frequency that I was connected.
Was it scary?
I don't know if it is a thing. I'm still trying to figure out why that happened. I want to say that because I have a pretty good idea of what's going on now. And whatever that force was since that night, it has stayed with me. And as crazy as this sounds, it's what's guiding me now. And it's what's providing protection for me.
It's changed your life.
It's changed my life.
Do you think it's made you a better person, that experience?
It has made me a more sensitive and aware person, which I think all of us would be better people.
That was a moment when you became aware of, at the very least, a technology that had the capacity to touch you remotely, telepathically. Now, telepathy, we are told, is a nonsense. It's a fiction. But what happened after you flew the object in the sling to presumably the drop-off zone?
Once I made the drop, before I got there, I was really scared that I was going to have to stop flying and punch this thing off because I was so distracted. But then I was like, well, crap, now we've got another recovery site. Now we have to recover this. I'm going to have to purge something. I don't know. So it took everything I had in me at the time to get to my drop site, and I delivered this. Oddly enough, no one in my crew reported having similar effects from this. I do not believe there was a being in that craft. I've come to understand now, after being involved with other parts of the programs that are tested on the range, that there is a known and researched and implemented emotional or psychic, or what we call a psionic component to the research and development of the UAP program.
Now, Jake, I know it's going to be very confronting for our audience to hear this, but you think that you've discovered something potentially about yourself as a result of that experience that you might in fact have abilities that you were never aware of.
I know in my childhood, if we look back to when I was a kid, I sincerely believe that the screening I went through in high school, my grandparents are, when I was a kid, the reason I joined the military is real simple. I wanted to jump out of airplanes and kill bad guys and make my grandparents proud. And my grandparents were the most amazing people I've ever met. They grew up during the Great Depression, dealt with World War II. And my grandfathers particularly were the strongest and the most sensitive men I've ever met, all wrapped up in the one person. We can call them Navy Grandpa and Army Grandpa, let's say. So, Navy Grandpa was a very influential naval officer who's actually a member of the SEALs predecessors, the Scouts and Raiders. Army Grandpa was an Army captain and a salesman. They both founded our neighborhood church and literally set the cornerstone to our church together. Unfortunately, their children, my parents, were very loving people, but made a lot of bad decisions. This led to step families for me at a very young age. And to get away from the abusive environment, I spent a lot of time outside. I would tell my mom I'm going to my dad's house. I'd tell my dad I'm going to my mom's house, and I'd bug out and just go outside.
You were living in the bush somewhere.
Yeah, essentially I was homeless, but I just told myself I was a wild commando survivalist, and that gave me pride in what I was doing instead of shame. And so that I refined a pretty high level of independence at a young age. But my grandparents were still always there, making sure I had some outlet for certain things. And so they got me involved with an art program and a music program. I have to tell you, so my Navy grandfather, he was the superintendent. He got his doctorate in education. And by the time I had graduated high school, he had retired as a superintendent of our school district. So he was a very influential man.
And I understand he did a talented education program for that school district.
Yeah, you could say he was the ambassador for this area for the GATE program, which was a program for gifted and talented kids. And my personal experience with that was great. It was, I just got pulled out of normal class a couple of times a day, at least twice, and got to go to a private classroom where I had one-on-one time with a staff member there who played a lot of games with me inside and outside, and we ran a number of creative classes together. And outside of that, I also, after school, I would attend, I had a private art teacher, I learned music. And so I felt like I had a unique education experience as a kid. My grandfather also got me involved in water polo and swimming. He was a diver and a swimmer. And water polo became a great outlet for me. I found the competition and the physical exhaustion was like great medicine.
Looking back though now, do you think there might have been something special about your selection to the GATE program?
Well, if we look into my high school years, unfortunately, my senior year, I got in a lot of trouble. When I did show up to school, I was a bit disruptive in class. I had a smart mouth. I liked being a class clown. And I got in a lot of fights. And by the time my senior year came around, I was the varsity goalie on our water polo team. And 5 weeks into my senior year, I got expelled for fighting again. And at that time, I was on a disciplinary contract. So my accumulation of bad behavior throughout high school was a contract, which was interesting. And it was a one and done fail situation. 5 weeks into my senior year, I was expelled. At this time, my grandparents decided to hold an intervention, and I don't even think my parents or step-parents know, but the two men got together and met with me and decided to research military programs that would be available at that time. And so we made several trips down to UCLA to an office near there, and I began going through a series of tests of all kinds. There were physical, physiological, psychological, creative tests, and we assumed that all of this was pretty typical.
You know now, don't you, that the US Air Force has been secretly testing people through the GATE program for certain psychic abilities?
Yes.
Were you tested?
Yes.
Do you think that might have played a part in what happened to you that night when you were recovering that craft?
Yeah, I don't know that the Air Force realized that. I'll tell you, I know others that have come to me through the program that we'll talk about that were in the psionic program that have a very similar backstory. But for whatever reason, I was not used in that way. Again, my creativity and intuition resulted in, as I've shared with you before, being used for creative war games, being very creative in war games. But what I use is intuition. If we make a spectrum and we put intuition on the conservative side, let's say the right side of the scale, on the more far out side, that might be something that looks a lot like telepathy or telekinesis. And we call this psionics, which we can talk about. And so I knew I was intuitive, I knew I was creative, and I also knew I had good imagination. And so looking back, it was clear that becoming a red team expert, those are the tools that I would deploy. My intuition and creativity is what made me successful in that capacity.
I'm quite struck by how many very senior elite soldiers, special operations soldiers, when they admit what they do in a combat situation where they're facing imminent harm, there's often a moment where they talk about intuition, precognition. They knew something was about to happen. Does it happen to you?
Yeah, I would say that I have a keen ability to make good decisions, short term and long term. I also find comfort in chaos, you could say, and I actually see things more clearly in chaos and tend to make very wise decisions.
And is that a quality that you recognize in a lot of your colleagues in special operations?
Yeah, you might be interested to know that people at an elite operator level, there's a lot of them that are left-handed, a lot of them that were artists as kids or still are, very good drawers, illustrators, musicians. They're also, if you were to describe their personalities, you might find yourself using some oxymorons like peaceful warriors, sensitive savages, you could say. That's a real thing. And I'll add one more. We're a bunch of dead serious goofballs. So there's this dichotomy between feminine and masculine at the extremes that I don't know if you could go as far as to say the Big Blue Air Force and the Big Black Department of Defense knows what they're doing, and they're prospecting for these kids at a level, and they're planning this long-term, well-thought-out path. But what you will find is that we end up making our way there.
Something made you connect with that machine that night.
Yes, it chose to connect with me, and reportedly no one else on my crew.
So when you got back to base, did you report the fact that you'd had that extraordinary?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't know what happened, and I don't want. You carry a lot of responsibility, as a pilot. You know, in this process, I've moved from being a very pragmatic person with a tremendous amount of responsibility and day-to-day grind in this dimension to a place where I've had to take into account and incorporate things that are basically metaphysical, and find a balance between the two, all while maintaining the trust that I could do my very pragmatic work. So this was something pretty new to me this night. The last thing I'm going to do is go back and tell my team that I almost had to pop the load off because I was connecting with a goddess that was making me cry.
So you've had those two anomalous incidents with craft. Clearly, these are objects that are being recovered that do not appear to be human technology.
So this is a good thing to talk about because what we're dealing with is either non-human intelligence, if we want to use those words or that phrase, that acronym. It's either that or we need to dramatically redefine what we think human intelligence is.
Because this object, whatever it was capable of communicating with you in your mind.
That object, or whatever was controlling that object, was also connecting to me through the mind, through my mind.
Now you learned, didn't you, that this was the tip of an iceberg. It wasn't just you.
Correct.
What did you learn?
Well, my work, coincidentally, shortly after that, led me in support of another particular part of the program, which deals directly with looking at this piece right here, which is there a component on the summoning side that we call, and the operation side of these non-human craft that has to do with consciousness, or at least a field of consciousness that perhaps humans can tap into, and maybe all beings in the universe can tap into.
What is a psionic?
A psionic person is someone with a predisposition for extral, temporal, you could say, abilities and sensitivities. Someone who has a fantastic intuition.
What did you discover when the psionics were being used for in the program?
In the program, there was certainly a desire to explore the idea that perhaps UAP could be summoned, could be communicated with, could be controlled, and could be persuaded to land, all by deploying people with psionic abilities to interface and communicate with the UAP.
And did you see that happen?
Yes, I did.
So there were people who were purportedly psionically gifted who were brought into the program?
Yes, there were.
Where did they come from?
They come from all over. They're not, and all over, I mean, from outside the United States as well as in.
And how are they detected? How are they picked?
I don't really know. You'd have to ask somebody else.
I'm told that there are particular indigenous communities around the world, Native Americans, people in different third world countries, who apparently have enhanced psychic abilities that are real.
Sure. I think most people could grasp the idea that perhaps people that are from other cultures, our culture leaves a lot to be desired when we look at the contaminants that exist in our food, contaminants that exist in our drugs, and contaminants in our culture. Some of these contaminants, it turns out, aren't great for your spirituality or your consciousness or your psionic abilities. And so those who live a particular lifestyle or live in a culture where they have a more natural or direct way of life with nature and their surroundings seem to, within those groups of people, there's a little bit higher demographic than there typically is for those with a psionic ability. So these people are sought out and are used to contribute to the research that might be going on with psionic.
I want to put something to you. I've spoken myself, you haven't told me this, but I've spoken myself, people of Native American background, Indigenous Americans,
who say that this is a particularly popular thing for recruitment from the program to happen in Indigenous American communities.
Yes, I know that for a fact.
There are also people from countries in the third world where these abilities are recognized and not treated with stigma as we do in the Western world.
Yeah, there is no stigma. In fact, if there's any stigma, if you're the one who's not playing along, you might be the outcast in those cultures.
So the irony is that part of your discovery inside the program is that there genuinely are people who can actually make a mental, spiritual connection to a technology.
Yes, 100%.
Was that a revelation to you?
It was fun. It was actually fun to learn. One of the things in our work that was like, oh my gosh, there's more to life. It answered certain questions and intuitions, if you will, that we have going back to your childhood. And if anything, that were most present in your childhood, which is very satisfying because, something as a child, you have this particular feeling, and it kind of dies out as you become more mature and have to take on more responsibility. And so to be able to nurture that and accept that that might be the case, and to see organizations as serious as those who we worked with taking this seriously was actually a heck of a lot of fun.
So this is an ontological shock, I think, for many people watching this, because we're all being told, firstly, there's no such thing as aliens visiting this planet.
Yeah.
And secondly, we're all being told there's no such thing as telepathy or psychic abilities. It's rubbish.
Yeah, you know what? I don't think there is going to be an ontological shock. I think people are going to react to it the same way I did. I think it's going to be an ontological relief, because I think everyone deep down knows that there's more to life than what we are being told and experiencing. And to know that there might be something like a 6th, 7th, 8th sense that has a spiritual connection, and that might actually have a good nature and application behind it, like, not only is it not shocking, but it should be welcomed, I would think.
Well, I go further, Joe. It's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
And isn't that the message you got from whatever that
overwhelming sense of beauty
and love?
And love.
And it's funny hearing an elite soldier talking about love, and benevolence.
You know what fuels every elite soldier? Is a preservation of love or something that they love. That's what's behind all the strength.
So let's go through the psionic program. When a psionic operator engages with technology, how do they do it?
Using their mind, something like meditation. And I need to preface this by saying this is stuff that I've come to know recently. The night that I had this experience, there was another team involved, come to find out was a psionics team, and they were also working that night.
And do you think it was them that had attracted the object in the first place?
Yeah, I do.
And so how did the object come to land?
I think it was invited to land by the psionics team.
Is that always how they make the objects land?
No, there's a number of other ways. So I have to tell you that weapon systems are tested out there.
I know this from other sources. I know that high pulse microwave weapons are being used to bring down some of these craft.
Yes.
Now, how often was it done where the objects would land on their own accord, and how often was it done that weapons would be used?
Yeah, I can't tell you how often. I can tell you that they are brought down both ways, that they are invited to land by the psionics team. Other times they are invited in by the psionics team, but then HPMs, which are high-powered microwave weapons, are deployed, and they have an effect where they can disrupt the flight pattern of the object. And when it is an object, sometimes it's not, and it can result in that aircraft being forcibly brought down.
When they did the attraction of the objects, was it purely psychic, or was there machinery that was used as well?
So there's 5 components to our operation, which might answer all of your questions. So the first component is a calling phase. calling is either through man or machine-based summoning systems. We have man-based systems, which are our psionic assets, which make a connection through intuition or consciousness with the object and can invite it in. The other is a machine-based calling system, which uses many systems, which I'm not going to go into detail about. You could refer to them as a dog whistle or a lure. And UAP, certain types seem to be specifically attracted or responsive to our machine-based calling systems. And then from there, once they're brought in, we communicate with them. Now, the psionics can have a dual role because in this communication phase, we do a lot of data collection. So it's verifying that what we are seeing is something tangible, also that it is responding to our efforts. So we might invite it to move left or right, or to position a particular machine-based systems in a particular direction, and then measure the response.
The implication of what you're saying is that this intelligence that's behind these objects, whatever it is, seems willing to share.
Yeah, I think it ultimately is working for us, and it is commonly talked about that what we are getting, even when we weaponize it, is a donation, is a gift. And even when we deploy equipment, when there's a combined operation with a psionics team and a machine-based team, all the equipment kind of has to be blessed and brought in when it's a psionically led operation for somebody.
A lot of people watching this, Jake, are going, I'm sure, this is crazy. This guy's making this up. This can't possibly be true. Yeah. Alien vehicles, psychic techniques to engage with technology. This is disinformation, fabrication.
Yeah. Well, we intend to prove that's not the case, which has a lot to do with the timing as to why I'm coming out now. We plan to produce that evidence in our new venture with our teams that we've used for years in the legacy program. We've now gotten out and we've pooled our resources and we're backed by venture capital. We're also working in coordination with the most forefront government agencies that you would want involved with us on this subject matter. And we're going to start producing evidence on all of this and we're going to share it with
Christy, you know it works because you've seen it done.
Yes. Yeah.
And so have your colleagues.
That's correct.
What would you say to people who might say, there's no way a secret like this could have been kept for so long? I mean, you're describing an operation that, in your experience, has been going for at least 10, 20 years.
Yeah.
Do you know how long the program's been doing the
I would
silence?
say, I'm sorry, get over it. I don't know what else to tell you.
So it can be kept. A secret can be kept.
Oh, yeah. Secrets, there are lots of secrets. Some kept for good reasons.
So let me briefly summarize the implications of what you're saying. Aliens are real.
So I would like to know, unfortunately, we got to get really specific with the semantics. Okay, so what do you mean by alien?
Something non-human and intelligent built craft that you have been involved in recovering.
Yes, something that is inconsistent with our idea of what a human is involved with these craft.
Are these intelligences, whatever they are they extraterrestrial? Are they from somewhere else, or could they possibly be living on this planet?
I got to remind you, I'm a security and transportation guy that has been involved in this program, really within the purview of those two categories. So you're going to have to ask some.
I presume you got a chance to talk to the psionics.
Yeah.
When they mentally, telepathically engaged with whatever this intelligence was, what did they tell you about it?
Well, that they refer to it as a they in a very simple nature, something like angels, angels and demons. Let's say there's certainly good energies and bad energies, but it's talked of in a very nebulous way like this, because no one really knows what it is. No one, especially on the psionic side, we're still trying to figure that out. We're still trying to figure out exactly what it is. And there's probably a number of things going on. There might be biological entities, and we use the word biological for a very specific reason. Biological, we don't We limit it to that because we aren't here to imply that it is sentient or has a consciousness. We really don't know that. There is some evidence that shows it might be the case that these are something like soft tissue drones or lab meat that was programmed in order to operate craft.
Meat robots.
Meat robots, yeah.
Okay.
So it really begs the question, but ironically, while some of the biological cargo that comes with these craft is not conscious, consciousness itself is how you interact and pilot the craft, which is ironic because for the first time ever, the biological creatures inside are not conscious, but the craft is.
The other implication too, from what your experience shows, is that what and wherever the intelligence is that's behind those craft, it seems friendly, benevolent.
Benevolent, yeah.
In fact, loving.
Loving. It's, if you want to connect with it, if you want to have a relationship, and if you want to see stuff flying in the sky, you need to be channeling a loving energy. That's just the way it works.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it is. In fact, there can be individuals in the group that throw off that vibe, that can mess up the vibration of the psionics work and their communication with the beings, and then you aren't as successful.
Have you, in any of the work that you've done, and I know you're being very limited in what incidents you're prepared to talk about, have you ever come across malevolent intelligence that's non-human?
I have not. I personally have not.
Have any of your colleagues?
You'll have to ask them.
Okay. The implications, though, of what you're telling us are incredible. We are not alone.
We are not alone.
There is a non-human intelligence that has been engaging with this planet.
Yes.
To your knowledge, is it just the United States that is having these encounters?
No. No, I can tell you for a fact that my team has been sought after for our unique service that we provide by organizations outside the United States.
But let's be clear, I don't want to put you in a position of imputing that you might have been helping unfriendly countries. Neither of the countries or none of the countries that you work with are foreign adversaries.
No, not. And when I say that, I use the word organizations instead of governments because there are many other folks that may be operating in a private capacity there. So let me say this. This situation is not unique to the U.S.
To your knowledge, are Russia and China doing retrievals of non-humans?
I have no idea. I imagine they are.
Why would you say that?
Well, because this particular activity is not unique to the United States. I know for a fact that members of my team have been asked to provide our expertise and service for organizations outside the U.S., not China and Russia, but the U.S. government does not have a monopoly on the UAP subject matter. I mean, the skies are not classified. Your conscience can't be redacted. So the NHI can connect with whoever the hell they want, and whoever the hell they are can connect with NHI. And this lends itself to a particular situation or formula that you can imagine exists, which is if you have a belief that this is a worthwhile venture, which ironically the government has made extremely clear. Like there are many people, myself and our new organization included, that is not waiting on the government to say this is something you should invest time and energy on. And that's become abundantly clear in the last 2 years. But prior to that, anyone that had the will to believe that and the money to invest and the tools and techniques and talent in order to do it could set up their own communication, crash recovery, and reverse engineering program anywhere in the world. The NHI does not hold itself out exclusively for the United States.
Why has this been kept secret from all of us?
Oh God, I really don't know. I imagine, I have to trust that. Be careful what you wish for. There might be very good reasons. I imagine that some of what we see, I know that some of what we see is our own advanced tech. And it's absolutely imperative that we keep a competitive advantage over our adversaries. As a patriot, that's paramount. We need to be able to defend ourselves. And unfortunately, you can't tell the public things without telling your adversaries. So therefore, the public, for their own good, is going to be kept, they're going to be kept out of the know on certain subjects. And so there's this difference between secrecy and privacy. And I will lay this out because we need to be able to flick back and forth between the two. Privacy is something that protects responsibilities and the dignity of whoever needs that privacy. Secrecy is something that typically hides vices, amoral intentions, and crimes, let's say. I know for the most part that what we're dealing with when it comes to our government subject matter is a matter of privacy, not secrecy, if you want to look at it that way.
Somebody you discovered was recording these operations in secret.
There are videos of these operations that were captured illegally during these operations that are out there.
You became aware, didn't you, while you were doing these retrieval operations, that there was concern from a private aerospace company that certain computers had gone missing?
Yes.
And those computers were Panasonic Toughbooks.
Correct.
5 Panasonic Toughbooks. 6. What happened?
Well, we were deployed on a particular task to recover what we call HVTs, or high value targets. Those high value targets were Panasonic Toughbooks. And whatever was on these Toughbooks was highly sensitive material. And this came about, I have to tell you, after 2018. It is quite possible, I will say, that the sensitive material that is on these Panasonic Toughbooks has to do with sensor data, video, that was illegally captured during some of these operations, some of which may be incriminating or classified.
Now, I can understand a lot of people watching this may be indignant, but there are good reasons why some things are classified in the US military.
Absolutely.
So you were tasked to get these laptops back?
Yes.
Because the concern was they could break the secrecy of the whole program.
I can't speak to what the implications were of this sensitive information getting out. You know, my job is pretty simple. I get tasked on something. I get given a pretty narrow scope. You know, and after doing this for 20 years, that's enough for me, because everything that I've done up until now I've been very well taken care of, and everything, I trust the process by which we operate. So I'm only preloading it that way, because that wasn't the case by the end of this operation. For the first time in my career, by the end of this operation, we began asking questions we never asked, which is, who are we working for? What is going on? And why did it turn out to be that there were 2 seemingly adversarial parties trying to employ us to go after these HVTs?
So what happened?
So my team and I worked in coordination with our contact for this particular task. There was obviously another team involved, which was an intelligence team. Most of our intelligence came by way of HUMINT, which is human intelligence, which is essentially the reporting of information by a human, by their own observation and experience. And we recovered our first 2 Toughbooks. They were in the high Sierras, I'll tell you that. And we had first began recon on that particular target for the first 2 in the winter time, and there was tons of snow. So we continued to just observe that location in order to keep tabs on who might be coming and going. It's very remote. There's no way there. The only way to get there would be by foot or horse or helicopter. So we did a couple snow surveys, and at the time the snow was over 9 feet. So we had waited for the thaw before we would deploy to get these first two.
Are you and your men armed?
Yeah, we're always armed. Yeah.
Because whoever this was is potentially very dangerous.
I'm armed when I go to Starbucks, so that's not saying much, but we were armed, yeah. We were. So we recovered our first two tough books. We got back to our base location and then went through and took photographs, discovered that the hard drives were missing, which is something we expected could be the case. We then took pictures and detailed reports of the tough books and the contents of the casing that we found them in, and we delivered them to a very familiar facility, which is consistent with the company we are working for. And then we went back to task and waited for more instructions on where to look next for the missing components of these computers, as well as the other tough books that were thought to have been out there. The next piece of intelligence that came through led us to a lake, a high altitude lake, and we found the hard drives in a sealed steel container 25 feet underwater. Wow. Yeah.
So
someone's going through a lot of effort in order to hide these things.
But you can't blame them. I mean, this is worth a lot of money if you sell it to the right buyer.
Yeah, depending upon what's on there. It was clear that, again, it was clear that whatever was hidden was highly sensitive to the employer of the task we were on and to whoever was in possession of these at the time they were being hidden.
At any stage, did you find yourself under threat?
Yeah, so we didn't get much past that mission. We never recovered anymore. The very next time we went out, things got strange for me. And my spidey senses, my intuition was on high alert because our intel contact changed. The rhythm and style of our intel changed. I'll leave it at that. And when we deployed to the next location to begin our reconnaissance and in preparation for going to have a look around, the intelligence began to change last minute. Also, we were given a partnered air asset instead of using our own, and we took it in good faith. And as we got closer to the day in which we were going to deploy, intelligence kept changing. And so that raised my concern. We ended up going anyway, and when we got there, the HVTs were gone, and it was clear that shots had been fired, and I'm going to leave it at that. So when I got back to our home base after that, I made contact with our dispatcher, let's say, and said, we're out, we're done, and I needed space to breathe. We then deployed our own air assets, and we got the hell out of there.
You felt you were in significant danger.
Yeah, and I was concerned that we were being set up, we were being prepared for the one thing that we've always offered employers, and that is possible deniability. And that we were perhaps going to be the hidden hand that gets severed. And that perhaps we were the ones who may be responsible for capturing that sensitive material on the front end.
Do you think that you and your team had come under suspicion for the videos? Is it as simple as that?
I think that's very likely. Or we were a suitable patsy.
I do have to put one thing to you.
Yeah.
Because it's an incident that I've been told about from 2004, and I've been told about it by multiple people. I've been told that a private aerospace company was testing one of its own vehicles, what's referred to as an alien reproduction vehicle, an ARV in the colloquialism. That vehicle crashed somewhere south of New Mexico, possibly in Mexico, and I'm told that a team from that private aerospace contractor was deployed, and while they were there, another team arrived from the US military, and they had innocently been deployed by their government to
what they thought was a potentially anomalous craft. And in the course of that encounter, I am told 2 men were killed. Can you comment on that incident?
Yeah, there's nothing I can add to that story or comment on. If I did have something to add, if I had knowledge of that, it would certainly be something I would expect to get squashed by Doxer. And quite possibly, if I was involved in something like that, I probably wouldn't share it for one of my other reasons, which is maintaining the privacy and quality of life of my friends and family.
It's too dangerous for you to talk about, potentially.
It certainly, it would be, yeah.
Can you speak more broadly, without referring to that particular incident, speaking broadly about the implications from the program? Do you believe people have been hurt or killed as a result of attempts to protect the secrecy of this whole venture?
Yeah, it is my understanding and belief that, unfortunately, that is true.
People have been murdered.
That seems to be the case.
You were in a situation where what you were doing was plausibly deniable. You felt under threat. You were asking who you were working for. Who were you working for?
Yeah, for the first time in my career, let me start by saying that for my entire career, both in the Air Force and as a contractor afterwards, I've been very well taken care of. I was given time off to get my head right when I needed to. I was given time to take care of my family when my wife had twins. I've been very well compensated. I've been trusted, and everything that needed to be laid out before me when put on certain tasks was as advertised and as promised. That all changed in 2018, and I cut ties and had to get rid of everyone on my team and build a brand new team from scratch, the same way I always have. But we cleaned house, and I went back and recruited through very reliable sources, the type of team members I always have from the places I always have. And we set out to try and figure out exactly who the adversarial parties were that were both interested in these laptops. And again, it's obvious to us at least who the employer was, but they were now in question, in my mind, as being part of the problem we ran into. And it became clear to me after working in this world that perhaps it wasn't this company. Perhaps there was someone in mid-level management or someone completely external that was masquerading as representatives of this company, and they like wearing their merchandise, okay? So we came up with a plan, and I decided we're not going to ask questions down here. We're going to go to the top. So I reached out to the director of security for the particular organization and a sister organization and set up a meeting with them and went and spoke to them directly about our operation to find out which was true, because there was only 2 truths in my minds. Either they were complicit or they were compromised. So either their company and their chain of command was compromised, meaning the top had no idea what was going on at the bottom, or they were complicit. This mission that we were asked to do was directed from the top down.
So the question in your mind was this a rogue operation? What did you find out?
Well, I found out that the people at the top claimed to know nothing about it, and they didn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, and they advised me to leave it alone.
So this leads you to the possibility that this was a rogue operation. Somebody was tasking you to do things, dangerous things, where your life had been in danger and your team members had been in danger.
This is a good example for everyone watching as to how something like this could be kept secret, because you could think of me as, again, I'm just a security and transportation specialist. Everything else I'm speaking to and that I know about, I gain just from my own knowledge and interest of being in the environment. But I speak to a lot of things that aren't necessarily my specialty. I'm on the very fingertips of this thing, which is part of why you haven't heard from me before. I operate in the shadows by design. I'm the fingertips of this thing. I have firsthand accounts of working with these craft and in these organizations. They're up here at the shoulder. Like our friend David Grush has worked at a very high administrative level. He didn't know who I was. He had to find me through the process. And so there are things that the shoulder is intending to do, if we're going to use a joint analogy, that ends up being facilitated by individuals on the fingertips. There's another joint in between. That's the elbow. This is that mid-level. Something could be dramatically redesigned and repurposed at the elbow joint to where the mission of the fingertips is not consistent with the mission of the shoulder.
When you confronted the head of security for that unnamed private aerospace company, what was his reaction? Was he nervous?
Oh, he was nervous.
I mean, it's quite unusual for you to go and knock on the door of a very, very senior person in such a huge organization.
Yeah, no, he welcomed me, and this is something that we had made arrangements for.
Right. But was he perhaps freaked out, frightened, when you confronted him about what you told him?
No, I like to think I know how to make myself come across disarming.
And so he told you to forget it.
We had a lovely talk, actually. It was very personal, very congenial, and he shared concerns. Maybe I would go as far as say he had more concerns than I did. And he was at a point in his career where he didn't want to deal with this anymore. He was making changes in his career to try and distance himself. If he had any knowledge at all, it was clear he's trying to distance himself from it. He didn't want to get involved, but he did provide some advice on where we should go. If you look at the inspector general function of any organization, that is certainly a place that he recommended we go, but he made it clear that there were some inspector generals that may be a better place to go than others.
And is that what you did?
No, I didn't do that.
Why didn't you go to the inspector general? Because these are the oversight agencies that the US government has set up to properly investigate these kind of abuses of power.
It wasn't, at that point, you got to remember, like, I had lost all faith in everything. I was starting at ground zero. I even fired my whole team and was rebuilding my own network from the ground up. So at this top level, I'm a fingertips guy. So my knowledge of the shoulder, I was not going to go, I didn't know who to trust. So even going to an inspector general, the expectation would be for me to just spill all. So I hadn't done my homework enough to where I felt comfortable going to an inspector general, and I wasn't sure that that was going to provide me the outcome I wanted.
So what did you do?
So the first thing I did is I began expanding the list of people whose opinion I was going to ask. And through that process, I found myself reaching out to the one thing that was always my get out of jail free card, which was I knew if anything got bad, I could go to members of Congress, particularly the Senate Intelligence Committee, the monitor for the CIA, and plead my case and ask for help. So we started there. And unfortunately, that was a very disheartening experience because me going there, asking for their help, very quickly turned into them asking for my help.
You're kidding?
No. Which was extremely disappointing, to say the least. But they were scared. They were scared, and they were running into their own problems of being in fear of, they were being harassed, and they were afraid for their own personal safety.
So people investigating this UAP legacy program for Congress were feeling threatened.
They were feeling threatened. And other people they were speaking to as sources were being threatened. And so they very quickly, after learning who I was, began asking me for personal protection and for strategies to mitigate threat.
But you're not getting the help you need.
No, I'm like, I came to you. So that pretty much was a devastating moment where I'm like, shoot, we're all alone. And It was unfortunately a much more grave situation because what it indicated was that our Congress was not only ignorant to the subject, they were neutered. They were neutered by what they could do about it.
Why? How? I mean, it's in your constitution, Jake. The constitution enshrines the idea that Congress rules. Everything is accountable to Congress.
Congress needs an enforcement arm. So laws without enforcement don't exist.
So, Jake, hearing your story about a psionic program inside the legacy UAP retrieval program makes me think back to cases like the 1980 Bentwaters incident, where at an RAF base, a Royal Air Force base in the United Kingdom, Christmas 1980, a craft allegedly landed in an adjacent forest, the Rendlesham Forest.
Yeah.
What do you think happened there?
And that's one of my favorite cases. Once I began looking into the history of this thing, that's one of the ones that stood out to me, especially when you think about where we are now. I'll tell you this, if Bentwaters happened tomorrow, like, this thing would be over with. And
because they couldn't conceal it.
No, well, you couldn't conceal it, but it's just everything we're looking for has already happened. Like your book, for example, In Plain Sight. If you just look, it's so obvious. But that one case has everything we need, and I don't know how anyone can say there's no evidence of extraterrestrial. And maybe they're hanging their hat on. And that's why we have non-human intelligence. Maybe they're trying to hang their hat on this one little narrow place they can slip through, which is things are not from outside the planet. I don't know how they're doing that, but whatever the case, what went on at Bentwaters has everything we need. It has firsthand experiencers, people that have made physical contact with the craft, the most reputable people in the Air Force at that time, working on a nuclear facility. OSI shows up immediately.
The Office of Special Investigation.
The Office of Special Investigation.
That's a U.S. Air Force office.
Yes, people are sworn to secrecy. It happened on multiple occasions. There's multiple sensor data that goes with the first-hand witness.
What do you speculate brought that craft down?
Well, I'm certainly speculating, but after my experience, I think what may have happened in that case is it may have been a craft that was attracted to a psionic asset or was being operated by a psionic. If that craft was ours and it was being operated psionically, there's this thing called link loss. Link loss is it's a common phrase used with drone operation. Drones are, or UAVs as we call them, unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAS, they're also called that, unmanned aerial systems, are operated remotely. In the off chance that there's a disconnect between the operating system or the transmitting side and the receiving side within these craft, it's called a link loss. And when that happens, our man-made systems are designed to RTB, or return to base, or they can go to designated landing sites in a link loss. So that same system would be deployed because commonly what happens with the psionic asset, who's using a form of intuition and consciousness to connect with the craft, there's a disconnect, we call it, which is like link loss. I can tell you when we run exercises using the psionic assets in an intentional environment to get samples to the ground, we intentionally disconnect the psionic asset so that the HPM systems can be energized, because there are some potential issues that can happen if the psionic asset is still connected to the craft when it's hit with an EMP or other HPM.
I'm told part of their consciousness can stay in the craft.
Yeah, it seems to be the case that the human being can suffer some form of cognitive injury by still being connected to that craft when that craft is de-energized.
There is a case at the RAF Bentwaters, during the RAF Bentwaters incident in the United Kingdom. There was an airman called John Burrows who was exposed to what we now know was an extraordinary amount of gamma radiation, dangerous radiation. And he suffered quite terrible injuries, but had a terrible
time persuading Veterans Affairs that he deserved medical assistance because he couldn't prove that this was an occupational exposure to radiation.
Well, I can tell you, I came to know the name John Burroughs because I've been seen by the same doctor as him, Dr. Gary Nolan, for the exact same reason.
So what happened to you?
We're not quite sure, but the first time I got exposed to what, in hindsight, is obviously a radiation exposure of some kind, is we were transporting HVTs,
high-value targets.
High-value target, which are, at this time, was a large sealed container. I'll tell you, I was near the continent of Africa, and after this particular mission, me and everyone on my team got extremely sick.
How sick?
Like physically ill in the hospital. Within weeks after this, I lost every hair on my body, which they call an alopecia, migrating alopecia. And I also lost the skin on my arms.
So the skin's actually falling off your body?
Yeah, like not just falling off, it was lopping off within a couple of days, like a severe sunburn. This led to a series of all kinds of other, what I have learned since being with Dr. Nolan, is autoimmune issues. I ended up developing a severe heart murmur that I'd never had before, which is the same thing that John Burroughs had. And throughout my career, I would have reoccurring autoimmune dysfunction when exposed to other things. I ended up recovering from that at the time, and because of the nature of my work was classified, the VA was only dealing with symptomology, not causation in the treatment of my injuries. And I didn't even really understand that it was radiation.
So were you treated for radiation poisoning?
No, I was not.
Are you being now?
No, I'm not being treated now for radiation poisoning.
But you're being investigated for what sounds like a radiation exposure.
Yeah, because I had other occurrences later in my career after 9/11 when I left my enlisted capacity and went to work as a contractor. I've had other episodes where I've had other illnesses, and I've lost the hair on my body and patched out several times. And to me, I don't know if this, my fear is that there's something permanently broken that might show up in the form of cancer or God knows what later in life. And we're going to be way behind in trying to figure out how to deal with it. So I did leave the service with the service-connected disability through the VA, and so I'm getting treatment through the Palo Alto VA under the supervision of Dr. Gary Nolan right now, and he's dedicating his expertise and his clout to get me the best treatment I can get.
Now, Professor Gary Nolan is one of the world's top immunologists, hugely respected scientist who has, as I understand it, he's spoken publicly that he's been involved in a program for an intelligence agency investigating Havana syndrome.
Yes.
So does it give you some comfort that you're now getting the medical help that you should have got all those years ago?
Hell yeah, it does. And plus, he's got the best bedside manner I've ever experienced.
But clearly, because of the covert nature of the job you were doing, you weren't told what you'd been exposed to.
No, we transported what we call mystery boxes all the time. I have no idea. It could have been empty. It probably wasn't empty, but we don't know what was inside the boxes.
And what were you told if somebody tried to seize that box?
What was I told?
What were your orders?
We maintained the authority to use lethal force if anyone tried to seize those boxes.
So whatever that box was, it was extremely valuable to the US government.
That's correct.
I have to say, Jake, the idea that you would be so recklessly exposed, a person who's clearly patriotic, somebody who's clearly been a highly trained operator at the elite levels of special operations in the US military, it offends my sense of decency that employers would expose you to something so reckless.
Yeah, can I put on my speculative hat for a minute?
Sure.
Okay, so if the Air Force, let's say, knew that what we were working with that night had any type of radiological signature or could turn on or turn off, there's a whole set of process that we're trained in on how to deal with that from a hazmat perspective and a containment perspective and a measurement perspective on a person to detect the level of risk that might be associated. And the fact that none of that was apparent that night tells me they didn't know what was in the box, and it got turned on or turned off, which leads me to believe, in hindsight, all these years, that it may have been something of non-human origin or exotic. Let's just say exotic. It may have been something exotic that activated or still had some fallout, let's say, that they were unaware of.
Are you the only person that you're aware of inside the program who's suffering health effects?
No.
How many are there?
More than me, and probably 51% or greater, I would say, are suffering some form of health effects. Yeah. I'll just say that, just so you know, it's more common than it's not.
That's heartbreaking. I mean, we ask our men and women in service to do so many things. The idea that because a program is secret, you wouldn't get the help.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit. I don't think this is something that's unique to the program, as we keep saying. I would say 51% or more of the people that come out of the military have, and they sacrifice their bodies for good reason. That's part of what we're willing to do. I mean, the ultimate sacrifice, they say, is death, which we've all agreed to do, is to give up our life. So anything less than death goes in with that obligation that we gave up voluntarily. So the military at large, or anyone that works in this capacity in the broader service of our nation, you get injured, especially doing it 30 years.
In the course of your high-value target investigation, you met Dr. Stephen Greer.
Yeah, I did.
What was the purpose of meeting Dr. Stephen Greer?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that, you can say what you want about Dr. Greer, but the guy's been 30 years ahead of everyone else on a lot of the details of this subject.
So a lot of what he says is correct.
To me, he's like the Bentwaters. Like, we had everything we needed in 1980, and now we're fishing around for morsels of that. This guy, he's been ahead of everyone. And what I find quite funny is the one thing he gets the most shit for is the one thing he's probably most right about, and that is his CE5 protocol.
So CE5 is when he uses meditation and he claims it engages telepathically with the phenomenon.
Yeah, that's his term for it. Like, we don't use CE5. We don't use Dr. Greer's protocol. No, there are other people in the program or subsequent programs.
So CE5 is real.
Yeah, if we're going to use his term, I'll tell you what is real is the ability to go into something like a meditative state and summon UAP and pilot UAP. That is real. That's 100% real.
Wow. I have to process that for a moment, because that is just the most extraordinary claim.
Yeah. Well, we hope to prove it soon.
On what basis did you approach Dr. Greer?
My understanding was that whoever was in a legal position, whoever was in illegal possession of these HVTs may have the intention to expose that sensitive material as a whistleblower.
You were concerned he might take it to Dr. Greer?
Yeah, I was still working in my official capacity of protecting the sensitive data that was on these HVTs. That was my job at the time. So Dr. Greer was scheduling a whistleblower conference in DC and was holding a large event at the press club in Washington, DC. And so we reached out to him. One of my teammates made a bump with him in the Virginia area and shared with him some information to pique his curiosity and to also bona fide ourselves as someone he should maybe consider listening to. And we set up a meeting, and I explained to him up front what our intentions were, that we believed that there were whistleblowers that might come forward with something that is sensitive and it may not be appropriate to disclose. And I asked to become asked to be put in a position of authority with him where I could vet his whistleblowers. So we offered our service to help vet whistleblowers at the time, thinking our guys, whoever had these HVTs, might show up with.
Did they?
Nope, they never did. But it was on this trip that what was interesting at the time is we were contemplating our own whistleblower path forward. because of what had happened. Because of what had happened, it was happening at this time. And so what surprised me is during this event, a young Marine named Michael Herrera came forward with a very particular story, and spoke of a particular operation that we were aware was taking place, or operations like it, let's say, were going on. And I saw this young guy get up there, and it just spoke to me, call it my intuition that was blessed. I was blessed with that night. I made contact with non-human intelligence for the first time, but my intuition was on, was on high alert that night. And when he spoke, I knew what he was saying was true, and no one else was believing him. And he was wrong about a few key things that he was speculating on. And so I made the decision after he spoke to go to Dr. Carrera and ask to speak with him privately.
So let me summarize very quickly what Michael Herrera alleged. He was on a relief mission in Sumatra, Indonesia. They were deployed, he and his small patrol, to a particular area, and they were helping find people who needed help.
Yeah.
In the course of that patrol, they were carrying weapons. That's something that's been vigorously disputed by some of his colleagues, but he's adamant that he was carrying weapons. And they stumbled across a craft, a gigantic craft, many, many, many meters wide, hovering in the air. And below that craft, there was a platform with trucks, Ford 150s, and there were containers that he described. That pushed buttons with you, what he described, didn't he? He told the Greer Disclosure Conference, which was in 2023, that the paramilitaries pointed their weapons and threatened to kill the Marines, that they were American. They took their guns off them, and they basically threatened that they were going to be killed.
Yeah, that's exactly what he talked about.
Basically, they were told eventually, they were released, they were told to walk away. Their weapons were unchambered, there were no rounds in the weapons, and they were told to walk away. They allowed them to leave, but they were told not to look back.
Yeah, I can't speak to all that. And let me be clear, that is not the type of group I would ever volunteer to be a part of, but I know that there are guys like that out there that get shopped out and become part of these programs. The particular part that struck me were two things. One, the description of his craft. Although the size was enormous, I have no experience with a craft that size, but the craft he designed was precisely the same craft that we had come in contact with in our operations within the United States, and that is, it was a disc with the 8-gun construction when viewed from above. The other thing was he spoke of the containers, and his initial speculation was that they must have been moving drugs because they had something on the top that looked like some sort of HVAC system of some kind. And I knew right away those are the same type of containers we use for the site team when they're operating and being transported. So
what are the containers used for?
The containers are used for transportation of the site team and also just as an operating base. It's a mobile operating base. And so this quickly went off the rails because for some reason, the term human trafficking got put into the story after, or got put into the minds of the people that were hearing his story after I got involved.
So what did Michael Herrera think? He thought they were either gun running or drug running, didn't he?
Yeah, he thought that's what he assumed, they were running drugs. And I knew that those type of containers, when associated with that craft, were used for the site team. That's why they had mini split HVAC units on the top, provide comfortable environments inside for humans for either transportation or for operation. You can operate inside those containers, and they're sealed. They're kind of like a Faraday cage in that regard, where it allows you to concentrate. If you're going to operate from those, you can concentrate on your work as a psi asset, or they're used to mobilize.
So clearly, whoever those men were, they were American, they were private military contractors, and they weren't very friendly.
No.
Are they the people that you feel pose a threat at times to the legitimate operations of the program?
Yeah, I think it doesn't take many bad apples to ruin the batch.
Because to make the point, you're at pains, aren't you, to emphasize that generally
This is a well-run operation that runs on ethical boundaries,
Yeah,
moral boundaries.
my primary message that I want to get across is that this mass vilifying of what's referred to as the military-industrial complex is a very bad idea. And there are very good people that work over here. Not just good, the best and brightest that America has to offer. And the goods and service that are provided by those organizations which fall under the military-industrial complex are the goods and services that make our country the greatest in the world. And we benefit from those on a daily basis. And so to mass vilify it en masse is not only, I mean, that's a crime in itself, but it's a shame. And we're so hungry people are so eager to quantify where their threat is coming from. We want a bad guy. And this is not an entire cabal of bad guys. There are a few bad guys like it everywhere that operate within the military and industrial complex. And unfortunately, their operations get the spotlight.
So you decided that Michael Herrera, his account made sense to you from what you knew about the program. What did you do?
I told him what I believed was going on, and that I knew that there were operations going on OCONUS in third world countries to recruit and train psionic assets, and whether or not this was an opportunity to recruit or provide job opportunities to new people, or he stumbled upon an operation in which they were currently being deployed, and maybe they had to evacuate themselves from that area because of the natural disaster. Who knows? But that's all speculation.
There's two applications that come out of that. Firstly, we're recruiting psionics from Indonesia, a foreign country.
Yeah.
Are those people given? Are they voluntarily going? Are they?
Yeah, it's my understanding they're very well taken care of. You have to think, and this is where the human trafficking idea was a very unfortunate turn in Michael's story, especially after my involvement with it, because now we got this guy that is at least somewhat indirectly informed that there's a human trafficking operation. And when we talk about human trafficking, we think of sex trade and all kinds of other things. And this is not it at all. It's my understanding that the programs that are conducted to recruit psionic assets in third world countries, these people come willingly. And if you were to go down there and try and liberate them with any type of, liberation army, you'd be liberating people that don't want to be liberated. They get very well taken care of. They get fed. There's actually a sense of pride, especially within the Native American communities that have been involved in this program that do cooperate outside of CONUS as well. There's a sense of pride with this skill and ability. And so, again, this is another example of, it's almost like we want there to be darkness in this area. And there is not darkness. And I'll tell you, by nature of my experience, as I shared, non-human intelligence itself does not operate that way. And so these people whose skills are nurtured are basking in a glow of light, I would assume, most of the time when they're doing their work.
For them, it's a very positive experience,
very positive,
engaging spiritually with this phenomenon.
Yeah, so I'd say they're basking in some divinely beautiful frequency in order to do the work properly.
The implications from what you're saying are that if Michael Herrera is telling the truth, if he really did see a gigantic octagonal craft floating in the midair with no visible means of propulsion in Indonesia and Sumatra in, I think, 2009,
yeah.
It suggests that a private military contractor working for an aerospace company was operating some kind of reverse engineered vehicle.
Yeah, it's certainly possible, I would say, especially based on what I saw. I dealt with a much smaller version of an octagonal saucer. This was a bigger one. I can certainly see that being possible.
Can you answer me this question? Have you seen any alien reproduction vehicles, any replica vehicles made from non-human technology?
I honestly can't tell you with certainty once we get into the space. I can tell you what I know has been human, what has been non-human. When it gets into the hybrids, I just don't know.
Can you tell me how many retrievals you've been involved in?
No.
That's a classified thing?
Yes.
Can you tell me, were the remaining, I think, 4 hard disks ever recovered?
Before Tough Books, to my knowledge, no. We stopped at 2.
So there are still 4 hard disks containing potentially incriminating material at large.
Or somebody else was hiring and they recovered it.
Is it a question mark in your mind that maybe it was a foreign adversary power that was trying to procure this incredibly sensitive evidence?
That's certainly possible.
Was there a name for the psionics? Was there a term that you used for it?
There's a term we use,
which is what?
P3 program.
Why the P3?
There's 3 Ps. It's the psionic predisposition potential.
P3.
Yeah. Now, that's not an official program name that you'll find anywhere. That's why I'm able to say that.
From your understanding of the kind of people, obviously, who were capable of psionic ability, obviously there's people of Native American background, people from third world countries that are deeply spiritual, that appear to have this capacity to engage with the phenomenon. Was there any other group that was especially susceptible to being able to engage with this technology?
Yeah, kids.
Children. It's been suggested to me that left-handed gay men are particularly good at it.
Yeah, that certainly seems to be the case, that there's a larger distribution of the predisposition amongst children and gay men. For whatever reason, the demographic, when compared to normal society within the program, that gay men and kids and females are more often seen as having the predisposition for the psionic ability.
I'm again exploring the boundaries of where I can go, and you might want to say no comment to this, but I'm going to put it to you anyway. I have another source inside the program who has told me that one of the aerospace companies holding this tech at one stage relinquished a craft to the US government, saying that they hadn't been able to successfully reverse engineer it. And it has been put to me that this was a lie, and that they have in fact got a fully flying, intact reverse engineered craft.
I've heard the very same thing from a very reputable source, so I would believe that's true.
The implications of this are that there's a whole secret program involving potentially energy technologies, anti-gravity technologies that are mind-blowing.
Yeah. It's fun, isn't it?
It is fun.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the message that I'm getting from you is one of kind of optimism.
Yeah. I'm very pleased to be at a place where this is becoming fun again. You know, when I started this journey 30 years ago as a 17-year-old kid, as I shared with you, my intentions were very simple and clear. I wanted to jump out of airplanes, kill bad guys, and make my grandparents proud. Somewhere along the way, things got very confusing and very complex. We're now at a point where things are very simple for me again, and I see clearly what I want to do with the rest of my life. And I have my why, and fortunately, because of my experience, I have the how, I have the capability. And we, over the last 2 years, while we've been hiding out, we've been working to find a way to bring this operation out of the shadows and into an open environment where we could build a public-private partnership with full transparency and explore all of these things that have been explored in secret in a way that we can start from scratch. But we may be 60, 70 years behind what everyone calls the legacy program, but I'm telling you, we're going to catch up very quickly. And the reason it's going to work is because we have all of the people like me that have been working there. I call it the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, but we have been recruiting guys from within the program and women and those who are associated with the program in a very open way, and have formed and are forming a new team in coordination with government agencies. The two we would want the most coordination with are coming on board with us. And we also have the funding through venture capital.
Can you name those agencies?
Not at this time, but I hope to very soon. You know, we have some really important meetings next week, and I hope that after that time, I'm going to need to ask permission out of just good faith with those folks to see how much they want to be.
I guess a lot of people watching this might be worried that you're getting sucked into, say, an intelligence agency or a military agency that is going to try and shut you down.
Yeah, well, or it could be where we're just the legacy program 2.0, and this all goes underground again. I'm giving you my promise right now. Our organization is called Skywatcher. We are part of what has been defined as the Explorers Club, and it is full of people who have the best intentions in mind, and there's going to be accountability with there. There's not going to be transparency, and I know that sounds like a lot coming, or sounds like could be a load coming from a guy like me with my background, but you know, I'm not going to be able to prove it to you in this conversation, but I'll say pay attention, and I'll paraphrase a quote from the book of Matthew and say, you will know them by their fruits. So stand by and judge us for our fruits.
You've been really touched, haven't you, by this experience? It's touched you spiritually.
Yes, it has.
There was a gathering in Islip.
Okay.
And a lot of very high net worth individuals who were interested in suppression of non-human intelligence attended. What happened?
I think something epic happened. I think something happened that, if it was fully documented and understood, would go in the history books.
I had a feeling last week that was historic.
It felt absolutely historic. What you had was a combination of the world's leading, like most frontier scientists. You had people that were top experts in all their fields. And then you had a variety of fields that was outrageous. We had neurosurgeons, doctors in neurosurgery. We had physicists. We had high net worth individuals in the billions that were extremely open-minded and had a frontier attitude towards all this. We had mystics. We had psychic kids. We had children from Germany that could harness and actually showcase their ability to perform telekinesis, their ability to psychically see things with their mind, and were able to prove that to all of us. We also deployed some of our psionic assets that we've used and are part of our new team with Skywatcher, and we summoned UAP. We had the UAP come and fly around and visit and hang out with us and take off.
And I have to say, I saw it too. And it was profound. It's a spiritual experience. And what you're trying to do now is replicate in the private sphere what's being suppressed in the public sphere.
Yeah, you know, we're not looking back. You know, we can leave the bad actors of the past. We can leave them with their lies. We have no need for that. We're looking forward. I am absolutely confident that we are capable of generating the type of high quality sensor data and photography and film evidence that everyone is wanting. I'm also confident that if we continue on the path with our government agencies, that we're going to get a craft. We're going to get material in here. I know it's possible. It's just a matter of working out the logistics.
I'm just exploring this with you. The implications are that there's one part of the black world of the US government that is being hidden from Congress, hidden from some presidents, I know.
Yeah.
Working on retrieved alien, non-human technology.
Yeah.
It's being kept from the knowledge of the American public. And yet they're being funded with taxpayer dollars, billions of taxpayers' dollars, if you believe it.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Well, it doesn't sound right, does it? But you could probably tell that same story around a number of other things that have nothing to do with aliens. And unfortunately, that's the government and the world we live in.
But the exciting thing is, the thing I find breathtaking from what you're saying is, you're saying, as somebody who's come from that black world,
yeah,
screw the secrecy.
I'm going to say it a little differently. The monopoly the U.S. government has on the subject matter is not respected by the non-human intelligent spirits. Again, the skies are not classified, and your conscience cannot be redacted. And ultimately, why I feel safe and why I feel optimistic about the future is I know that the NHI is guiding us that way.
Can you explain how it is that you're not authorized to do this interview, but you ended up applying for a DOPSA? I think our audience might be confused. They might think that this is somehow an authorized interview and that there are people in the Defense Department pulling the strings, telling you what to say, and that this is some kind of disinformation operation.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. But for what it's worth, I can tell you that's not the case. I mean, the DOPSA process is very interesting. It's way more casual, especially on the onset, than you might think. When you take into account the ramifications for violating the mandates that come out of it and the subject matter that it's supposedly protecting. But, they get put in a really tough spot. And this is part of something we aimed to take advantage of, I guess you could say, by interrogating the DOPSA system. One of the things I haven't shared yet is in our effort to find out who we were looking for, one of the ways we came up with on how to do that was to query for who might want to redact statements we intended to go public with through DOPSA.
So you filed, I think, a fictionalized account of some of your experiences to DOPSA.
Yeah, so any author or anybody that's going to be contributing to an author to put something in writing or to share it orally like this has to go through the DOPSA process. If you ever held a security clearance working for a government agency in the subject matter that you are intending to put public on. So right off the bat, there's a tell there. The fact that I had to go through DOPSA tells you I had a security clearance on the subject matter right there. So there's their first failure of poker face. And that's exactly what we set out to exploit. And so we came up with a reconnaissance mission. The reconnaissance mission looked like this. We were going to write a detailed manuscript as fiction through a ghostwriter. When we completed that, it was about 120,000 word manuscript. We broke that manuscript into actual sections that we called episodes because DOPSA wants you to complete or submit the entire document. We submitted our first 20,000 words, our first 10,000 words, which was 20 pages. And within that first chunk of information, we included 4 types of information. And that information's purpose, again, was to inform us as to what they considered sensitive and the SMEs, which stands for subject matter experts, that they were outsourcing the information to.
Because what they do in the DOPSA process is they send it out to all of the agencies that might be affected by you going public on something,
yes,
even in a fictionalized manuscript.
Yeah.
And they say to them, is there anything in here that needs to be redacted to protect national security?
That's correct. And it could be, you could present it to them as fact or fiction. It doesn't matter the content.
But more importantly, if it's protecting national security and it's redacted, it has to be a legally authorized program, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. So this is what we use to set up our 4 categories of information that I want to get through with you. Category 1, we included in that manuscript information we knew was classified, that we were privy to. And we knew that was patently classified on a very high level. Information category number 2 was information that was classified, but we knew only existed within the hearts and minds of the operators that were at the fingertips of that operation. Information category number 3 was information that was classified, but you may be surprised to learn was already in the public domain and open source. Because of the nature of the internet, there are things that the DoD and its partners would say that shouldn't be out there, but it is anyway. So we put some of that in there. And then we had our 4th category information, which was the most fun, which was where we took a little liberty in fishing. We took our information that we knew was compartmentalized, connected it with other information that were these fact islands we were aware of because of our, I won't say how, and then we took our own creative liberty at connecting those 2 dots through a particular pathway as to why that might exist, and filled that space with other fictional classified information.
What happened?
6 months later, it took 6 months. We came back with 7 pages of redactions of all 4 categories.
Wow. So one, that confirms there is a classified program relating to this information.
Yes.
Wow.
Now there's a counterplay here. So although that was informative, I have to tell you, when they came back, our intention was now that reconnaissance mission having bared fruit was now going to inform how we went back and edited. Remember, this was the first 20 pages of a multi-page. I would say the first 10,000 words of a 120,000 word manuscript. We were then going to take that information and write around it in order to extract more intel through the Doxer process.
So you were running a counter surveillance operation against the very organization.
That's a red team's best tool right there.
You were doing opposition
you play
force.
3, 4, 5-dimensional chess. So you play multi-dimensional chess.
So even though they know you and your team were thinking about publishing something, they don't know that you're speaking publicly on national television about the legacy program.
That's a good question. No, they don't, but it doesn't mean I was limited to do that, because I have to tell you about the counterplay. So there is although they have no poker face, they're in a really tough spot, because not redacting information means that if they just chose, hey, this is sensitive, but we're not going to redact it. Well, now obviously that makes it into the public domain. But by redacting it, they prove that it's sensitive. So they have no idea as to how you acquired the information. They know based on your security clearance and your background, because it had to be submitted under my official name, it's the social security number, and my record in order to get triggered. And that's how they know what SMEs to send it to. The SMEs who I work for squashed all kinds of stuff. Then I went to one of the other SMEs I work for. They squashed their stuff. And they came back with all these squashings in the form of black ink. Now, let me keep going, because the counterplay for them would have been to let certain information go so that it could be formally categorized as not sensitive and the fictional liberties taken by an author of a fictional book. So they could do that. They could have done that, but we didn't really see that. What they did do, however, was they got a sense, they got on to us. They figured out what we were doing, and they said, stop, you cannot submit anything else. You have to submit the whole manuscript. And we told them, well, that is the whole book. We're going to release this like episodes of a special. This is the whole season, but we're going to release it in episodes, so we have to send it to you 10,000 words at a time, because that's how it's going to be released. And they were kind of caught there. They didn't quite know how to respond. So I can tell you that since then, and this was 2000, correction, this was 2022, I believe in January when we first submitted the manuscript, and they haven't gotten back to us on the rest of it. It's still sitting there.
Do you think that there are people in private aerospace who think that it's inevitable that eventually this story is going to be
I know there are. And we have a lot of people in private aerospace that are part of our Skywatcher program that have come on
because
our side.
Just echoing the point that you made earlier, that the military industrial complex is not one big monolithic organization that says the same thing and has the same view. There are people I know inside the military, inside the intelligence community, and you've been one of them, who basically think it's implausible to try and keep this secret, and moreover that the public has a right to know.
Yeah, it's going to come out. It's all coming out. It's coming out probably like this year.
So you think yourself, the public has a right to know this information?
Not all of it, no.
What sort of things need to be protected, do you think?
Anything that affects national security. Like, we have to be careful of what we wish for. Like, we don't know what we don't know. Even me, I don't know what I don't know. And if we're at the point where we have so little trust in our government that we're just going to, there's a reason it's called catastrophic disclosure. Catastrophic is not good for those calling for heads any more than it's good for those whose heads are being called for. Like, we as a public do not want catastrophic disclosure. What we need, again, there's a few bad apples. We need to maintain our institutions. We don't get rid of them. We need to find a way to get the right people promoted to positions of power. and trust, and we already have that. It's called the Gang of Eight in Congress. They're a big part of that. Right now, it's not functioning that way. But we're not going to change. We can't change the structure. We need to get the right people into power, into positions, start looking into it. And again, you don't need to rely on the government. It's already there. Like, what we need to know is this. We need to know that we're not alone. We need to know that there's a profound spiritual component to our existence. And that's just for the sake of our own fellowship as creatures sharing this planet. But also there's an extreme amount of utility in our ability that has been suppressed forever. So if we could learn how to use that, and also for those that are keeping the secrets, keeping a secret is a bad way to try and study something. We need an open source. We need all hands on deck, all brains on deck, all consciousness on deck in order to find out how we can exploit this in the best of ways in order to come up with things like zero-point energy, let's say. Until we do so, we're going to be stuck with the same problem we have been for all the civilization, and that's battling for limited resources. And if we could solve that problem by something that might come out of disclosure, that would be something I say should be disclosed. Things relative to national security, no. And we can't trust ourselves. We can't say, give us all of it because we don't trust you. We have to put trustworthy people in position and let them make that decision.
And let me ask you this way. Do you think the public have the right to know that we are not alone?
Yes, I'll say yes to that.
And the thing I find shocking, though, is that the most beautiful thing that you've described to me, the most exciting thing, is what I think our audience is going to have the biggest trouble with, is believing the idea that human beings have the capacity to do things with their minds that have been suppressed.
Yeah. I just kind of smile because that makes it more entertaining for me because they're going to be shocked. But you know what? I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think there's more people that believe it. They're just not talking about it. And I can tell you for a fact, even within our world of hardened operators at the highest level, guys that are still in behind closed doors, we all know it's true, and we have the most emotional talks, like we're part of Oprah's book club. I mean, it's true. And right now we're in a moment where the truth is being obfuscated and twisted. But the truth, I'll tell you, it's our weapon. And when we're willing to accept the truth, no matter how profound or earth-shaking, is when we move into a position of power. And it's going to liberate this subject. And you know what? How fun would it feel like? I'm not telling you, it'd be different if the government and what was being hid behind this subject matter was the fact that there was an asteroid on course for Earth, that there was no way we could redirect it, or there's no way we could defend against it, and we were all going to die in the year 20X or whatever it is. That's not what's being hidden. What's being hidden here is something extremely positive, and it's something we've all hoped for. It's the one thing we've all looked for in all of our religions that we celebrate across the world. It's the one thing that we want to be true of our religion, and it's the one thing that the one common thread amongst all religions. And so that's what's being hidden, and that's what we're going to find out if we can't bottle it up.
The implications of what you're saying also are that potentially there is some kind of capacity to draw incredible amounts of energy from the quantum vacuum.
I've seen it.
You've seen it.
I've seen it.
There's also obviously the capacity to use propulsion systems that are far beyond what we're describing.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
Yeah. Anti-gravity.
Anti-gravity.
They know about it. Anti-gravity, zero-point energy. Those secrets are being suppressed from our knowledge.
I've seen demonstrations recently that, again, proves that the government doesn't have a monopoly on this. They have, we know that they have been working on it. They seem to have been doing a good job in keeping others from making their own independent progress. But that time is changing. Independent progress is happening right now, and it's coming out. That's why I'm so confident. We don't need to rely on their body of lack of evidence, let's say. We don't need to rely on that. Like, it's here. Like, the shift has already happened. There's people in Silicon Valley and around the world that are so financially independent, so intellectually independent, and yes, so emotionally and psionically independent that they don't need the government to tell us those things. But we still have to work through that.
Do you think the aliens, the non-human intelligence, wants us, humanity, to know about their existence?
Yeah, I do believe that. That's the message that we're getting.
So you felt that yourself?
I feel that message. And there are others that I know of that are being sent that message directly, and they are extremely confident.
So Jake, in early October, you made the decision on the invitation of the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence to go to Congress and give evidence.
Yes, I did.
How was that going?
It was great. It was nice to finally get it done, and it seemed like by the time I went, I held out so long that by the time I got there, a lot of people had already done the heavy lifting, like Dave and others, and so they were like, "Okay, we know we don't know, and we know that we haven't proven to be the most." They know that they can't offer whistleblowers the protection we know they need, which was my primary objection the entire time, is that they offer protection they have no way of providing it.
They've got no enforcement power.
They've got no enforcement. They can't protect me. And so things had certainly changed.
What was the reception in the room? What kind of comments did you hear?
Well, for the most part, it was fantastic. There was 8 or 9 people. I'm not going to say versus me, but it was a 1v9 situation where it was me in there, and then I had at times 7 to 10 people. A few had to come and go because we went for 4.5 hours, but it was all ears. It was listening.
David Grush and Commander David Fravor gave evidence to the Congress along with Ryan Graves. The two F-18 pilots sat with David Grush and gave evidence to the Congress last year under oath. And they insisted on doing it under oath to emphasize the veracity, the truthfulness of what they were saying. If you were asked, would you be prepared to do the same?
100%. And I told them that. I told Congress that during our time in the SCIF.
What impact do you think you had on the people listening in the room at the Senate Select Committee for Intelligence?
Well, we laughed, we cried, we had a lot of serious talk. So if anything, I would think I came across sincere. Keep in mind, we were scheduled for a 2-hour block. We went 4.5. So they were definitely engaged. They seemed like they were sincere in their effort to find out what's going on.
Why hasn't somebody like you with first-hand knowledge of the program come forward so definitively before?
That's a good question. That's what I kept waiting for, more to come forward. I feel uniquely qualified to come forward at this time because I know we have this private venture coming, and I've already begun negotiating with those government agencies who I thought may have come after me, let's say, if they had ill will, and it's been proven to me that they don't.
So there are government agencies that don't know about this program, that are aware of the obvious illegality of parts of it.
Yeah. I don't know if it's that. It's every department has within it a responsibility to deal with shit in the sky flying around and we don't know what it is. I mean, just in the FAA, for example, which is Ryan Graves' particular case, he's trying to advance, is that there is a safety of flight here. There is an aircraft separation issue, a collision avoidance issue in the air. If there are things flying around in the sky and the FAA doesn't have a way of managing that or producing safety reports on it, we've got a big problem. And the problem gets much bigger from there. And so while we like to speak of the government as the government, it is not one big cohesive machine that works together. And so every department, like the FBI, like Department of Homeland Security, like Border Patrol, Department of Defense, they have their own niche responsibilities in order to make sure things in the sky aren't our adversaries, aren't carrying payloads, aren't causing safety of flight issue, and aren't. They also have a responsibility to figure out whether or not aliens are visiting the planet.
And you think they are?
Yeah, I do.
So the truth is out.
The truth has been out for a long time.
What would you like to see happen? Like, what's your dream? You've seen this technology.
Yeah.
You've felt the sincerity of the intelligence you were engaging with. What would you dream of? What's your aspiration for the future?
You know what would be really cool? Is to be driving down the highway, look up and see a billboard advertisement for the United States Air Force, recruiting kids into a career field for UAP research and study, for psionic exploration, for piloting technology to other galaxies. Like, that would tell me we've arrived, and we are at a place where clearly the public and the government are working together.
Because the suppression of this secret, it's not just suppressing technology and weapons, which I can, as much as I don't like the idea of it, I can understand why somebody might have made the decision to do that. It's suppressing spiritual knowledge that you think the public's got a right to know.
Well, and here's where I would say we need to respect the fact that we don't know what we don't know. Imagine weaponizing consciousness. We don't think of, in this story we're telling, we're assuming consciousness is the good, benevolent, harmless thing that should be disclosed, everything we've researched and understood. Imagine if it is the case that consciousness could be weaponized and that people like the President of the United States could be under mind control. That's a huge problem. And imagine if someone could independently develop. We already see this problem with drones. We are so out of control with the drone issue that drones can fly around with a payload and cause mass casualties because we don't have it under control. The FAA doesn't. We just, unfortunately, we don't have the CFRs, the Code of Federal Regulations, and the people hired to deal with something like drones. Imagine if we had to manage and police the malevolent use or the weaponization of consciousness. That could be a really big problem.
Have you done any operations yourself, retrievals or operations involving the legacy program in Arizona?
No.
Have you seen the rubber duck video, which was shot by Border Patrol from a surveillance plane over parts of the Arizona desert?
Yes.
Do you know anything about that object?
I don't know anything about it.
Are you aware of any underground bases?
Yes.
Have you visited any?
Yes.
So they exist?
They do.
Can you tell me any more?
No, Ross.
You can't blame me for trying.
No, I don't blame you.
Do you know anything about the Phoenix Lights?
I'm familiar with that story. I remember hearing about it when I was a kid and going, oh, that's interesting, but not believing it. But now knowing what I know, it seems very clear to me that that was a legitimate non-human intelligence that had flown some sort of craft over Phoenix.
Which raises the question, all over the United States right now, US Air Force bases are being buzzed by what they call drones.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, nobody's seen one of these and been able to recover one because so-called electromagnetic pulse weapons don't work on these objects, whatever they are.
Not all UAP respond to the same weapon systems.
It raises the question, is the phenomenon making itself more overt, do you think? Is it trying to wake us up?
Certainly is to me, in my experience, but it's hard to say. I don't know how to look at that from a completely objective. I don't know how much it's shown itself over the decades and centuries.
Because a lot of people watching this, sad to say, you're pushing them up against a barrier of doubt, indecision, stigma and taboo that's been attached to this subject for 80 years. A lot of people aren't going to believe this. What do you say to those people?
I'm not here to make anyone believe anything. It's exhausting. Like, either you're going to get it or you're not going to get it. Like, in our own capacity, we've operated Skywatcher already. Me and my team, on the very first outing, summoned a white egg in broad daylight. And I have pictures of it I'm happy to share with you. We calculated this object to be traveling, depending upon the slant range distance, anywhere between 3,000 and 11,000 miles per hour based on the size. We're still analyzing the data we collected from the range, and we're happy to show that to you. And so, what else could that be? There's this other way of looking at this. Like, we can put all this information before you, and you could say it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. We're at a point now where the amount of information is so overwhelming, the probability that any alternate explanation for its existence is there is so much less than the probability that what I'm telling you is exactly what is going on.
You want this investigated, don't you?
Yeah, I want to do the investigating. That's what we're doing.
But would you quite like to see, as a result of this story, would you like to see yourself questioned and held to account for evidence and tested your allegations?
Yeah, we have an opportunity right now to work with the U.S. government and as a private partner. The place where we operate right now, we've been successful before in conducting our whole operation, all 5 phases of it. The U.S. government has shown an interest. They know we're capable. They know what we've pulled out of the sky. It's consistent with the egg and everything else I've told you about. And what they're offering to do now is give us exclusive use access to facilities because they don't know what's going on. Departments, there are departments within the broader branches of the 3-letter agencies that aren't being read into what other sections are. So they want us to help, and because we're one of the few groups of people that have experience, and we provide them a path to redemption.
So there's a real message here from you of incredible optimism about what this could represent.
Yeah, this is why I know disclosure is coming, and guess what? It's going to come out in the most beautiful way. I believe the United States government in the next 12 months is going to use me and my team as a peaceful, non-judgmental path forward to disclosure. They're going to help us conduct our operations and gather evidence in order to present this subject matter to the public so that these questions can be answered once and for all. And all the questions. I'm talking about, what do the craft look like? How do they operate? Who is operating them? How are they being operated? And where are they coming from? We should be able to answer those questions probably entirely in the next 12 months.
Can I put to you, there is a dark state. There are people who don't have good intentions, who want this secret to remain suppressed, aren't there?
It seems that way, yeah.
Are they going to win?
No, they're not going to win. They're not going to win. We've passed the tipping point. They're, like I said, when you're talking about these people, they aren't organized. You become a dark person by being filled with more vice than virtue. Virtuous people win. People full of vice, they lose. And they're dividing amongst themselves. They're on a sinking ship. All of the good people that are in these organizations realize they're in a position they need to make a decision as to which side they're on. And despite having all this leverage and threat that they have that's being held against them, they're making the decision to move forward.
Are there people inside the program who you know will come forward when you speak up?
Yes. I know I'm going to serve as a huge catalyst, and that's going to be an exciting day. The things I'm talking about are going to be, Dave did a great job of paving a path. I'm going to come along and try and improve upon that path and widen the road. I expect the next the next groups of folks that are going to be coming down this path are going to blow it wide open.
Do you worry for your safety, for your family's safety?
No, I don't. I think I'm being protected, believe it or not, by the NHI. And also, I don't put up with harassment. I don't believe in the boogeyman. I am the boogeyman.
You know how to help yourself.
Yes. Yep.
So if somebody comes after you, they'd better watch out.
It'd probably be the worst decision they ever made in their life. I intend to make it that way.
Clearly, at the heart of all of this, there's been an 80-year cover-up where we've all, outside in the normal world, been told that this is nonsense. Aliens aren't real. Telepathy is nonsense. How do you deal with that? How do we reverse decades of stigma and taboo?
You inform yourself. Why are we relying on these people that have been keeping the secrets to let us in on the secret? Why don't we make those secrets obsolete by capturing the evidence ourselves and becoming all firsthand experiencers of the phenomenon and the technology? Because that's possible.
And from what you're saying, Jake Barber, that's a beautiful experience.
Yeah, it was the most beautiful experience I've had in my life.
Would you like to see your kids one day doing that work?
My kids already are doing it.